me as always, Gareth Davies. He's been in Manchester this week, building up towards this last dance. And I say in Manchester this week, you've been around Derek Chisora, what, best part of 20 years as he's been delivering both as an amateur and now as a pro.
Yeah, absolutely, Adam. A very warm welcome to everyone here tonight. And as Adam said, you can watch us obviously on the YouTube channel as a watch along. Look, Derek has been one of the mysteries of British boxing for a very long time. I'll let Thomas Triber take over here for a minute and announce the next fight, and then we'll come back.
Listen, we're going to be building up to quite a lot of action this evening. Obviously, Derek Chisora and Otto Wallin is going to be our main event. Nathan Heaney is in action. We do still have Zach Parker on the card. We've got a bit of British and European action, bit of British and Commonwealth action as well, which we're going to announce. But as Gareth just pointed out, Thomas Triber, the ring MC, is in the ring at the moment because we're about to do a 10-bell salute to the recently passed Jimmy Gill, 81 years of age, a Nottingham boxing legend. A lot of people obviously have been talking about that throughout the course of this week. And Queensbury, Frank Warren are going to be paying their tributes with a 10-bell salute in a moment or two. But we're just waiting for the television, obviously, to be aligned with that salute.
Well, you asked me about Derek very quickly and very briefly. He's gone from villain and rogue to cult figure in British boxing over 20 years. It's a mark of the man and his popularity that he can put a fight on in Manchester, not his hometown, and it's filling up here, 12,000 in the Co-op Library, and it's being dressed beautifully. The lighting's amazing tonight. It is the last walk to his ring in the UK, he tells us. But the thing is about Derek, we've talked about him being around him all week. He even bounced off myself and Spencer earlier in the week because Otto Wallin wasn't playing ball at the press conference. He's a very adept master of entertainment, of promotion, and he now straddles the line between going too far, which he used to do, having scraps at press conferences and throwing tables and slapping people's faces and putting water in people's faces, spitting water, to becoming a folkloric figure in the heavyweight division. Spencer and I made this list earlier this week, by the way, which puts him, certainly in our lifetime, and maybe even a bit before, in the top 5 or 6 entertainers, who maybe top 10 entertainers who've come out of British boxing.
I think the term folk hero is absolutely correct as we refer to Derek Chisora. I don't think anybody's ever going to be referred to him as one of the best heavyweights of all time. I don't think he's going to fall into that category, but he does put bums on seats. People do come out to see him, and I think he, in some way, shape or form, whether he's decisive or not, he does create some type of emotional reaction with the fight fan, doesn't he?
But you have to look at his record over 49 fights as well, and he has fought a modern who's who. Alexander Usyk, I'll leave that now with you and Thomas Triber.
We are going to pick this up in a moment, but Thomas Triber will hand over to him.
I ask for your full and undivided attention. As is our tradition, when a member of the boxing community passes, we pay our respects with a 10-count memorial. Sadly, we have lost 2 members. Irish boxer John Cooney has lost his fight for life. He was seriously injured just 7 days ago in a boxing match in Belfast, Northern Ireland. He was only 28 years of age, and he will certainly be missed. Also, Jimmy Gill, a respected boxing manager, promoter, and matchmaker, has passed away at the age of 81. A proud Nottingham native from a boxing family, he was actively working in boxing until his passing. A great friend to all in boxing, he will certainly be missed. At this time, I ask for a moment of silence as the timekeeper tolls 10 in memory of both John Cooney and Jimmy Gill. Thank you very much. May God rest their souls.
There you go, poignant moment at the start of tonight's show, commemorating Jimmy Gill, age 81, Nottingham boxing legend, sadly passing away. Just to finish off what I was saying about Derek Chisora, and a fitting tribute there to a very young man and a very venerated man in the sport. He's fought a who's who of the heavyweight division. When you think that Alexander Usyk is the #1 of the era, and the kittens he gave him for 6 rounds in Alexander Usyk's second fight up at the heavyweight division, Joseph Parker twice, Dillian White twice, once here in an absolute what you would call slobber knocker, and it was the definition of it that night. The 3 fights with Tyson Fury, giving Vitaly Klitschko a hard time, having a scrap, if we can say it now 13 years later, having a scrap afterwards with David Haye, where in the press room where they had a big fight at Upton Park afterwards, and then weirdly, and this is the bizarre story of Derek Chisora, they become mates. Haye knocks him into the best shape of his life as his manager, and he's never looked back since then, frankly. And he's an old throwback to the 70s heavyweights for me. He's like he's not Joe Frazier, but he's like a Joe Frazier. He's indomitable, irrepressible, he's got an amazing energy, and I think we've learned to celebrate him, and I think he's fun to be around. Spence, you know Derek very, very well from a personal point of view. I mean, it is amazing that we are sat here in 2025 and we are still obviously bringing in Derek Chisora fights.
Quite incredible, really. I mean, we go back 18 years when he had his debut, nearly 18 years to the day, if I'm honest. And, you know, when he first walked into the Finchley Amateur Boxing Club with my father and my uncle who used to train Derek back then, you know, you saw him and the kid, you know you're going to get a fight.
We saw it in his last fight against Joe Joyce. No one expected him to beat Joe Joyce. That's why we're here tonight.
Plenty to pick the bones out of this evening as we head towards that main event. Derek Chisora taking on Otto Wallin. Listen, everybody's got their opinion on him. We're going to maybe have a bit of a celebration of some of his greatest moments. We're also going to give you a very real take on where Derek Chisora sits amongst some of the best heavyweights, not just worldwide, but obviously where they from UK soil. And not only that, we've also got some other big talking points as well to get stuck into on tonight's show. So if you are with us on YouTube, do get stuck into the comment section. I'm sure that you want to get stuck into a bit of Canelo chat. The man that saved boxing this week, Turki Al Sheikh. We'll be getting stuck into all that conversation as well as that. And we'll also be talking about hot rumours that there's going to be some big fights announced Monday, Tuesday of next week from Queensbury, which sets up a real big March, April, May time for them as they transcend over onto the DAZN broadcast platform. Now, as well as the main event, we are going to be bringing you some of the fights as well. I mentioned a moment or two ago, Nathan Heaney, a bit of a fan favourite. He's in the ring tonight, bringing up all his Stoke fans. They're going to be in Manchester bouncing around. Big night for Nathan tonight because he's coming off the back of the 2 fights with Brad Pauls. One was a draw, of course. One he ended up losing. He lost his British title. It's his first bounce-back fight this evening, taking on Sofiane Karti of France. That's going to be interesting way to see how he gets on with that. Jack Rafferty's taking on Reece McMillan. Could be an absolute crack at that for the British and Commonwealth Super Lightweight Championships. And right now I'm going to introduce you to our commentary team this evening because we're going to be doing Masood Abdullah against Zach Miller. It's in the Featherweight Championship and it is for the Commonwealth title. And just as a little bit of a feather in the cap of Derek Chisora celebration night this evening, Masood Abdullah came to the ring dressed as Derek Chisora. A lot lighter version, of course. He had the Union Jack bandana wrapped around his mouth and obviously draped in black robes and black shorts, something that we're anticipating Derek to be doing a little bit tonight. A bit disappointed he didn't come out to the Eagles and Hotel California to go the full hit, but you know what I mean? He's made his moment.
No, but we're going to get that later, and it's going to be absolutely electric. It's going to be a crackling atmosphere when Derek finally walks out tonight. Cannot wait for it.
Absolutely. And don't forget, still to come in February, February 22nd in particular, it is Beterbiev Bivol Part 2. Co-main event on that night will be Dubois versus Parker, and a host of sensational talent, which we're going to give you a bit of a preview this evening. We'll be bringing you that fight on talkSPORT on the night. So let's get February rocking and rolling, shall we, with this one this evening. Without any further ado, let's get our first fight of the night on talkSPORT 2. Featherweights in the ring. Masood Abdullah taking on Zach Miller, local boy Zach Miller, and calling you through this fight, Spencer Oliver and John Rowling.
Seconds out, round 1. Good evening, Adam. Good evening, everybody. Masood Abdullah defending his Commonwealth title and also going for the vacant British title against Zach Miller. Masood Abdullah, product of the Islington Boxing Club, a Londoner. Zach Miller, popular hereabouts and got a good reception when he was introduced. Manchester lad, 27 years old. He's 4 years the junior of these two and is the English champion. He thrives on a really high work rate. He's got great stamina. I'll tell you how good his stamina is. He's a 2-hour, 30-minute marathon man. That's how fit he is.
Yep, and we see as the work rate goes on through the rounds, he picks up all the time. Very, very fit, very conditioned. Lost to Nathaniel Collins on a split decision. Close fight, the only defeat he's had, and that was for the British and Commonwealth title. So trying to claim it back here in this one. But Abdullah is a serious, serious contender here.
Yeah, he's improving as well. 31 years old, late developer, but he's got some sting in his punches. 7 stoppages in his 11 wins. Afghan-born, now living out of London. Won the Commonwealth title in September with a wide, unanimous points decision against the Scotsman George Stewart. He's been a pro since 2021 and was a decent kickboxer before then. The cheers of the crowd and from the cornermen right in front of me were for a chopping right hand from Zach Miller, maybe his best punch of the fight so far.
Yep, great shot there from Miller, picked the spot well and landed it flush on the chin there of Abdullah. Abdullah just trying to take centre of the ring here, working behind the jab, comes back with a good right hand of his own.
Sure, Zach Miller would like to have a rematch against Nat Collins. Interestingly, Nick Ball sitting at ringside on the far side of the ring. And what a moment for him as well, sitting alongside one of the true legends of boxing. Roberto Duran's here tonight, Spenny.
Yeah, what a great boxing legend that is, Roberto Duran, a great all-time champion there, and he's here to enjoy this brilliant, memorable night that we're going to get here at the Co-op Live Arena in Manchester.
Well, this one could stack up to be a decent fight. There's 40 seconds to go in this opening round, and as we expected, Abdullah trying to command centre ring, trying to show that he's the heavier puncher, but Miller, you can guarantee, is going to stay with him every step and every punch of the way. He's that sort of a fighter. That defeat against Collins, incidentally, he may have lost, but I think it enhanced his reputation.
Yeah, he certainly did. Miller moving around the perimeter of the rings, hands held high here as Abdullah lands a solid jab as he's coming forward. The heavier hands of Abdullah, but Miller really has high work rate and good foot movement.
Well, last few seconds of the opening round, and for me, Abdullah's done enough to take this one, and he's the one on the front foot as we come towards the bell to end the opening 3 minutes. And Miller looking fresh as he goes back to his corner, who seemed fairly happy with his performance there. But I reckon Abdullah did enough to win that opening round, Spencer.
Yeah, I'm with you, John. I think Abdullah done enough. He looked the stronger of the two. He imposed himself very well, held centre of the ring, worked behind that solid jab and landed the best punch of the round, and that was that flush right hand there that landed as well. Good work there from him. But Miller, listen, he was very pleased walking back to that corner. Little look at the trainer, little wink to his trainer saying, yep, I'm all right here, I'm going to grow into this one, because that's what Miller does. His work rate is very, very good, and he picks it up as those rounds go on. Both guys there having a good first round, but for me, Masood Abdullah won it.
Thinking of Roberto Duran and some of his great nights in years gone by, notably, I suppose, when he beat Sugar Ray Leonard in 40-odd years ago. One of the great battles that was. Leonard, of course, came back with the no-mass rematch, but Duran was a formidable fighter for the better part of 2 decades. He was 37 when he beat Barkley to take the world middleweight title. I remember being over there in Las Vegas. The fight wasn't actually there, but we all watched on the big screen, and I think just about all of us who were watching from the UK press corps, we all had a bet on Duran, who was something like 3-1 against. Barkley was a formidable champion, and I think a lot of people thought that he was going to beat the you-know-what out of Roberto Duran, but it didn't happen that way. It was one of his last great performances.
Yeah, quite incredible to think a man could go from lightweight, win a world title at lightweight, and move right up to super middleweight and win world titles there, and all the weights in between. Goes down as an all-time great, Roberto Duran. Great to see him at these sort of venues, supporting these fighters.
Yeah, and doesn't he look well? He really does.
Yep, he really does. Really does.
Got to be into his 70s now. Anyway, concentrating on what's in front of us. Masoud Abdullah against Zach Miller. Miller slightly the taller figure. Not a lot between them. Both of them fighting out of an unorthodox stance. Abdullah more predictable in the way he goes about his work, on the front foot, trying to put pressure on. Miller trying to create angles, more skittish in his approach, and using his mobility and speed to get around the perimeter of the ring and try and pick up Abdullah with counters. But so far, the more meaningful punches for me coming from the champion and the favourite, Masoud Abdullah.
Yeah, Abdullah just slammed the right hand right to the rib cage there of Miller. Miller took it well, but Miller continues to move around the perimeter of the ring, hands held high. Abdullah just on the hunt, coming forward, looking to target the body here in this second round.
Comes forward and slips underneath a couple of hooks from Miller, Abdullah. Referee tells Miller just to watch the way he's mauling his opponent. Abdullah just waiting for Miller to commit himself, which he does, aims to throw a good right hand. Abdullah comes back with a chopping right to the side of the head, and then a couple of thudding body shots. And here, when he's mauling him around, okay, it might be close to infringing on the letter of the law, but he does physically look very strong for a featherweight.
Yeah, very strong. He's working well with that right hand. He's roughing Miller up on the inside. Body shots were going in very well, and he got through with a sneaky right hand over the top. Miller's now regrouped as they tie up again in the centre of the ring. The referee here is going to have his work cut out. He's going to have to work tonight as well.
We'll bring Gareth in at the end of the round, see how he's reading this one, but the favourite for this was Abdullah, and he's the one who's dictated clearly the first round, and I think he's had the better of the second as well. Looks like 2-0, Gareth.
Well, you both put your finger on it. Abdullah's a very powerful puncher, and his right hand is getting underneath the left elbow of Miller, and he's giving him difficult times. Miller really clinging on in that round, I thought, at certain points, because he wanted to smother the work of Abdullah. That sounds like a poem, doesn't it? Smother the work of Abdullah. And he's going to have to continue doing that. You mentioned Roberto Duran, by the way, on the other side of the ring. Manos de Pierda. We'll have a word with him later in Spanish over there. We'll do some simultaneous translation, Mr. Spencer Oliver. Tyson Fury was here earlier, by the way, with his brother Shane. Watching Walter Fury, another member of the Fury clan, the travelling gypsies, winning. But for me at the moment, Abdullah looks very powerful. I still think Nazim Hamed would have found holes in him though, wouldn't he?
Nazim Hamed found holes in just about everybody apart from Marco Barrera. Barrera eventually got the better of him, and what was it, 2001? Is it really as long ago as that?
Yeah, Nazim Hamed was only 28 years of age then, but I think it's fair to say that maybe the hunger had left Nazim Hamed then. There was weight troubles going into that fight as well. And you could see as the fight went on, the fight really had left Naz at that time. But in his prime, you know, you would have put him in there against any featherweight in the world for sure.
He was talk about people who are exciting and were crowd pleasers, and you're talking about Derek Chisora as a crowd pleaser. Naz really was. He had a presence and an ability and a fan appeal which really transcended the sport. One of the first, in a way, of the smaller men to really do that.
He really was, and we remember the old MEN Arena when Nazim Hamed topped that there a couple of times, and they were real memorable nights. They really appreciate their boxing here in Manchester. It really is a home of boxing, and they're going to appreciate it tonight. War Chisora, it's going to be emotional, it's going to be memorable, and we can't wait to get it on.
You're listening to Big Time Boxing on talkSPORT 2, our main event, which is Derek Chisora at the age of 41, fighting what he says is going to be his last contest here on British soil. That's against Otto Wallin, the New York-based Swede. That fight is going to be happening, we reckon, sometime after 10 o'clock. And be sure not to miss it, because Chisora fights, I can tell you, having watched so many over the years. Somebody said to me, how many times have you commentated on Derek Chisora? I honestly don't know that. I suppose I should sit down and look at the list and work it out. But it is a hell of a lot, and I've seen the vast majority of his entire career. And he's not always been pretty, he's been controversial, he's been difficult at times, but he's always been watchable, he's always been exciting.
Yep, fight 49 tonight for Derek Chisora. In the first 48, we've always had entertainment, unpredictability. What is going to happen tonight? He says that he's going to have his fight face on, his fight game on, and he's bringing the heat. There's no boxing going in here. He said he's coming, and he's coming to win. Otto Wallin is a very tricky customer. It's going to be a great fight.
This third round a little bit closer. Zach Miller boxing his way into it a wee bit more, and every time he lands, of course, there's a good right hand from Abdullah, which is totally ignored by the 10,000 or so who are already in here. But the local lad, the Manchester favourite, Zach Miller, when he does get into range and when he does make contact like then there's a real buzz of acclaim from the crowd.
Yeah, Miller had some good moments in this round. Slight changing of tactics here, where Miller now is starting to push forward. I told you the work rate, the output is always going to get better as the rounds go on.
Spenny, Abdullah is cut. Right eye. There's blood trickling down the right side of his face. I don't know if we can go into the corner and find out how bad that is. Let's see if we can get there. There's indications there that it was a head which scored it. Let's listen in.
Give me the adrenaline. The adrenaline bottle. You seen the back in?
Right? Yeah. Listen. You're starting to find it there, but you're overthinking it a little bit, right?
The bottle, it's in the bottle.
Your head movement, you touch.
Hold that.
You're starting to find him a little bit there, okay? But you're a little bit hesitant. Don't worry about the head clash. Don't worry about
I don't care about that. I'm gonna fuck him up.
Listen, stop overthinking it. You touch when you go in, roll under that fucking right hand. We know he's got two shots. Occasionally a left hook. Twitch and get under that right hand. But you got to twitch and go with your shots a little bit earlier, right? You started to find him and you'll find him more and more and more.
Okay.
But you got to believe it. You got to believe it. Let's go.
Well, sorry if you were upset by any of the language in the corner there, but you can tell by the voice and by the body language that they are worried by that, and a little bit of lack of organisation where they couldn't find the adrenaline bottle, something used to staunch the flow of blood and work on an injury. They seem to have done eventually a reasonable job. But now there's a real target there for Zach Miller. He's going to be trying to throw that right hand and aim towards the damaged left cheek and try and increase that damage.
Yep, the cheekbone cut there, and Abdullah comes out fast in this fourth round. He's come on the front foot and he's looking now to land the big right hands. I think the eye's swelling up a little bit as well, so this is a good moment for Miller, who doubles up on the jab. Second one lands.
Well, if Miller were to win this, it really would be a life changer for him. He's still working full-time, doesn't work full-time as a boxer. He's tonight in his 16th pro fight, and this is by a distance the biggest test he's had. And if he comes through this, it's kind of something of a cliche, isn't it, in boxing? But it's certainly going to have a big impact, if not on his entire life, certainly on his life in the next year or two.
Oh, absolutely. So important now. British Commonwealth titles, you know, really does step you up the ladder, and we know what's going on, you know, Saudi Arabia, and that's where all the kids now are trying to get on those Riyadh card seasons. They're trying to get on those, and Frank Warren is the man to do that. So it's all about impressing here. Good display of luminaries here at ringside. Talked about Tyson Fury being here earlier on. If you're just joining us, you maybe not heard us talking about Roberto Duran, who's over there alongside Frank Warren, the promoter tonight, and various members of his staff, and the top-ranked featherweight Nick Bull, who's over there, and Zach Miller and Masoud Abdullah. Abdullah seems to have settled down again into a bit of a rhythm, having maybe been put out of it in that last round when the head clash caused that damage to his left cheek. He seems to be settling down and boxing more steadily now. Or is it the right cheek, actually, where the damage is? Yeah, it's the right cheek, and the right eye is swelling up there as well. And I'm not sure if there's a little cut coming there as well, John. And there's a little sense of urgency coming from Abdullah now, who stalks forward, loading up with the right hands to the body and head. Miller responds well. He's going to have to be careful loading up and going for broke
this early in the fight. We're only in the 4th round, and being a British and Commonwealth title fight, this is a 12-rounder, so fitness, stamina, tactics, all the way down into the championship rounds are going to play a part. 1-2 from Miller, good scoring shots. Forward comes Abdullah, trying to work behind his left lead, misses with an overhand right and misses again with another attempted big left hook. And Miller maybe just a little bit more composed in that round. How did he score it, Spencer?
Yeah, Miller maybe just nicked that round. He was moving around the perimeter. He's using the space very well, just stepping out of range and landing a couple of good shots. The right hand was effective as well. Abdullah was the guy. There was a little
calm yourself down.
desperation in Abdullah's work there as he was coming forward. Right hand to the body, right hand to the head. But for me, the better boxing coming from Zach Miller.
Once again, some choice language coming out of that Abdullah corner. Incidentally, you're listening to Masood Abdullah against Zach Miller, Commonwealth title. Abdullah defending that, and the vacant British featherweight title here on Fight Night Live at the Co-op Live Arena here in Manchester, in partnership with USN, your partner in performance. Visit usn.co.uk. Imagine you have a bit of that, don't you, before you get on there?
Why not? Why not? Here we go, beginning of round 5. 2 rounds apiece on my card.
Yeah, it's a tight one. I thought this, well, I expected Abdullah to dominate, but maybe the injuries which he's sustained to the right side of his face have just put him out of his rhythm a little bit. Onto the front foot, tries to throw a chopping right. Miller gets inside, ties him up, and then uses his strength to push Abdullah away. He's not being physically dominated now, Zach Miller, not at all.
Yeah, Abdullah won clearly with the punch power, but Miller's now doing very, very well with his physicalities. He's pushing Abdullah back, trying to break the rhythm. Abdullah comes stalking forward again. He's looking for that big right hand. Miller moving well, hands held high.
Zach Miller, the English champion. He won that last June with a points victory against Louis Frimpong. Masood Abdullah, the defending Commonwealth champion. Miller looking to move forward. His first big televised appearance, this Zach Miller, and hoping to gain a few friends here by impressing in front of this big crowd. I'm told that there are something like 12,000 are going to be here by the time the main event's on after 10 o'clock. That's Derek Chisora against Otto Wallin, and it's great to see this splendid new arena, beautifully lit, and with so many in. Lot in, you know, often you go to these contests and there's acres of empty seats until you get round to the main event. Well, not this, because it's been sensitively and sensibly thought out by the matchmakers to provide interest right the way through. And here there's very big local interest for the Manchester man, Zach Miller, who's giving a good account of himself in these early rounds against Masood Abdullah.
Yep, nice work again there from Miller. Straight right hand to the body, followed by the left hook. Abdullah tries to double up with the jab, just falling short of that one. Another close round here. Good left hook lands again there from Abdullah.
Into the final minute of round number 5. We'll hear another viewpoint at the end of this round from Gareth Davis, who's sitting at ringside with us, providing his expert analysis as well, alongside the inimitable Adam Catterall, who's our presenter tonight. Here we move now towards the final 30 seconds of the 5th round, and there's a bit of a maul centre ring still, and the referee eventually says stop boxing and gets the action underway again. Not a lot between them, Spencer.
No, another close round here. Is really no one stamped their authority in this contest so far. Abdullah winning the first couple for me. Very close rounds. Miller winning the second couple. Very close rounds. Good right hand there. Good left hook from Miller. And that was a solid shot that just seemed to lift the legs there of Abdullah in another very close round.
Yeah, he clipped him. It was a decent punch, and there's the bell to end that round. And let's see how Gareth reads this contest so far.
Well, it's very, very competitive, and you'd expect so for the Commonwealth and British, vacant British featherweight titles on the line. I've been really impressed with Zach Miller, how he's worked his way into the fight, and also, though, how Abdullah's come back from that cut eye. He doesn't seem to be seeing that clearly for me. He's looking at just power shots now, rather than relying on his boxing. And Zach Miller's using the ring very well. Very, very clever stuff from Miller, who's not being hurt like he was in those early rounds, Spence.
Yeah, that's good work from Miller. He's utilising the space very well, going from left to right, working well behind the jab and just letting the punches flow. There's more of an air of desperation about Abdullah's work. Yes, that eye is cut. That does play on the mind of a fighter as well, but he just seems to be settling down again now. This fight is here to be won and lost in this second half.
And the cornerman in the Abdullah corner were a little bit slow in getting out of the ring. Have you got it actually at this stage? We're in the 6th round now, so 5 completed rounds.
Yeah,
how are you scoring it?
I've got Abdullah winning the first couple and Miller winning the next 3 in some very close rounds. It's going to be subjective. Someone's going to like something and someone's going to like something else.
That sort of a fight might be a little bit of dispute at the end of it, depending how the point scoring goes, assuming it goes the distance. And there's every indication in what we've seen so far that this could well go right the way down the stretch. Trying to land a left hand, Abdullah, and Miller on the back foot just skips away out of range and then waits for Abdullah to commit himself. Picks him off with a lovely left hand counter to the chin. Forward comes Abdullah, puds in a couple of body shots. Referee watching as there's a bit of a clinch and some holding on, and he has to split them, and it's Miller who gets the telling off.
Yeah, solid work there from Abdullah on the inside, whipped up the right uppercut that landed in a short, budding right hand, went in as well. Miller felt that. Good right hand back from Miller again. Action, swinging one way or the other, seesawing, but Abdullah having the better of this.
Abdullah just looks to me as though he's got the edge in punch power when they do get into the pocket, when they're trading, when they're going head to head. It seems to be Abdullah who's just by a little, not by a huge amount, the heavier handed. He doubles up on the jab, and he's then caught by a right-hand counter by Miller, who lands a right-hand, left-hand, and another really good straight right hand from Miller. Well-timed punch. Abdullah comes back, trying to work away on the front foot, trying to pile the pressure on. But there's a left to the body, good jab from Miller, who's boxing quite cutely here in the 6th.
Yeah, boxing very clever as we approach the 1 minute mark here of round 6. This is another close round. Abdullah throws a 1-2. Miller comes back with a better 1-2 of his own.
We're going to be going into the Zach Miller corner at the end of this round, when we'll be at the halfway stage. Steve Maylot's going to be the trainer who you'll hear speaking to his man. This is another good round, good close round, and I don't think there's a huge amount in it, but Miller just looks as though he's slightly edging him on boxing skills and maybe finding the speed and the slightly more unorthodox angles to find more meaningful punches. Here comes Abdullah again. Tries to throw a chopping right hand, then follows up with a right to the body and then a good left hand lead. He's got Miller in his own corner, trying to cut him off. Last 10 seconds of the round.
Yeah, another good close round for me. Abdullah may have done enough work in this round with them right hands, and a big right hand landed there, sent the sweat spraying from Miller's head. Great shot that, right on the bell, and maybe enough to win the round there. 3 rounds apiece.
Let's listen in to the Zach Miller corner.
Working like four, you've got to keep cool there, yeah, and then you've got to judge the distance to walking onto it. There's no thought in what he's doing now. All he's doing is plowing forward, yeah. So now's the time to catch him with your timing shot. You've got to lead the ref, he's just plunging in though.
Get desperate.
Yeah, got to get this round back now. I'm trying to get the momentum.
Step back.
No, you've got to start. Got to be better again down this round. Yeah. You want enough jabs in there, you want enough feints. Yeah. You step back and go. Control that lead when he jumps into it.
Talking about having more big promotions appear in this magnificent new arena here in Manchester, and I guess from that point of view, Frank Warren, who's sitting watching at ringside, wouldn't mind having a Manchester fighter in Zach Miller coming through and winning this one and being a man to put bums on seats.
Well, he's certainly got the style to do that. It is crowd friendly, TV friendly. Great heart, great courage, great determination. Miller's showing in there. 6 rounds gone. I've got this 3 apiece, and he's going to Who wants it most? That's what it's coming down to. Both guys here showing signs of wear and tear.
Carl Frampton watching somewhere up in the bleachers with the presentation of the television company covering this one, and I gather that he's got Zach Miller 4-2 ahead, which is maybe a little bit harsh on Abdullah, who's been on the front foot, forcing the pace as he is doing now. Good left to the body, tries to follow it up with an uppercut, was blocked by Miller, who's taken on the gloves by another jab, and Abdullah just off balance, pushed back, good right hand from Miller.
Yeah, speed from Miller there, just crept in there with a right hand as Abdullah stalks forward. The hands are now starting to drop, left hands down by his waist and carrying his right slightly low as well. And the extra speed here, he's got to be careful from Miller, who's still very tight and compact.
You're listening to Masood Abdullah against Zach Miller here on talkSPORT 2. It's all part of the build-up to our main event, possibly the final British appearance of Derek Chisora, and they've come out in their thousands here in Manchester to watch this. Good body shot from Masood, following it up, doubling up it up with a headshot, and now he's on the front foot again, tried to throw the left jab and then a clubbing right hand into the side of the head, but there's an untidy maul and the referee splits them, pushes them apart.
Yeah, Miller trying to push forward now, trying to get up with some shots, but this is a good little spell here from Masood Abdullah as he comes forward. Lovely 1-2 back though from Miller.
That was quality. Really nice right hand from Zach Miller, who's not a big one-punch power artist, as his statistics, stats I was supposed to be saying, confirm. Only 3 stoppage wins in his 15 victories, but he never stops coming, and he's right on the front foot now, and caught Abdullah with another solid right hand.
Yeah, the beautiful straight shots through the middle here as Abdullah stands above us, back against the ropes. Miller piling on the pressure and maybe doing enough to win this round so far, Miller. The consistent work.
Abdullah trying to find the clean shots and the weight of shot to force his man back, but he's caught by another really good straight right hand from Zach Miller, who fights out of the orthodox stance, and more than once in this round he's really scored telling right hands which have embarrassed Abdullah a little bit.
Yeah, lovely straight shots with speed and precision going through the middle. Abdullah's now trying to stalk forward, hands held high, he's trying to close that gap. He wants to draw Miller into a dogfight here, but Miller's not playing the game.
He's certainly not, and we're moving into the last few seconds of the 7th round, and it might be that Zach Miller has pinched another one here and might be edging ahead, Spencer.
Yep, just got Miller now creeping in front. It's been a real seesaw of a contest, action swinging one way then the other. The good start from Abdullah, showing his strength and using that strength early on, but Miller coming back in those middle rounds.
I've just got to tell you and interrupt there, sorry to do that, but Miller is cut on the left eyelid and having to work away repairing that, and is that going to be a factor?
Well, listen, both guys now have picked up sustained cuts as well. Who deals with it better? How do you get away? How do you get on with that? You just got to block that out of the mind. This now is becoming mental warfare in there.
Let's have a quick listen in.
Do this.
Round 8.
The main man has arrived in the arena, dressed in a dark suit, what looked like a trilby hat and his usual bandana.
And very, very emotional coming in there. He was crying up against the wall and crying in the dressing room. We said the emotions were going to get him, and let's hope that it doesn't get the better of his performances. It was always going to be that way with Derek Chisora, and he's gone early.
Well, we've seen people in tears in boxing rings before. I remember Oliver McCall, who's still fighting, incidentally, at the age of 59, would you believe? He was in tears in his second fight against Lennox Lewis in Reno.
Yep, he certainly was. Remember that and remember it well. I think there was a similar situation as well when he boxed Frank Bruno at Wembley Stadium. He was always that guy that showed a lot of emotions. Derek Chisora's not that guy, by the way, so Let's see if he can turn those emotions in the ring and produce one of his career best performances, because he's going to need that tonight, John.
Well, what his performance is going to be like, we will see. But I can guarantee that the reception he's going to get from this capacity crowd will be spine-tingling.
Yeah, it really will. He's become, you know, a real national treasure. Derek Chisora, he entertains, and that's what he does. Win, lose or draw, you know you're in for a good fight, and we're going to get it again tonight.
The Zach Miller corner's done a decent job on that cut on the left eyelid. The blood's not affecting his vision at all, and he seems to be okay. And likewise, the Abdullah corner have done a good job on that grazed and cut right cheek and the swelling around the right eye. Two guys now, and here we are in the 8th round, are bearing their scars, and it's tight, this one. We've got Miller just ahead, and he landed then with a good solid left hand to the body, which got shouts of acclaim from his own corner.
Yep, good work here from Miller, moving around the ring again, hands held high. He's staying very disciplined in there at the moment. Abdullah coming forward, looking for those big shots as he lets a right hand go to the body, just falls short. But Miller now moving around the ring so well, staying out of distance, left hook lands as well.
Abdullah thuds in 2 quality body shots, right up and the left hook, but there's a lovely right cross from Zach Miller, which landed flush on the side of the head of Abdullah, who comes back, goes toe-to-toe with Miller, trying to force the pace, trying to whack away with body shots, not able to find anything clean though, and it's just for me, Miller again in this round, who's perhaps just finding the clearer scoring shots.
Yeah, that's the difference at the moment, John. Miller, the one that's getting up for the shots first. Abdullah is the hunter, he's coming forward, he's got the heaviest shots, but maybe not landing as often as he would like, as frequently as he would like. Miller doing enough.
It's still one of those fights, though, which is a little bit tough to score because so many of the rounds are close. Let's see how Adam and Gareth have got it.
This is fantastic. Fantastic, fantastic action. I mean, we very rarely see a bad fight when there's British titles on the line, gents. Preconceived idea, I genuinely thought that Masood would be too much for Zach Miller tonight, but he has so impressed me, Miller, in this red corner. His mastering of range since round 3 onwards has been brilliant. He's been able to get out the way and get his work off. If he had a little bit more pop in his shots, I think it'd be a little bit more eye-catching. That's why it's probably so incredibly close. You could have it 4 apiece, or maybe him slightly ahead, 5-3 here.
It's a very close fight. If it goes like this all the way for 12 rounds, the judges are going to be split.
It's going to come down to conditioning, isn't it?
It is as well. And we were watching, Zach had a very tight weight cut, didn't he? He looked very tight at the weight by the weigh-ins yesterday at the National Football Show. But what I'd also add is, the more frustrated fighter in there right now is Masood.
I agree.
Not Miller.
I agree. Listen, it's a fantastic, fantastic fight. Back to you, boys.
There's a really good one to open our live action for you here on talkSPORT 2. And don't forget, you can watch along with us this evening. Head over to the talkSPORT Boxing YouTube channel or the talkSPORT app on your smartphone or smart TV right now to join us ringside here at the Co-op Live Arena in Manchester and sample some of the atmosphere and our take on what's going on.
Yeah, it's going to be great in here tonight. It's great right now, actually. There's a packed arena, which is quite unusual, as you mentioned early on, John. I think people are appreciating. We have a fantastic card of boxing here tonight, but Masood, Abdullah, Zach Miller, they've opened this show very well.
Next on the bill, it's going to be Zach Parker, who's fighting at light heavyweight tonight against the Frenchman, Mikhail Diallo. Parker, talented fighter who was upset with that surprise loss when he broke his hand in a contest against John Ryder back in 2022. Wasn't able to continue, and it was Ryder who got the big money-spinning clash against Canelo rather than Zach Parker, who'd been hoping that he'd be getting into real, genuine world title contention.
Yeah, that's the importance for Zach Parker tonight, to get himself there, to get his name in that mix. He needs to win, and he needs to win good tonight, and he says he's going to do just that.
Midway stage of the 9th round of this 12-rounder, Masood Abdullah defending his Commonwealth featherweight title, the vacant British title also at stake. The English champion Zach Miller, the Manchester man, is the one who's hoping he's going to be able to take both belts tonight. And there's not a lot in it, I tell you, but on my card, as Abdullah again's on the front foot, looking for a solid right hand to the body, which he finds. There's not a lot between them, but I reckon Miller's just about edging it.
Yeah, Miller's just maybe edging it on work rate as he lands a lovely crisp right hand through the middle there. Abdullah comes back with a good left hook of his own. Definitely the power punches coming from Abdullah, but Miller maybe just nicking it on work rate.
Abdullah's work, if you're going to be hypercritical, he's just been that little bit predictable. He's been walking in straight lines, jab, right cross, couple of body shots here and there, but for the most part, the more unorthodox and therefore sometimes the more effective work, such as now, when Miller scores 1, 2, 3 hooks to the body and fighting off the back foot as he lands them, showing his technique and his balance in being able to do that. He's just really, for me, I think, just landed the more scoring shots.
Yep, totally agree with that. It's becoming rough and physical in there now as both guys have just tied up. A tired, lazy left hook there from Abdullah. Is he starting to feel the pace? Still pushing forward, still trying, but maybe the more compact of the two at the moment, Miller, and for me, has just won another round.
Well, Miller, the marathon man, the long-distance runner, he's coming into his territory now. Goes back to his corner and listens to words of advice from Steve Mayland.
It's not bad, Zach, it's sound.
Well, listen to Steve.
Can't be giving 8 rounds away now, yeah? Need to get your second win now.
This is where I always come strong, innit?
Come on.
Hey, this is where that fitness, all that fucking hard training.
You get back on your boxing now, you get that jab going, you get your feet, you get your feet, yeah? Come on. Get back on that good shape, yeah?
But you've got to rob him as well.
Getting in and getting out.
You've got to rob him as well, mate. Yeah?
Come on. He's as tired as you. Yeah, get your boxing together. Now. Yeah, 3 rounds. Round 10 coming up, is it? Doing well, Zach.
Well, another voice you heard there, a familiar voice to Mancunian listeners, that was Terry Flanagan, a very good fighter in his own right a few years back, and still working out of that gym, and now is absolutely a key man in the preparation and training and tactical evaluation of Zach Miller.
Yeah, former world champion Terry Flanagan leading the corner there. He was saying exactly the right words to his man. He was actually telling him, you're letting these rounds go and you need to pick the work rate up. That's great advice there, because we actually think he's winning these rounds, and when the rounds are close and subjective, that's what you need to tell your guy to get that urgency out of him, and I think that's what we'll see here with Miller.
Well, Terry Flanagan, there was a tough fighter over many years. He might not have been the most charismatic interviewee, but I tell you what, get him inside those ropes and he could really perform, and did so on many an occasion.
Yeah, he certainly could. Here in round 10, with just 2 minutes to go on the clock, there's an urgency around Abdullah as he comes forward, working the body on the inside, getting very rough, tough and physical in there at the moment.
Who's going to be the stronger through these final rounds? Who's going to have what it takes to get up to the 12-round level, which is the cut-off point for British and Commonwealth title fights? Miller on the front foot, falls into Abdullah. Referee, who's been a busy man, splits them once more. Forward comes Miller with a couple of left hands, and Abdullah comes out of a clinch with a chopping right hand of his own. And he again now, at this stage, just looks for the moment as though he's finding the greater power in his shots.
Yeah, just starting to become a psychological battle in there with both these guys now, as they now can clearly see it's physically they're getting tired. Fatigue is definitely setting in here, John.
Abdullah fell backwards and was caught by a left hand from Miller as he did so, and now there's a clinch and they fall onto the ropes right in front of us, but somehow Abdullah manages to fight out of that clinch before the referee finally has to split them as they move into the 3rd minute of this 10th round, and the fight is getting increasingly untidy, and the referee's going to speak to both of them, I think, and say, look, come on boys, let's see some boxing, let's not see use of the head, and by the way, you're both at it, so just tidy it up.
This is what's happening here. This is becoming a dogfight now. The technique You know, all the technicability has gone out of this now. It's now becoming rough and tough about who wants it most, who can bite down on their gum shield the most. Abdullah, good right hand over the top, qualifying uppercut as Miller leans in, falls in on him.
Well, this is a shootout at the OK Corral now. They couldn't be doing any more. It couldn't be more blood and guts if it was taking it out on the cobbles outside the dog and duck down the local. It's that sort of a fight. They're really going for it now in the last 10 seconds of this 10th round. And again, they fall towards the ropes on the far side, hanging on to each other. Not been too many clear punches landed, in all honesty, in this round. Good right hand from Abdullah, last scoring punch, and another terrific, real red-blooded fight, red-blooded round.
It's physical, man. That's what I can say. It's just physical in there now. The psychological battle has begun. All the physicalities have gone out of them now. It's become a mental battle. 2 rounds to go in this contest. Masood Abdullah versus Zach Miller, Commonwealth, British featherweight titles on the line. Who's going to win it? For me, it's now become a 2-round fight. It's that close. This one's still all in the balance.
Could well be as close as that. The big one coming up. It's going to be Derek Chisora against Otto Wallin, who has also now arrived in the arena. You're listening now, though, to Masood Abdullah defending his Commonwealth title and going for the vacant British featherweight title against Manchester's Zach Miller at the Co-op Live Arena here in Manchester in partnership with USN. Perform, prepare and recover faster with USN Sports Supplements.
Yeah, referee brings both guys together here before the beginning of this 11th round, the penultimate round, and he's saying, listen boys, tidy it up. This is becoming rough, it's becoming physical. Don't make me work too much in there.
Well, he's told them that they're deliberately going in there with headbutts and he's not going to stand for it. Good left uppercut inside, knocked back the head of Zach Miller from Abdullah, who's starting this round the quicker. Body shots now come back from Miller. And again, there's an untidy clinch. This time the heads are not used. The temptation's there for both of them, though, because both have got damage around the eye, and heads, involuntary or voluntary, could still play a big part in the remaining, what, 5.5 minutes of this fight that we've still got.
Let me tell you how physical this is right now. Both these guys are running on empty. They've blown the gaskets have gone. It's now all become a mental battle. You can see that both guys want it. Abdullah lands a lovely left hook.
Not going to be just willpower which carries a man home now, though. 2 or 3 decisive shots in each of these rounds might be enough to catch the judge's eye. And that's what it's all about, because if it's as close as we suspect, then it might be that big punches in these closing rounds could prove decisive. Abdullah being told off for using his head as he came in head low in a clinch. Referee splits them. Good right hand as Abdullah came in. Right hand counter from Miller, and people are up on their feet around here. The Manchester faithful roaring on their man.
Yeah, there's a tired, weary look from Abdullah as he walks forward. You know, he's trying desperately to force the pace to try and win these last couple of rounds. The precision shots are coming from Miller, who landed a decent right hand earlier, and that might have been enough so far to win this round. Not a lot in it again, John.
Good right hand from Abdullah. No reaction at all from the crowd. He's not got many supporters here in Manchester, whereas everybody seemingly is roaring on the local hero, Zach Miller, as we move into the 3rd minute of this 11th round. A couple of tentative-looking jabs from Abdullah, and then a right cross. And another one, and nothing much back from Miller, who maybe was on the receiving end in that particular exchange, and he needs to find something special in the last 40 seconds of this 11th.
Yeah, big right hand went in there on the inside from Abdullah as well, who may be just stealing this round. 30 seconds left on the clock. Both guys desperately tired. The crowd are absolutely loving this one.
I wouldn't like to second-guess this one, because it really is that sort of a fight. It's going to be so subjective. It's what particularly appeals to each judge. Tim Loughran sitting right in front of Steve Gray on the other side of the ring. And the last 10 seconds now of the 11th round. Has Zach Miller done enough to stay with Abdullah in this round? I don't think so. Let's go into the blue corner and we'll hear now how they're getting there with Masood Abdullah. And I'll give a little preemptive apology for some language you may hear.
I don't want a fucking massive stepping 1-2 from moving behind 1-2-3 shots.
Okay.
When you're out here, fucking, by the time you get to him, your shots are this.
Okay.
They're not clean shots, there's no leverage. Yeah. You're out here, moving, touch, boom, boom.
Yes.
And try and get the fuck out, rather. If you get in close, he's going to tie you.
We need
get in close, he's going to tie you up. It's 20 seconds gone. So try and use it. Get in, get out. Get in, come back out. Try and double phase, okay?
Meanwhile, more measured approach in the blue corner where Terry Flanagan, former world champion, has been trying to rev up Zach Miller for the final 3 minutes, and this, Spenny, is very, very close indeed. I don't think it's very easy to split them. We may even be heading for a draw.
Yeah, this one is razor close as the 12th and final bell goes. I've got Zach Miller 1 point up here, but it could quite easily be the other way. This could be a one-round fight. Who wants it most? Well, we're just about to find out.
I told you there's likely to be some bad language in that Abdullah corner. There certainly was, so apologies. I have to say that if you're offended by it, it happens in boxing. And we go on with the action now in the final 2.5 minutes of this final round. Masood Abdullah and Zach Miller. Abdullah misses with an overhand right, trying to keep his shape, Zach Miller, and he's caught up as he falls in and gets caught under the right arm of Abdullah. Referee splits them for the umpteenth time as we move towards the 2-minute point in round 12.
Yeah, both guys fighting on empty now, you can see. They're both feeling the pace of this one. It's been a tremendous contest right from the opening bell, and the pattern continues. Masood Abdullah stalking forward on the front foot, looking for those big right hands. Miller moving around the perimeter of the ring, popping out the jabs. Do you go for the speed? Do you go for the power? Another close round here.
Another close round indeed, and there's no real telling shots coming from either man. Is somebody going to find it? They fall into each other. Right hand from Miller, caught Abdullah as he came in, and then he ties up Abdullah almost literally with a left arm lock, and the referee has to come between them.
Abdullah now taking the power out of the punches. He's trying to let the shots flow now. He'll be feeling that fatigue in the arms now, dropped now, down by his waist. And credit to Miller, he's keeping his shape here, hands still held high.
In towards now the final minutes of a gripping contest, both of them with eye injuries. Left eye for Zach Miller, right eye for Masood Abdullah. Miller, he's just raised his work rate a little bit in this 12th round, showing that supreme fitness for which he's famed. He landed a couple of body shots. Now it's Abdullah, back centre ring, misses with the left hand, right hand combo. Oh, he's landed a big right hand around the back of Zach Miller's head. Now what's the ref going to do about that? And I tell you what he's done nothing. That was a big punch he landed right round the back of his head.
Yeah, the referee amazingly just let the action continue, and Abdullah landed a solid left hook as well. Credit to Zach Miller, he's no complaints, he's just getting on with it. 22 seconds left in his 12th round. This is razor close.
Last 15 seconds could play a big part. Right hand to the body from Abdullah, right to the head from Miller, who's up on his toes, using his mobility to circle the ring. Forward comes Abdullah, lands a right hand and another one into the back of the head of Miller. Well, he gets away with it again, but twice for me there. He came outside the rules, but what a really good fight that was. But for me, not by much, but I think that Zach Miller might have done enough to take the title here. Really good performance and a really good fight.
Yeah, it really was. I had it. Miller 1 round up going into that last round. That last round was razor close. Do you go for Miller? Do you go for Abdullah? If you go for Abdullah, I've got it a draw. Maybe just led towards Miller. I think he might have just done enough. But I tell you what, guys, do not rule out a draw here.
I've got it 7-5 Miller, but I wouldn't be at all surprised if it was the other way. How have you got it, Gareth?
Absolutely the same as you guys. The last 2 rounds for me, I thought Abdullah came back really strongly. I thought his attacks were good. Zach Miller was fighting off one-punch combinations most of the time, not throwing 2s and 3s. The advice in the last 2 rounds from Abdullah's corner to throw 1, 2, 3s was really good. I'm the same as you guys. Wouldn't be surprised if it's a draw. 1 or 2 rounds either way for either of them. What a fight, though. British fights of the year so far.
Well, it's certainly one of them, and so often you see that, don't you? I think the British title fights are sometimes decried, but very often fights like this actually provide more drama and more excitement than the so-called big names and the headline acts.
I'll tell you what, listen boys, I've got it 6 apiece, I've got it a draw, right? And if it is 6 apiece and this comes out a draw, there'll be murders in this red corner because of those shots round the back of the head. He was warned early doors, was Abdullah, about the shots round the back of the head, and he did 2 big ones in that last round. You would not have ruled against the referee taking a point off him.
Well, I think he should have done.
And let me tell you why those shots were landing around the back of the head, by the way, guys. That Masood Abdullah was getting desperate. He knew it was close and he was possibly behind there, and in the moment, you just let the shots go. It's not intentional, it's just letting the shots go.
But they landed.
But
and
also,
they're illegal.
But also he frustrated Masood because he was holding all night as well, by the way.
Well, in a moment, we're going to get the result because Thomas Tribert has the piece of paper in his hand, and here we go.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 12 rounds of boxing, we go to the judges' scorecards. Judge Mark Bates scores it 114 to 114, even a draw. Judge Steve Gray scores it 115 to 114, and Judge Victor Laughlin scores it 115 to 113, both in favor of your winner by majority decision, and now both Commonwealth and British featherweight champion, Zach Miller!
What a performance from Zach Miller, a career best performance so far. There were certain points of that where he was boxing beautifully. I agree with you, Gareth. I do think Abdullah came on late. Like I said, I scored it 6. You listen to Fight Night Live on talkSPORT. We're at the Co-op Arena in Manchester tonight for Derek Chisora versus Otto Wallin. I'm Adam Catterall. It is a pleasure to be with you on talkSPORT 2. Gareth A. Davies is alongside me. We've just witnessed a fantastic fight in the featherweight division for the Commonwealth and vacant British title where Masood Abdullah and Zach Miller went at it toe-to-toe for 12 rounds, and it was Zach Miller that came out with a majority decision victory. He's jumped off into the dressing room area now to get himself showered up and no doubt off to celebrate with his fans. Fingers crossed we'll catch him for social media a little bit later on. Right now, Zach Parker is making his ring walk here in Manchester. He was originally scheduled to be fighting Willie Hutchinson. Willie Hutchinson very disappointingly got injured and therefore that fight fell off. Queensbury have managed to keep Zach Parker on this card. Michael Diallo, the Frenchman, is going to be across from him in the not too distant future. We are going to let that fight play out in the background. John Rowland will keep across everything that's going on with the man from Derby, and we'll dip in should there be anything of any real note for this fight with Zach. Whilst we get stuck into the other big topics from the world of boxing, Gareth, that have been going on this week. And there's loads of rumours, obviously, regarding fights. There's lots of fighters that are rumoured to be announcing fights in the arena tonight. So we'll be talking to them, no doubt, throughout the course of it. But the big story, no doubt about it, is obviously Canelo's 4-fight deal with Riyadh Season. Topsy-turvy week, roller coaster. We were going in one direction. We all thought we were off to the circus at one point, but we're back in the realms of real boxing. Great to see Turki Al-Sheikh speaking about this yesterday on social media, that Canelo Alvarez will be having a Riyadh Season fight in Saudi Arabia in May. In September, it's going to be Terence Crawford before we head on into 2026 and have 2 more, one featured in the first quarter of the year, the other featuring kicking off Riyadh season 2026. Really good news for boxing.
Really good news. I spoke to Frank Warren quickly before we speak about Canelo. Spoke to him yesterday, and on Monday when they announced the DAZN schedule, obviously Queensbury and Frank have now gone over to DAZN. All of his heavyweights, all 16 of them in that stable, will be featuring on massive fights. He told me yesterday, I can't reveal any of it, he said it's the best program we have ever put together at the beginning of the year. So stay tuned for that on Monday, where there's a press conference up here in Manchester. But the Canelo news and Turki Al-Sheikh shows what a master generally is, the most influential man in the sport right now, but also a brilliant diplomat. Because what he did was, in the course of the negotiations, which began at the Ring Magazine Awards, where we interviewed Canelo in London 3.5 weeks ago, what he did was he sat Canelo down, they got to know each other, they got rid of the middlemen, as Turki explained it, and then what he did was, when he was doing a 3-fight deal with Canelo, he sniffed a rat. And he sniffed the rat, which was May this year. Canelo was signing to fight Jake Paul. Turki Al-Sheikh doesn't want those kind of fights in his realm and on his watch. So he went back to Canelo. He got Canelo to flush Jake Paul out, the posters and the signatures and all those things we've seen on social media. And he said to him, no, if you want to do a deal with me and Riyadh season and we get you the biggest fights, we'll do a 4-fight deal. You can fight for us in May. You can fight for us in September, which will be Terence Crawford in Las Vegas. The other 3 fights will be Riyadh, and they will, I'm told, be Bruno Serras in May, the guy that knocked out Jaime Munguia the other day, upset of the year in 2024. And then next year, could it be Hamza Shiraz? Could it be Bivol again?
Could it be
but
David
it's
Benavidez?
It was a brilliant masterstroke and a move by Turkey to get him on a 4-fight deal.
No, listen, absolutely, and it's a wonderful look as well for boxing, because what would have been an absolute disaster for me, and I've said this a couple of times on talkSPORT this week, 2025, you just highlighted there, Frank Warren's about to announce his schedule. We know what Matchroom are up to, we know what Riyadh season are planning for the first quarter, and the way that Turki Al-Sheikh's speaking, this could be a sensational year for boxing. A year that we've been craving for a long period of time. The last thing we wanted, if we get to December of 2025 and we look back at the year that's just been, the biggest fight of the year couldn't have been Canelo versus Jake Paul.
Yeah, overshadowed by something that wasn't boxing.
Absolutely,
you know?
Absolutely.
Because
what we need is the eyes of the world on the proper sport, and Turki Al-Sheikh is taking us in that direction.
But what you have to add to that is Canelo would have had to play a script with Jake Paul to do it. He couldn't have gone in there and just knocked him out in 30 seconds.
100%.
It was a game being played.
100%.
He'd have earned 60, 70, 80 million maybe for it. But it's for the betterment of boxing that one of our #1 stars in the top 5 pound for pound in the world, one of the most followed boxers in the world, an absolute incredible legend and superstar, who's been a pro since 16, who's only lost to Dimitri Bivol and Floyd Mayweather, and who's kind of sailed along for a couple of fights and needed this, and maybe avoided David Benavidez, who's his biggest challenger, but too big for him in reality. But we are going to get 4 terrific fights. We're much better off seeing him beat up Bruno Serras for 7 rounds, and then we'll see him fight Terence Crawford, which is another fight of the century for me.
Listen, let me digest everything that you've just said there, right? Nobody's going to blame Canelo for choosing money at this stage of his career. Nobody's going to blame him for that, right? We all want certain fights for him, but given the fact that he's, 60 fights deep since he was 15 years of age, as you've said, multi-weight world champion, history maker in the 168-pound division for Mexico, all those things, he's ticked it off. He's going into the Hall of Fame, we know that. So if he chooses to go and have a dance at the circus with a Jake Paul, okay. It upsets us, don't get me wrong, but nobody's going to blame him for that. I'm absolutely delighted that Turki Al-Sheikh has got hold of the situation, and to be fair, I think Canelo's been quite wise as well with the negotiations, maybe playing a little bit here, doing a bit of masterstroke when it comes to the negotiation table, doing a little bit of leverage with Jake Paul, and getting himself the deal that he absolutely wants. Listen, he doesn't want his reputation to be tarnished. He doesn't want people to be speaking bad of him after building what he's built up. I think it's a brilliant, brilliant look for boxing that that Canelo is involved now with the Riyadh season. Now, going back to what you just said there about the fights, obviously in May, this is happening in Riyadh, which is unusual for Canelo because he's used to doing it in Vegas. Cinco de Mayo weekend, it's absolutely gigantic out there, so it's going to be interesting juxtaposition.
Will it be a 5v5 maybe?
Maybe, who knows? Who knows how this is going to play out, but I think it's great that he's a part of it. Now, I think there's a few options here, if I'm really honest. You just mentioned Bruno Ceres, right? Okay, he's got the upset knockout of the year against Jaime Munguia at the back end of last year. I think it's viable that could happen. I know that the other Charlo brother is being muted as well, a man that is... well, I can't remember the last time he had a fight, so therefore, does he actually...
So let's roll him out then.
Okay then. So the other one, which then makes September even more appealing, is William Skull. Now, William Skull is the IBF holder at the moment of the belt.
People don't know a lot about, but he's crept up there, hasn't
he? Of course, but you can market that as a unification fight, genuine unification
Makes
fight.
Makes him undisputed again.
Therefore, you get an undisputed situation. Now, that then brings us back to September. Terence Crawford. I personally look at this fight a little bit different because Crawford's coming up in weight. I think there's a massive weight discrepancy there. Yes, we're talking two lads of extreme profile, two lads that have done superbly in their own weight divisions. Is it the fight that I personally want to see? No, it's not. I want to see David Benavidez against Canelo. That's what I want to see. And hopefully, this 4-fight lineage will land us there at some point.
Listen, if Turkey wants it, he'll make it possible. Look, I wonder if he will have given Canelo some leeway, some sway, some power in himself in this, because Canelo can run to his own tune, we know that.
He's got to have at least 2 blockbusters out the 4 though, hasn't he?
Yeah, we've been saying it for the last 8 weeks. As we came into this year, 2024 was a 9 out of 10 year, 8.5, 10 out of 10 year. It sets up a 9.5 out of 10. We might get all the fights we ever wanted this year. It's totally possible. Ben and Eubank, Turki Al-Sheikh stepping in to make that happen. It's a nostalgia fight. It's a money grab, but it's also a fight that'll generationally bring in so many people. Canelo being in the group, if you like. Anthony Yard's over there tonight, by the way, on the other side of the ring, talking to Frank Warren right now. They've fallen out. They're laughing and joking with George Warren and Anthony Yard. This is a time when, if you want to work together,
get on the same
page. Fights will be done.
Yeah.
Let's have boxing unified, singing in unison, and making the great fights.
Now, listen,
I predict it now. It's going to be a 9 out of 10 year.
I think it's great news this week, Spence. I don't know where you stand at this. I was a little bit upset the fact that we could be looking at Canelo versus Jake Paul being the biggest fight, the most watched fight this year, when we've got the likes of Peterbia Bivol 2 already booked, we've got Dubois Parker coming up, we've got that fantastic card on Feb 22nd, and we're talking about these other fights that we've just been highlighting there. I think the move this week, whether he hijacked it, whether it was leverage, whoever, whatever, boxing won. Proper boxing won this week. It's fantastic that Canelo's involved in this scenario now.
Massively beneficial for the sport of boxing that we didn't get the fight with Canelo Alvarez, who's arguably pound for pound the best in the world. You're going to put him up there in the top 3 anyway, going in against Jake Paul.
There's a debate.
Yeah, you're going to put him in the
top 5. Top 5.
All right, let's go 5, wherever you want to go with it. But what I'm saying is everyone's going to have their choices on that. There's going to be people that put him in the top 3. What I'm saying is he's a class act, wherever you want to say it.
Absolutely.
Wherever it lands, right? One of the best. Do we want to see him when we get Jake Paul? What gives Jake Paul, hold on a minute, I want to go here actually.
Go on.
What gives Jake Paul the right, where do the rankings come in this, yeah, with the WBC and everything else, for Jake Paul to be able to box one of the best pound-for-pound fighters in the world? Yeah. Come on, guys.
It's an exhibition if
hold on a minute, G-Man. It puts boxing into disrepute if that happens, because I think there's fighters out there, they're working their backsides off to get the shot, get the opportunity, and Jake Paul, because he's got a huge YouTube following and a massive social media following, all of a sudden gets a shot,
money, mate.
Gets the opportunity.
Money.
I get that, but it shouldn't be that.
No, you're unsafe, right? It's an unsafe fight. If it's a proper fight, it's unsafe.
So for the sake of boxing, this is great news.
Fantastic.
Great news, and we now get the biggest fights. And by the way, Terence Crawford is a guy that I actually think can go up, and he's daring to be great, and I think he will be great, because I think he's got a great opportunity against Canelo.
I think he beats him on points. I think Spence's point is very well made, and as I said earlier on, Canelo would have had to play the game and be a fake boxer against Jake Paul.
You're right. He
wouldn't be able to go in there and be
There's
himself.
no way he could stop it whenever he wanted to stop it.
It was a money grab. It was simple as that. And he looked relieved on those social media outputs. Like him and Jake Paul are going back at it now, aren't they, on social media? Going back and forth. Jake Paul's a marketing genius, but Canelo's a boxing genius. Let's keep him as a boxing genius.
And when I say less safe, what I mean is less safe. No boxing bout is safe, we know that. I just mean a bout between Canelo, the discrepancy in skill level between Canelo and Jake Paul would have been absolutely ridiculous. There's no need for us to even go at that point right now. The beautiful thing for Canelo is, right, he's just done this deal with Turki Al-Sheikh, 4 fights, probably getting paid a boatload of cash. Once he's done all that, the Jake Paul fight's still on the table for him. If he wants to go and have his exhibition later on, mate, he can still do that later on.
Yeah, but he should do that when he's 40.
Yeah, absolutely.
Listen, there's a place for Jake Paul and what he's doing, and I get it, and boxing being the umbrella of all that and bringing new fans into the sport, etc., etc. All right, look, listen, let him fight the old granddad in Mike Tyson, the 60-year-old man, and this is great. WWF/boxing/entertainment.
Yeah.
That's what we get, and it's a chance for Tyson to earn a bundle of money, Jake Paul to earn a bundle of money, but leave the real boxing alone. But leave it to the real men.
And also to add to that, when there's super fights out there still for Canelo that we're talking about,
absolutely,
and there's loads of them. We've got Hamza Shiraz potentially against him for us. Another UK guy for him to fight. Beterbiev, Bivol, the Benavidez fight, the fight with Terence Crawford. There's 5 fights that are all defining.
So in 2026, right, so we think we know where we're going first up, right? So let's say we unify the division and we get William Skull first up and then we get Terence Crawford next, okay? So 2026, we're going to know what the situation is with Beterbiev Bivol. Is there then step up to 175 on the cards for Canelo? There's also an opportunity because we know that Hamza Shiraz is a big favourite of Turki Al-Sheikh. Could Hamza step up to 168 to take on a Canelo?
Yes, definitely a 168.
Okay.
Definitely.
And here's another one. Could Chris Eubank actually get into this conversation as well?
Do you know what, mate? Do you know where I see this happening? And it's been public outcry, and this is why it has to happen. We have to get the Benavidez fight because Canelo's falling into that. He's falling into that ground now where you're going.
Is that the third one or the fourth one? Does Benavidez come at the end of this?
Yeah, I think he comes at the end of it. Whether that lands 3 or whether that lands 4. But what I'm saying is, guys, when we're talking about modern eras, legacies, right?
Yeah.
Canelo has to fight this dude.
Yeah,
it has to happen, and Benavidez has to be that guy. Turki Al-Sheikh always talks about wanting the best to fight the best modern eras, and he will make that fight happen.
Unless Beterbiev beats Bivol for a second time in a couple of weeks, and we're out there, by the way, in Riyadh for that massive event where Daniel Dubois, where Daniel Dubois fights Joseph Parker. Unless Benavidez gets mixed up in the Beterbiev fight and goes that direction.
But what I'm saying is, regarding that scenario, what you've just highlighted there, regardless of the result, there's a real chance that Beterbiev might retire or belts become vacant and things go up into the sky. I think that Canelo versus Bivol, Canelo versus Benavidez could be a vacant world title fight at 175.
Yeah, but I don't believe Canelo should be forced to go up and fight a 175. It's a step too far for him, in my view.
Why is it?
Because he's not a 175 fighter.
Guys, I think there's more value in Benavidez.
No, there's value in the fight.
More
make
value.
Benavidez come down to super middle to fight him. That's my view.
Yeah, but
and that might be his bargaining tool.
But also from a Canelo point of view, he hasn't achieved the light heavyweight thing yet, has he? You know, I know.
Well, he's done the Kovalev, hasn't he? He's been up there, but only against a shot guy.
He got schooled by Bivol, though. Let's have it right. He's too small.
Too strong.
Too small for light heavy.
That's what I'm saying. So his bargaining tool should be to get Benavidez down at least to the catch weight, so that he's not a big man.
You know how I feel about these catch weights and rehydrations and all this type of stuff. Come on, my man, have the fight. What's the matter with you?
No, have the fight, yes.
G-Man's open the lock, isn't he? He's gone there. Catman's off.
Touched me on the way. But what? All in all, we've all got big smiles on our faces because this is a wonderful, wonderful move from Turki Al-Sheikh. I love the fact that we've spent so many years listening to promoters talk. Some come off, some don't come off. Business is this, business is that. People go off in different directions. This fella just don't mess about.
No, but
if he wants it, he just goes, Wallop, there's the cash, let's rock and roll.
We saw it a month ago when Ben and Eubank were arguing over who was the A-side, 55-45. And he went, hang on a minute, guys.
How much?
Sit in your lanes. come and deal with me separately. We'll get the fight done. And I've just done the cover story for Ring Magazine today, written it. Done an interview with Ben. Eubank I couldn't find. Those guys are getting paid by Turkey. It's the first Ring Magazine event. It's going to sell out Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. Another big event we're getting this year. Why? Saudi Arabian investment and Turkey El Sheikh.
Do you want to go and interview some people that are ringside?
I'll go and have a chat with some of the boys.
Go and get yourself
I might go and chat to Roberto Duran.
Let's do that.
Manos de Piedra.
Let's create a little bit of atmosphere on the show because Roberto Duran is here. I want you to try and get your hands on Liam Cameron as well because there's good noise that early April, him and Mr. Whittaker are running it back, and that's going to be in Birmingham. So stick it on him. Let's find out what the crack is there and when that fight's happening. I also want to know why Anthony Yard sat there next to Mr. Queensberry. That would be absolutely fantastic. Has he done a deal? Is he back in the mix? Is he going to be keeping an eye on what's going on between Buatsi and Smith? That's a fight that we absolutely are looking forward to on Feb 22nd. And to see Anthony Yard back alongside Frank Warren is really pleasing, Spence, because listen, we don't know the ins and outs of the conversations as to why it came to an end and why they fell out or whatever it may be. But for me, I look at the way that Frank managed Anthony Yard's career and I thought he did a flipping good job and he got him to wherever he wanted to get to. And now that he's riding with Turkey Al Sheikh and Riyadh season, I thought Anthony Yard would be a perfect fit for some of these fights.
Absolutely, there's huge fights out there for Anthony Yard. You know, he's explosive, he's exciting, he puts bums on seats. People like to watch him, crowd friendly, all of it. Ticks all the boxes. We need him out there, we need him in the mix. You know, the light heavyweight division right now is thriving. Anthony Yard has to be a part of that. You know, we need the Yard Buatsi fight. Come on, man. Like Frank Warren, you know, he can make that happen. I know Yard was doing a fight-by-fight deal with Boxer and Ben Shalom, but the door's open. Come on, man, we want Buatsi, don't we?
We do. Well, listen, I want all of these fights. Listen, before we get to Gareth Ed Davies, who's gone off ringside to go and speak to the who's who, let's just get a quick update from John Rowland, because he's keeping an eye on this Zach Parker fight. I look up every 2 minutes, John, and it does look a little bit scruffy at times. How's it playing out, mate?
It's a fairly unremarkable fight so far. Zach Parker's won the 3 completed rounds to date. We're into the 4th. I've given everything to Zach. The Frenchman is cut around his right eye. That happened in the 3rd round, and that's slowly worsening. Parker, I think, although he's not looking very pretty in the process, he's switch hitting effectively and he's steadily racking up round after round. And as we look at Diallo looking in our direction, that damage around his right eye and also the nose now is worsening, and Parker again gets in with a solid right hand. Diallo landed with one of his own, but the power shot came from Parker, and I wouldn't be surprised if this were to finish in the next 2-3 rounds.
John Rowland, thank you very much. Keep us up to date with what Zach Parker's getting up to right now in his replacement opponent, Mikhail Diallo. Gareth Ed Davies is with Liam Cameron. That's what I sent him first, so let's get the lowdown. April, early doors, Ben Whittaker rematch. Talk to me, Gareth.
OK, they're just thrown to me from the studio over there ringside. I'm with Liam Cameron. How are you, first of all?
I'm good, thank you. Very well.
You look very well. Up close, your skin looks fantastic as well. You've been in the gym a lot?
Been in the gym a lot. I've sparred Callum Smith. First spar back, did good. I'm always in that gym.
Do you beat him up or not?
No, it's a nice spar.
I think he'll be a world champion one day.
Yeah, definitely.
Are you going to be a world champion one day? Your amazing story.
I don't think so, but I'll do my best.
But you're going to beat this guy who you had a weird fight with in Riyadh a few weeks ago. What's your feelings looking back on that, first of all?
Everything's come good out of it, to be fair. I can't even go to the toilet now in this venue. Everyone keeps stopping me for photos. I've never had that before. I'm getting ringside access to shows. I'm living life good.
So what is happening? Are you going to get your rematch or not? Are they keeping him away from you?
Well, we'll have a fight announcement very soon.
And is it going to be him?
I don't know yet. We'll have to find out. I'm sorry.
I'm looking into your eyes. It is going to be him, I can tell. I'm reading your mind right now. But you're out about April time?
Around that time, yeah. My manager, Leighton, has said around April time. I'm constantly in gym, so... Big announcement. It's a big fight, massive fight. Everyone will talk about it. And that's all I can say, really.
Is that one of the fights that's going to be announced on Monday with this whole tranche of events and schedule that Queensberry are putting out?
I don't know. Lee Eaton has not told me anything about Monday.
Just tell people what boxing's done for you in your life, because just talk to us about, give us your Hollywood story in about 30, 40 seconds. Talk to us about the things that went wrong in your life. And like you just said, where you are now, you can't walk down the street without being recognised. With that lovely beard, you got your hat, you got your look. Tell us how it all began and from there to now.
So, boxing changed my life, kept me out straight and narrow. We're doing well, become a Commonwealth champion. Then bang, out of blue, I got banned for a non-performance enhancing drug. Boxing ruined my life. I were alcoholic, doing all sorts, become fat, obese, stage 2 blood pressure. Then boxing saved my life again. And I'm here now, getting everything I can out of boxing. And I think I deserve it, to be fair. I've done everything in my power to get here, and it's paid off, so I'm grateful for boxing.
You've got a very happy vibe, and I also know when you get in there, though, you're a very happy warrior as well.
Yeah, you gotta be. I like fighters what are warriors. Chisora, you've got your Arthur Beterbiev. I like them kind of fighters. They'll get in there, win, lose, or draw, and they'll give it their all, and that's what I'm about.
We're all here for you and others tonight. We're here for all our boxing fraternity and sorority. We're all here as well for the last dance of Derek Chisora. You'll become an iconic folkloric figure if you keep going on like he's become in British boxing.
Yeah, definitely. I might not be a world champion, but I'm the people's champion, and I love that, and I'll take that all day long.
People's champion Liam Cameron, back to you guys.
Cheers, Gareth. Liam Cameron there, chatting ringside with Gareth Davis. Listen, I know that they weren't forthcoming with a bit of information. I don't care. I'm going to tell everybody what the crack is, what's going on. But first and foremost, what Liam was just alluding to there, he's had an extremely tough time. Some of it self-inflicted. Obviously, he got a 4-year ban for a non-performance enhancing drug. He got caught with cocaine, so therefore he ended up getting a 4-year suspension from UK anti-doping. He served that suspension, he's come back, and he struggled. He struggled to get promotion, he struggled to get television. The Riyadh season card against Ben Whittaker was probably his first massive opportunity. He fell short. He got a fight against London Arthur and fell short, and then he got on that. Lee Eaton's done a wonderful job managing him, and he's pointed him in the right direction. He's got him on that card. And we all know how that fight played out. We had 4 rounds. It was very nip and tuck, very, very tight, and obviously at the end of it, we had that controversial ending where Ben Whittaker couldn't continue through injury. Now, I've been very vocal about this situation, and I've been coming at it mainly from a Ben Whittaker point of view. Ben Whittaker has to rematch Liam Cameron. Given the fact that the way that fight ended, in my opinion, he has to rematch him. And I'm glad now that we are heading in the direction of getting that rematch on. I know there's been a little bit of chat back and forth about offers from different promotional outfits and different television companies, of which I've been vocal on. I know that Lee Eaton did speak to Ben Shalom, and maybe the first offer wasn't necessarily where they all wanted to be at. Queensberry valued that fight a little bit higher. They made their offers, and therefore there was a back and forth, and they couldn't come to the right agreements in order to make that fight. But now I believe that Ben Shalom has come up with the right figures that pleases everybody, not just Liam Cameron, but his own fighter. That's who he's got the priority over, Ben Whittaker. And we're getting that fight on now. Ben Whittaker versus Liam Cameron, rematch. I'm being told that it's in April. I believe that they're going to announce it for the Midlands in Birmingham, which would be absolutely fantastic, which is in and around where Ben Whittaker is from. It's fantastic that it's, with all due respect, not on a Riyadh season card. The British fight fans can get stuck into this, because, Spence, I think the British fight fans have actually fallen in for that fight. They want to see, they want to know whether Ben Whittaker is what everybody keeps telling us that he is. And Liam Cameron, first time round, was making a good fist of that. Can he build on that first fight, and can he actually upset the uppercut and get a legitimate win?
Listen, the jury's still out on that fight, and the way that it ended, and the controversy surrounding that fight, the way that Ben Whittaker went out the ring. Did he pull Liam Cameron out with him? Did he hurt his ankle? He was saying it was knee, then it was his ankle, then it was his back. What I'm saying is the jury's out, so by public outcry, we needed to see the fight again. Thankfully, yes, we are going to get the fight again. It's a chance for Ben Whittaker to right the wrongs of that last contest, but it's also a chance for Liam Cameron to elevate himself to another level. He's going to get a career best payday, and that's what it's all about. We've heard him just speaking there. Very infectious, very nice young man, who's now got this huge opportunity, and fair play to him. He's now got to go and take it with both hands against a guy that was being billed as the next superstar of British boxing.
Now listen, just to a quick one before we go back to Gareth. Listen, a little bit of hats off to Ben Shalom, because I was critical of him a couple of weeks back. And by all accounts, he's gone back to the table. He's dotted the I's, crossed the T's. He's come up with the figures that make sense, and he's managed to get that fight over the line. So I believe that that's going to be announced this week. So the British fight fans have got something to look forward to. Where Ben Whittaker will be back, and he will be back against Liam Cameron. That's the right fight to make, and it's a fight for us all to get extremely excited about. Now, am I right in thinking that Gareth A. Davis is with Francis Warren?
I am indeed. I'm here with a very, very smart, suave-looking Mr. Warren, Francis Warren, tonight. Why are you looking? You smell good, and you look fantastic, by the way.
Thank you very much, sir.
You've been putting the work in since the turkey at Christmas, haven't you?
Well, I had to. I had to, mate. You know, I hit 40 this year, so it's about time to get my act together and start looking after myself properly.
Now, I dragged you out of the VIP row.
It hits us all at some point, doesn't it?
It does. I've just dragged you out of the VIP row where Joe Cordina, Delicious Ori, Anthony Yard, Joe Joyce, your father, Spencer Brown, and your brother were all sitting there. George and Frank, who I'm referring to there, managed to get you out of prize you out of the row for a moment. It's an amazing start to the year, first of all, Francis, isn't it?
Absolutely, absolutely. I mean, tonight, you're sitting in Manchester, you've got 11,000 people in here, saying a final farewell to a fantastic servant of boxing in Derek Chisora, and you've obviously, and it's just, boxing is just so much fun to be in at the moment, and it's just down to people working together.
You said it, because we discussed Canelo and Turkey just a minute ago on air, but with the enthusiasm of schoolboys in a sweet shop, or schoolboys with those cards that we used to collect. Look how Turkey dealt with that for a start. Look how he helped Conor Ben and Chris Eubank fights come together.
Yeah, I mean, Fury and Usyk was supposed to happen 2 or 3 years ago. I mean, it's twice last year. Bivol Beterbiev, twice in the space of a year. You've got terrific cards being put together, but it's also giving a platform to the likes of Nick Ball, Hamza Shiraz, to elevate them from being on shows where they'd be well showcased in the UK, but being showcased on a world stage in massive fights. And I think that's where boxing maybe has shifted its mentality, is that if you're good enough and you've had the right upbringing in your amateur career, and you've been carefully looked after by your coaching team, your management and your promoter, and your first sort of 10, 15 fights, you can make that jump a little bit quicker now.
Let's get between the lines a minute and talk about Moses Tauma, the guy whose name is on all of our lips as a coming force in the heavyweight division. Are we going to have an announcement about him on Monday on this schedule?
It's not going to be Monday, but there certainly will be an announcement forthcoming in the next couple of weeks for Moses. We've got it's going to be a fantastic announcement, a fantastic fight for him, and watch this space for the next coming of the
takeover
of the future.
People are teasing Kubrat Pulev, Filip Hrgovic, Justice Heeney. Am I on the right track or not? Tom Schwartz?
I think Tom Schwartz is a no.
OK, that's good to hear.
Schwartz is a no.
Because we were all whispering that it was him.
I can rule a few out. But, those 3 names you mentioned, Heeney, Wallin, Hrgovic, not Wallin, sorry, Hrgovic, Pulev, Wallin and Heeney, they're 4 names that if you could tick them off this year, what a great year that would be. And what a way to set himself up for entering into no disrespect to those 4. If he can beat those 4 guys now, there's nothing stopping him taking on the big boys next year.
And you're looking after Delicious Ori, got a terrible decision at the Olympics in Paris, in my view. Got absolutely, if I can use the word robbed, I don't use it very often, but I really do think it was a robbery at the Olympics. How far can this kid go? I forgot how big he is. He is a massive unit, and he's Eastern European, and is it Nigerian or Jamaican?
Listen, he's an absolute specimen of a man, isn't he? Technically brilliant. And it just goes to show you the warning of staying in the amateurs for maybe that little bit too long. Stayed on for that cycle of the next Olympic Games, and you get screwed over. And I'm not a believer in the Olympics at all. I think it's, obviously, and neither is the Olympic Committee anymore, because they're going to scrap it. And I just would encourage any youngsters looking to turn pro, whether they're thinking about going to the Olympics, Team GB or whatever it is worldwide, just have a real look at Michael Conlan's decision, Derishora's decisions, because there is a massive red flag when it comes to amateur boxing at the Olympics.
Listen, I made the point about Derishora's heritage just now because we have so many great combinations. You look at Moses, Slovakian, and Nigerian as well, his father. So that combination of an Eastern European and an African or a Caribbean as a heavyweight seems to be the kryptonite for everyone.
And to top it up, you grow up in Chatham and Birmingham, and then it just tops it off, doesn't it?
There you go, brilliant. Great to see you, Francis. Have a great night. Thank you as always.
Thanks, mate. Cheers.
Francis Warren there catching up with Gareth A. Davies. This fight is still going on, John Rowling. We're in the middle of between rounds 7 and rounds number 8. How's that getting on?
Well, it's a 10-rounder, this one, and it's not going too well for Zach Parker at the moment. His cuts, they're having to work on that in his corner, and more than that, he's just losing his shape a little bit, and Diallo has kept at it despite being outboxed and outworked in the early stages when Parker looked as though he was going to run to an early stoppage win, but he's dug in there, bitten in on his gum shield, as the cliche goes, and he's fought back, and I reckon he's won the last couple of rounds, and if he wins the last 3, there's a very real possibility that he might yet beat Zach Parker, and that would amount to a sizable upset if he were able to do so. And Parker has got a nasty cut over his right eye, he's got a cut down the bridge of his nose as well, and he looks a bit of a mess in there, and the visible evidence of the destructive power of his punches in this fight is surely going to inspire Diallo, who is looking perfectly as though he believes he's capable of springing a sizable upset here.
John, thank you very much. Keeping an eye on everything Zach Parker's getting up to. Remember, it's a replacement opponent for Zach this evening. Obviously, the disappointment that Willie Hutchinson isn't stood across from him. It was probably the fight of the night, Zach Parker versus Willie Hutchinson, but it fell off. Still to come this evening, we've got Jack Rafati and Rhys McMillan. They're going to be going at it for the British and Commonwealth Super Lightweight title. Nathan Heaney's going to be in the ring at some point as well, and then the main event, the last dance, he keeps telling us, but it's Derek Chisora taking on Otto Wallin. And that might be happening over on talkSPORT. We will keep you up to date with our switches over. We know that the FA Cup is in full flow at the moment. We are subject to extra times and penalties and all those types of things before we cross over networks. But right here on talkSPORT 2 and across the YouTube channel. Hope you're enjoying it. Make sure you get stuck into the comment section. The topics are flowing when it comes to the world of boxing, and we will be bringing you some live stuff very, very shortly. Now, obviously, you can feel that the atmosphere is just rising up a little bit because Zach Parker's just putting it on. But his French opponent is a very tough guy, and he's just riding the storm right now. Now, Gareth, I'm going to put it on you. I'm going to throw some rumours that are circulating that might actually come to fruition next week. You've just been speaking to Francis Warren about what might happen for Moses Atauma, and we've heard the rumour that Queensberry are maybe putting together an epic card of heavyweight action, because let's be honest, when we think heavyweights, especially British heavyweights, Queensberry have mopped up that division. They've got all the premier guys, bar Anthony Joshua, they've got all the premier guys in their stable, and we want to see them out. We want to see them out in competitive fights. We are hearing some serious noises for some of the big heavyweights, and one fight that they're linked to is a man that is sat right across from us right now in Joe Joyce, possibly having a dance with Dillian White.
Well, Joe Joyce is here, so he's here for a reason, and he'll be staying till Monday, I'm sure. Joe Joyce, Dillian White is a tremendous matchup. And as I said,
it makes sense, doesn't it?
It does make sense.
It feels like it makes sense at this stage of their careers.
It does, absolutely, because neither man is they're both in a netherworld at the moment. They're both in limbo in lots of ways. And one of the things that a great performance from either of them can propel them into a fight with, say, an Anthony Joshua.
Do you think?
They look fantastic, yeah. If Tyson Fury, who was across the way from us earlier, doesn't emerge back into the sunlight and into the public again for several months because he wants to take time out. As Derek Chisora told us this week, leave him alone, he's had a long, hard career. Grieving is what you go through when you lose. He didn't believe he lost to Usyk twice. Obviously once was a split decision. So I think what we will see on Monday, I can't break the news here on talkSPORT tonight. It's under embargo, a lot of it. But all those heavyweights, Fabio Wardley, David Adelaide, Derek Chisora, all these guys are going to be featuring, all those heavyweights are going to, Moses Tauma, they're all going to be featuring on big cards, be it 5v5 here in the UK or on the Riyadh season events in the upcoming 5 months.
Exciting times, because as we've just pointed out, some of the names that you just highlighted there are hot upcoming contenders that could really go on to dominate this division for a long period of time. But there's also that nostalgic effect. I mean, tonight, let's be dead honest. Tonight, Derek Chisora taking on Otto Wallin. I know that they'll stick trinkets on it and they'll stick monikers on it of what it means with IBF and all this type of stuff. Let's be dead honest about it. I personally don't think that the winner of tonight is going to go on to fight for a world championship at any point.
Well, I hope not, because Derek shaves my head, doesn't he, if he becomes a world champion? That ain't happening.
But there's a nostalgia, there's a fun element to it.
There
it
is.
Feels like the matchup might make a bit of sense, and that's why when I highlight a fight like a Dillian Whyte and a Joe Joyce, with where they're at in their careers right now, I think matchup-wise it works. I don't know what it means going forward and what they can actually get off the back of that. I think maybe a few other little pieces need to fall into place.
Well, they've both got unfinished business with Joseph Parker, for example.
Parker's miles ahead of the pair of them right now.
He is now, but remember, Joyce has got a victory over Parker that Parker would love to avenge. Let's say Joe Joyce knocked Dillian Whyte out, and Parker's got to sit out for a while if he loses to Daniel Dubois on February the 22nd. That's not a bad fight for him to get his revenge. He talks about it. It gnaws away at him that Joe Joyce in that purple patch he had knocked him out. We were here in Manchester.
Yeah, it was a great fight.
For that. It was a terrific fight. Like you say, though, he's a bigger man, he's a different character, he's fully mature. He's still only 33. That's what's incredible. You make the point. This could be the year. It's, you know, Salvete to Tyson Fury, Alexander Usyk potentially, Joe Joyce, Dillian Whyte, Derek Chisora, and others. Zhilei Zhang is refusing to go, even though he's 40. He might break George Foreman's record and do it older than 46. You never know. But there's a new guard coming, and there's an old guard sliding away. And you're talking about great old guard fights. When Holmes and Norton and some of these guys fought in the 70s, it wasn't always for the world title. You know, they weren't always the Alis, the Frasers and the Foremans. Some of the other players had amazing fights as well. We've seen it here with Derek Chisora and Dillian Whyte. It's a fight we'll never forget. They were bent over double, remember?
Yeah, it was a great fight.
At the end of that fight, avoiding each other's punches. Neither had enough left to finish the other off in the last 2 rounds of that fight. We are in. I don't care what anyone says. Go put your comments on our live stream. We are in a halcyon period for boxing right now, and it's here to stay. It's all being set up now for the next 2, 3, 4 years.
It does feel, Spence, that there is a bit of a changing of the guard in the heavyweight division, because like the fight tonight, the fight that I'm alluding to there between a Dillian Whyte and a Joe Joyce, I'm personally not in my head got them in the picture for maybe challenging at the very top of the tree. I think there's a new wave coming through with obviously Daniel Dubois, the leader of that new wave. Joseph Parker's obviously on a resurgence. He's getting his opportunity against him, rightfully so. I'm a champion of that. Meritocracy should rule. The winner of that maybe should then rules on and gets towards Alexander Usyk. But you've also got a Bakoli and a Jagba doing their thing. Kabayel's doing his thing. You've got Jolalov. I know he should have fought this week, but he ended up getting ill and not fought on Thursday night. Moses Atauma maybe just behind them in age-wise. It feels like there's a new wave in the heavyweight division coming through.
Absolutely, it's a changing of the times. You know, you talk about Joe Joyce and Dillian Whyte. I think that ship sailed, guys. I don't think that they get world title shots again. Yeah, all right, you're looking at the fight and you're saying that fight will get announced, and it's a good fight at both of these. Yeah, it's a good fight at both of these stages of career. Genius matchmaking, really, because they were names that we were talking about. Joe Joyce at one point being the next guy to take over. You know, after he knocked out Joseph Parker back in September 2022, you looked at that and go, this could be the new guy to take over. All of a sudden, a couple of losses to Zhilei Zhang, and he's sort of out of the picture. Hasn't looked the same since. Lost here to Derek Chisora. You know, he lost to Derek Chisora in July, and you just look at it and you just go, you know, he's fallen off the wagon a little bit. And realistically, Joe Joyce, Dillian Whyte, their best days are gone. Great matchmaking, but forget about putting them in the matchmaking for any sort of form.
Top 4 or 5.
Any world title.
Even a Fabio Wardley. Wardley and Moses Talma are arguably, I know you won't agree with me.
Apologies, I missed Fabio's name out. I think he's been one of the real
Fabio
rising
Wardley
stars.
is 9 or 10 in the world right now, in my view.
Yeah.
In any independent rankings, the things he's done, the things he's delivered, the way he's sustained his doggedness, the improvements in him, he's got a certain way of fighting. I know we argue about Moses Talma a lot, Spence, but I think what he's got, he looks like he's in the top 10, 12 in the world already.
Well, he's ranked number 1, isn't he, with the WBA? He's got an opportunity maybe to fight someone like a Pulev.
For the interim.
Absolutely, and I think there's a fight that Turki Al-Sheikh's made clear that he would like to make. That could be the fight that happens next. Pulev would be a great fight for Moses Talma because he does go...
Wardley, I was talking Wardley.
For Wardley, or Moses. What I'm saying is, them sort of fights, you can understand that. I think the idea for Moses is, though, not saying, Gareth, that I don't think he's good enough, because I think he's going to be the next heavyweight superstar without a doubt, and I think he reigns for a long time. And the only reason he reigns for a long time is all about timing. He's still very young, 20 years of age, and I think just give him another 18 months, let him simmer a little bit, pick up that experience, and he goes on and he wins a world title and he dominates for a long time.
But going back to Fabio Wardley, he's a really interesting pawn, or even rook or knight, in that Game of Thrones right now for me. For what
he gives
Frank
any
Warren's
of them
got
trouble, by the way.
Exactly. And maybe, I don't know whether we overrate him or not, Martin Bakole, who we're not talking about, who we had to rule out fighting Anthony Joshua after your brilliant interview with Ben Shalom, where you squeezed a fakie out of him last week, which is very, very funny.
He said it, mate.
No, he was pulling your leg. Well, he's claimed to me this week he was pulling your leg, but Bakole, throw him in there. Wardley, throw him in there. Oh my God, there are some amazing fights. Imagine Daniel Dubois against Martin Bakole. Yeah. Brilliant fights. Fights.
Absolutely. But again, we're talking about one pot of fighter compared to what we're talking about tonight and Dillian White and all those. You could probably bring if Deontay Wilder's still fighting, you could probably put him in the pot with the guys.
Put him in with Chisora abroad for his last fight.
There's a fighter of yesteryear that is still just about doing a bit, but they are not in that picture anymore for me at the very, very top level. But there's still fights for them because there's like-minded characters still knocking about in the game.
And to not be unfair on Deontay, who's had a brilliant career and he'll always be remembered as a great American heavyweight boxer, he's probably in the worst place of all of them, isn't he, right now? He didn't seem to have anything left against Jan,
Joyce is the same. Joyce is in a very similar situation.
Well, he couldn't beat Derek Chisora. It's why we're here tonight, because of what Derek did against Joe Joyce.
And I've got to say, guys, as well, Dillian White in his last performance looked like he's in that space as well.
They're all
he's
in
that space.
Mate, and with all due respect, and I know that I don't want to get there just yet, this is a question for him to answer, what pot is Anthony Joshua in? Which one is he in?
He's in the I need a win in my column like hell to get back on course. And he can't just wait for Tyson Fury to come back.
No.
He's got to go and do something. I mean, I think Bakole would give him terrors right now. He might knock Bakole out, but he might give him terrors. There's no way he's going to step back in with Daniel Dubois anytime soon. No, certainly, I think it would be suicidal almost in boxing terms, in career terms. He really needs a win or a fight with Tyson Fury. Simple as.
All in all, how good is it to actually sit here, talk about heavyweights, and know
it's
full
all
well
going to happen
that there's a lot of these fights actually going to materialise over the next 12 to 24 months.
We've never been able to do that, have we?
No,
Politics have always got in the way, different broadcasts, 55, 45 splits, etc., etc. Reasons why we've been missing these fights over the last couple of decades. Things have changed. We are now getting the best fighting the best.
Dillian White, by the way, Dillian White is now here and he's in Derek Chisora's changing room, wishing him all the best.
So the fight that I've just been giving a bit of hyperbole to,
well, they're here, aren't they?
Dillian White and Joe Joyce, they're both in the building.
But we're not allowed to reveal it's actually happening yet.
No, I'm just saying I heard a rumour. That's all I said. I've never said that it was facts. What is facts is that they're both in the building.
And this is one of about, I'm told this is one of about
6 or 7, isn't it?
No, 15, 16 fights that are going to absolutely scintillate us.
Well, this
when
is
we
great.
them all.
This is great, and hopefully this is the filtered down. One of the big concerns when Riyadh season came in was the filtered down to British fights. And luckily, we are now getting to that situation. You can hear in the background that Torrance Triber has just taken to the microphone. He's about to make his announcement for the fight that has just finished. It went the full distance with Zach Parker and his French opponent, Mikhail Diallo, have gone the full distance. Let's see who's won it.
By unanimous decision, Zach
there you go.
Parker!
John, quite wide on the cards, 8-2 on several of those. Is that how you saw that?
Well, I had it 97-94. Diallo had a decent spell round about rounds 4, 5, 6, but Parker came on strong. He wasn't particularly convincing for me, though. At light heavyweight, I do wonder whether he's going to be the force that he was at super middleweight. Maybe I'm being harsh, and maybe I'm not giving sufficient credit to Mikhail Diallo, the Frenchman. But Parker won that on the cards fairly convincingly, but he wasn't particularly convincing in the ring. He was cut badly around the eyes. He was tired in the closing stages, so much so that as he grabbed on trying to evade the punches, he fell to the canvas several times, and for me, he wasn't particularly impressive, and he certainly didn't look like a world champion in the making.
John, top man, thank you very much. We must remind our audience that obviously that was a replacement opponent for Zach Parker, who was originally supposed to be fighting Willie Hutchinson. You listen to Fight Night Live at the Co-op Live Arena here in Manchester in partnership with USN. Prepare, perform and recover faster with USN Sports Supplements. Our next fight is going to be Jack Rafati against Rhys McMillan. Should be a cracker. Don't go anywhere. We'll bring it to you next on talkSPORT. Welcome to the Co-op Arena in Manchester. This is Fight Night Live on talkSPORT. You know that it's Fight Night Live on talkSPORT because of that. There you go. That's actually a ring walk tune for Jack Rafati as he's making his way to his British and Commonwealth Super Lightweight Championship fight against Rhys McMillan. Manchester lad, undefeated through 24, taking on Rhys McMillan, a boy from Morecambe who's 17-1 with 2 draws on there. Good fighter, both boys good fighters. It's going to be interesting to see how this fight plays out. Jack Rafati, the one that probably carries the more punch power, with McMillan very, very slick coming out of Morecambe. So it's going to be an interesting fight, of which we're bringing you on the talkSPORT Network. Don't forget, coming up later on, it's Derek Chisora versus Otto Wallin. That's the one that we're here for, Gareth A. Davies. Looking forward to seeing what Derek has to offer us, but he seems, for those that are just joining the show, incredibly emotional. When he arrived in the arena a little earlier on and went straight to his dressing room, the camera was on him and he was in floods of tears.
He's the king of parody, but that was genuine, no question about it. With his cowboy hat over his eyes, wiping the tears back from his eyes, he paused for a moment before he went into his dressing room. The last dance for him is a huge moment in his life. He's 42 in December. Since he came here from Mabare, the suburb, the township of Harare, many, many years ago, this has been the massive change in his life. Boxing has defined him from teenager to man to now father, where he's changed with his 2 beautiful young daughters. It's a very, very big night for Derek Chisora, and it's an honour and a privilege to be here, having witnessed his entire career.
Do you think he's struggling with letting go of that identity and being identified as a man that is no longer a boxer?
I think he's such a big personality now that he won't leave boxing. He'll be in some capacity. My fear for him tonight is Otto Wallin being awkward and not playing the game and kind of like stinking the place out a little bit, not wanting to engage too much. And Derek maybe not getting frustrated too early on. Don't allow himself to be frustrated, because he's a brilliant 12-round championship fighter.
Very, very tough man, Derek Chisora. It's going to be interesting to see what the reception is like for him a little bit later on here on talkSPORT when the Hotel California from the Eagles starts to ring out. He might change it up, you never know, but I doubt that he will. That's his signature tune as he makes his way to the ring a little bit later on. I'm sure that the roof will come off here at the Co-op live.
Incidentally, though, what a great atmosphere here already, and it's full. 12,000 in here, it's gorgeous.
Yeah, very, very interesting. I was unsure of, one, the venue, and two, how many tickets will get sold for this evening, but it just goes to show that folk heroes can sell tickets at the end of the day. There's a lot of love for Derek Chisora, whether he's got to the top of the shop.
Away cities.
Listen, whether he's got to the top of the shop or not, it doesn't matter. You know, people never forget how you make them feel. I'm sure a lot of these fight fans came out in Manchester when he had that war with Dillian White, and they've gone, do you know something, go on then, we'll give Derek a little bit of a send-off and a bit of a cheer. It'd be nice for him to feel a little bit of that love later on.
I think he'll get an enormous amount of love. All our hearts want Derek Chisora to win tonight. My head just makes me slightly cautious given what Otto Wallin is and the fact he's only ever catastrophically been knocked out by Anthony Joshua and lost in that fight to Tyson Fury, which could have got stopped with the eye, but because Fury was the house fighter in Vegas, he got the nod to carry on in the fight.
No, absolutely. That's still to come. We've got Nathan Heaney as well in a 10-rounder coming up. But first and foremost, let's get you to this. The British and Commonwealth Super Lightweight Championship fight. Jack Rafati is the champion, undefeated through 24, taking on Rhys McMillan of Morecambe. And calling you through it, it's Spencer Oliver and John Rowling.
And this is a 12-rounder. A lot of support for Rafati in the arena, as you heard. Manchester-born, now lives in Shaw near Oldham. Rhys McMillan, Morecambe lad. So it's not quite a local derby, but there's not too much distance between them. A lot of rivalry. Rhys McMillan, as Adam rightly said, not a noted puncher. Rafati, 29 years old, same age as his trainer. He, as his challenger, he does have some power in his punches. 15 stoppage wins in his 24 victories. He won the Commonwealth title with a first-round TKO against Lee Appleyard from Rotherham in December 23, and then added the British title at the Echo Arena in Liverpool when he beat Henry Turner, stopping him in the 9th round, having walloped him with a succession of body shots. He's been a pro since 2017. You could argue that he's been one of those guys who's never really been done any great favours by promoters. He's had to work his way through by dint of performance, by dint of application and desire, and the victories he's picked up. And here he is as a worthy champion, and rightly the favourite to win this.
Yeah, one of those old school fighters that's had to do it the hard way, small hall shows, building up that record, taking those opportunities, and he's delivered every single time. He's in against a tough opponent here in Rhys McMillan, who's very, very sturdy, keeps his hands high, and his work rate is excellent. And Rafati, for me, starts a big favourite.
Lovely jab there from Rafati just as you were speaking. Completely beat McMillan to the punch and landed flush on the face, and there's a little smear of blood on the face of McMillan already, and we're only in the opening round. This is a 12-rounder. Now I can't see whether that's from his nose and it's smeared up around his eye, which it may well be, or whether there's a nick around that right eye. I think it's blood which is coming from McMillan's nose, but certainly Rafati with some sharp punches. There's a nice right hand though from McMillan, but with some sharp punches, Rafati is doing a bit of a number in this opening round. And again, as I was saying that, a left hand, right hand, classical 1-2, and then a very solid, sharp left hand from Rafati, which puts McMillan back onto the ropes on the far side of the ring. He sticks out his tongue at Rafati as much as to say, yeah, you got me, but you didn't hurt me. Well, fighters, when they employ that sort of kidology, it generally means that they have been hurt. And Rafati is dominating this opening round.
Yeah, physically imposing is Rafati here, hands held high, stalking forward, big right hand goes in again. And McMillan looks all over the place when he's getting hit with these shots. Brilliant start here from Jack Rafati. Just exactly what he expected.
Yeah, really impressive opening from Rafati. Let's see if we can go into the corner, into the blue corner, and hear how happy they are with the start that he's made.
Like the range, I love that backhand to the body. Yeah. I mean, you've got that change of pace tonight, I can see it. You know, when you threw your left up right hand, yeah, that's how you do it in the gym. Got to stay focused from it all, mate, yeah? Breathe on, mate, still suck it up. See them jabs sharp, he's marking up, it's all red. Yeah? Give him nothing, Jack. Don't give him nothing, but don't switch off for a second.
Yeah, calm, understated advice from Steve Maylett, and really he has settled down very well in that opening round, and he won it by distance.
Yep, he found his range and his timing there very well, landed some solid right hands. Left hooks went in as well, and Rhys McMillan really struggled in that opening round. For him to get back into this one, he needs to start getting off of his shots first. Another good start here from Jack Rafati as he lands those heavy shots.
He just looks physically so much the bigger and the stronger guy as well. He's only 5'9" as against Rhys McMillan's 5'8", but physically he looks a lot more rugged and well-conditioned. Nathan McMillan tries to come back off the ropes and land some body shots of his own, and he does get through with a right hand, but it's quality work from Rafati. He's keeping his shape beautifully and boxing to a shape and boxing with accuracy and with no lack of power.
Yeah, just a solid look around Rafati as he lands another heavy right hand. McMillan wipes his nose, blood now running out of there as well. He's in heavy pressure here, McMillan, under heavy pressure.
Jack Rafati undefeated in 24 fights, 15 wins coming through stoppage. That equates to the longest unbeaten run in British boxing. We've got Dalton Smith, the European champion at this weight. We've got Adam Azim as well. We've got Jack Catterall out next week, fighting for the interim WBO title. And really, there is a lot of talent around this division, but Jack Rafati, unheralded, is creeping up and becoming a very good champion.
Yep, could this be the best kept secret in British boxing? We're going to find that out, because this is a solid start here from Jack Rafati. It's all about making a statement, and guess what? He's doing it right now.
He's got a statement around the waistband of his blue shorts fringed with red. It says quite simply, Mum. And Jack Rafati, 29 years old, boxing beautifully at the moment here in the second round of this 12 rounder for the Commonwealth and British super lightweight titles, defending his crowns. And they seem to have stopped the blood which was around the face of McMillan in the opening round. I think it must have been the nose, Spenny.
Yeah, the nose was bleeding quite heavily there, and McMillan moving around that perimeter of the ring, trying to keep the distance, but Rafati is physically imposing and he's closing that space down. Big left hook goes into the body as well. They just look like man and boy in there at the moment. Rafati dominating this one.
And there is blood again seeping from the right nostril of Rhys McMillan, the 29-year-old from Morecambe. Won the Central Area title in November in Bolton with a very close win against Kane Garney in his last contest on a Steve Wood bill up there. And this represents a definite step up in class. And at the moment, he's not really looking too comfortable in there. Opening stages so far dominated by Rafati.
Yep, two massive rounds there from Jack Rafati, who's found his distance, found his timing, and more importantly for him, he's found that right hand. I think Rhys McMillan really needs to change things up here. He needs to try and do something different. He's showing a lot of signs of frustration there, sticking his tongue out when he's being hit in those opening two rounds, slamming his hands together. Nothing's working for him right now. There needs to be a huge change, because at the moment, Jack Rafati, the guy 24 unbeaten with 15 KOs, is dominating this one.
Bruce McMillan, a father of two who still works in the building industry to make up his money away from boxing. Big night for him, but not doing enough so far. You're listening to Jack Rafati against Rhys McMillan here on Fight Night Live at the Co-op Live Arena here in Manchester in partnership with USN, your partner for performance. Visit usn.co.uk, and this is all part of the build-up, of course, to the big one coming up later on, our last fight of the night, our main event, which is the final performance of one of the great British heavyweight choices of the recent years. Derek Chisora, now 41 years old, his final British performance, so they say anyway, against Otto Wallin, the New York-based Swede.
Yeah, it's going to be a great fight, and that's going to be with us very shortly. But back to this one, the British and Commonwealth WBC International Super Lightweight title, and Jack Rafati is the man dominating this one here in the third round.
Yeah, he's doing a number on him, isn't he? Physically, he just looks so much stronger. When he lands with big body shots, you can see McMillan almost wince and give ground. There's no shame in the performance of McMillan, but he just doesn't appear to have the power in his punches to force Rafati to take a backward step, and he hasn't done so at any stage so far. Referee just splits them, and McMillan falls in behind the left-hand lead, nearly gets caught by a right hand as he does so. Rafati dominating centre ring, left hand, right hand, the 1-2 combination, and McMillan backs up onto the ropes in front of us, takes a right to the body as he does so. Rafati misses with a big right hand aimed at the head, but then gets in with a straight left jab, and this is good work again from Rafati, really boxing well.
Yeah, he is. McMillan has been showing a lot of character in there already, as early as this third round, as Rafati stalks forward with those big, strong, swinging shots. Big right hand thuds in there from Rafati as well, and McMillan showing a lot of heart to hang in there, but all Jack Rafati at the moment.
We've got a minute to go in this third round, and McMillan needs to do something big if he's going to change this one around. He does connect with a right hand, but it's just brushed away by Rafati, who doesn't feel anything. Big right hand from Rafati then does land, and it does infinitely more damage than the right hand which came from McMillan. Left hook as well to the head. Now a right hand, all from Rafati, and a jab as well. He looks as though he's measuring McMillan for big punches. Ramrod left hand lead, followed by a right cross, and 20 seconds to go in the third round, and you sense that it's just a matter of time, Spencer.
Yeah, two big body shots went in there from Rafati as well. Dominant performance from this young man, and he's showing his class, oozing it at the moment as he lands another big left hook. McMillan trying to come back against the ropes, but at the moment, all Jack Rafati totally dominant here.
Well, what can Rhys McMillan do to get himself back into this fight? That's a question for the corner, and we'll have an opinion now from Gareth.
Well, I think that the problem for McMillan is he doesn't have the style, or maybe even the level, to stop these punctuated, peppered power punches landing certainly in that third round. 7, 8, 9 of them, picking his shots, landing heavily. It's a systematic dismantling. I'm going to use a phrase you use sometimes, Spencer, which is he's chopping the tree down here. He's slowly chopping him down. Very patient from Rafati. Steve Mailer and Terry Flanagan very calm in the corner. They know he's dominating the fight right now in this Lancashire derby. The guy from the seaside from Morecambe is getting peppered by like a flock of seagulls from Manchester right now with the fists of Rafati.
Yep, and that equates to 100% on round scorage now for Jack Rafati, who's absolutely dominant and coming forward now in the fourth round, perhaps sensing, I don't know, perhaps sensing that before too long he's going to be able to really uncork some big punches and go looking for a stoppage. Tried to throw a big right hand as I spoke. Back comes McMillan with a nice body shot as he works off the ropes. And again, that's good boxing skills, but two shots from Rafati end that exchange, a left to the body and a left hook to the head. and the more damage done by Rafati.
Yeah, John, you hit the nail on the head there. Beautiful boxing skills from McMillan, but it's just not enough power there. And Rafati walking through those shots and landing the big, heavy shots of his own. McMillan tries again with a right hand and just seems to stop there momentarily.
And the referee is having a look in the corner now. Has the gun shield come out? It has. The McMillan gun shield has come out, and that's going to give him a moment or two in his corner to take some instructions as the gun shield is rinsed and replaced. Now, was that just something which happened, or did he lob it out to gain a few seconds?
No, I think he landed a shot there, John, and I see him momentarily pause. I think he may have damaged his hand. It's going to be interesting to see. And as I say that, Rafati pins him on the ropes again. Two big thudding right hands go in.
Big attacks from Rafati, and you wonder how much heart for this McMillan's going to have. He has been a very brave fighter over the years, only suffered the one defeat, which was way back in 2017 against Adam Little. Rafati says that he has nothing to lose in this fight, Rhys McMillan, and that's certainly true, but he's not really fought like a man who believes in his destiny to take these titles.
Well, yeah, I just think power may be the problem here. He's a beautiful boxer, Rhys McMillan, and hence why he hasn't lost since 2017. He's racked up some good wins in that process, but he's up against a very strong, powerful guy here in Jack Rafati. And people that won't have heard of Jack Rafati, trust me, you will start hearing of him, because this guy can fight.
This is a big TV debut for Jack Rafati. First time he's really starred, and there's a good right hand though from McMillan, just catches Rafati maybe admiring his work a bit and comes back with another one. That's better from McMillan. Needs more shots like that. He landed two quality right hands to the head. Then there's a clash of heads as McMillan goes rushing in, trying to capitalise on his rare success that he's at last finding here in the fourth round. Another right hand and the left, and this is the best little spell that Rhys McMillan has had by a distance.
Yeah, he's rolling the dice here, Rhys McMillan. He's put Rafati on the back foot, and it's working for him. He's landing the shots, he's taking the gamble. He's recognised those first 3 rounds. Things have not gone right on the back foot. Big right hand there from McMillan. Could we be seeing a turnaround?
This is good work from McMillan, his best spell in the fight by a distance. And we'll go into his corner in a moment, where trainer Bob Howard is surely going to be delighted with what his man has done in this round, because after 3 rounds to Rafati, that's 1 to McMillan. And let's get the reaction straight into that corner.
Listen, when you push him back, okay, I'm doing some tests, all right, working better for you, all right? Don't jump in. Are you okay? Yeah. You sure? Yeah. Right. You listen to me. Yeah. You put him under pressure, he doesn't like it. All right? Stand still. You can go the rest of the fucking night. Don't worry about it. All right? All right? Real man. You've got to don't stand with him. Just keep him on his back foot more. All right? He's round. Push him on the back foot. Come a little bit lower. When you start do that little low trick, yeah? Coming low, coming up high, body, head. Okay?
Looking great round that, mate, honestly.
So, when you put him back the right hand, go again. Let's go. Right, now, under pressure.
Bit of language in the corner, which I am obliged to apologise for as the action goes on now as we move into the fifth.
You love that little bit of language in the corner. I watch your face, that gets you very, very excited. Yeah, back to this one in the 5th round. Rafati starting the way he did in the previous rounds, back on that front foot. And John, I think that's where he needs to be here, Rafati, because that's where he's most effective.
I've got to just tell the public a little bit about a little bit of a secret. Spencer and I are by no means blameless in the language department. There are occasions when we slip off the moral high ground.
There certainly are, but not while we're doing this job.
And that's a good right hand from Rafati, but back comes McMillan, who with that round, which he definitely won the 4th round, he seems to have got himself a little bit more self-belief as we're here in the 5th of this 12-rounder with Jack Rafati from the Greater Manchester area, looking to defend his British and Commonwealth super lightweight titles. But McMillan is now the man on the front foot, chancing his arm, looking to land power shots of his own. They've told him don't get into Rafati territory. In other words, don't stand right in front of him toe-to-toe. But McMillan has started to believe that by so doing, he's got a real chance here.
Yeah, McMillan trying to tear up the script here, and he's trying to meet fire with fire. That's Rafati's game. He's the guy that likes to be there in the pocket, landing the big shots as he is now. But McMillan is a little bit defiant here. He's pushing forward, and he's mixing it as well. This is making for a great contest.
Yeah, it's really warming up. It's a 12-rounder. We're in the 5th, and the two of them are really going for it here. And what's made it really step up a level is that Rhys McMillan, who was on the receiving end in the first 3 rounds, is now fighting with belief. He thinks that he can hurt Jack Rafati, and he's actually shown that he's certainly able to do so. Now Rafati, left to the body, doubles it up with a left to the head, and then a jab to the body. This is better from the champion. Right hand off the back foot from McMillan, but it's Rafati who's dominating this exchange as we go now into the final minute of the 5th round. Another couple of jabs from Rafati, who's slightly the taller man, and he's using his reach advantage to good effect. Misses with a right cross after scoring with a left hand, a left jab, and another one, but back comes McMillan, doubling up well with his own left hand. Fascinating at this stage, Spencer.
Yeah, both guys have been training here, blow for blow. There's some crisp shots coming in from Jack Rafati as he thuds away to the body and the head, but McMillan refuses to go back. He keeps pushing forward here.
Yeah, McMillan, I think, has learned that he's taken some solid, meaty shots from Rafati, but he's realised that he can take those shots and he can also fire back. This is a better round from Rafati than the last one, and maybe he's just edging it. Not a lot between them. Let's hear from Adam Catterall.
I agree with what you boys are pointing out on commentary. I just want... Now that McMillan has just shifted the momentum, especially in that 4th round, I'd just like Jack Rafati to just plant his feet a little bit more, because I think he can walk McMillan onto something. He's coming forward, he's throwing, but he does have his chin up in the air, and he does look a little bit reckless. If he just plants his feet on the counter, I think he can walk him onto something, because he's got the heavier hands. He is a very, very nice, tidy, talented boxer. He's got a decent defence in there as well. I just think if he plants his feet on those counters, he might catch him, and we might get that stoppage.
You're listening to Jack Rafati against Rhys McMillan, British and Commonwealth super lightweight title fight here on Fight Night Live at the Co-op Live Arena here in Manchester in partnership with USN. Prepare, perform and recover faster with USN Sports Supplements. Going to be a tough fight, this one, if it goes the distance. We're only in the 6th, and the two of them already showing their terrific conditioning, and both of them still very much in there with a belief that they can win this.
Yep, the physical presence, though, of Jack Rafati is winning this one. I think McMillan was trying to pull his way back into it, but the power at the moment of Rafati is just edging it as Rafati again slams a crisp jab into the face there of McMillan. He takes it well, though.
Yeah, he does. He's shown he's got a decent chin, and the nose, which was blooded early on, the McMillan nose, it's still oozing blood from the right nostril, but he takes another big left hand from Rafati, and that may well have landed on the nose or on the right-hand side of his head, but it was a solid shot from Rafati, who's walking him down, trying to get into his space, lands a couple of body shots, right hand under left, back comes McMillan with a left hand of his own, but Rafati won't be denied his space and his centering dominance. Couple of jabs and a right to the body.
Yeah, solid work again there from Millen as he, Rafati, sorry, as he thuds in the right hand. It's the head there of McMillan, who's pinned on the ropes, and his face now starting to look a little marked up. Big right hand goes in as well. Good work this from Jack Rafati, starting to take over here.
Yeah, this is impressive, because he did have that one very sticky round, the 4th, but he's really got back to his boxing, got back to the game plan, dominating this fight territorially, commanding centre ring, lands a good body shot, as I said so, and McMillan comes back with a right hand of his own, but the power punch came from Rafati. He's the man with the strength. Good right hand to the body again from Rafati. Tries to throw a left hand lead, misses with 2. Good right hand counter though from McMillan.
Yeah, but big thudding right hand again there, right hook there from Rafati that sends McMillan's back to the ropes, and McMillan's feeling these body shots now. His arms are dropping, he's gulping there. The right hand to the body goes in again, and this is worrying times here for McMillan, who's really feeling the pace. John, his body is hurting here.
His cornermen are telling him to move. Don't be stuck still taking punches. He's swaying this way and that on the ropes on the far side of the ring. Comes off, runs a right hand, and there's blood now on the right eye. And this is another big attack from Rafati, who's moving forward with intent. Couple of left-hand leads, right to the body. Misses with an attempted left hook. Nothing back from McMillan. Rafati again comes forward with a couple of left jabs and a left hook, working well off that left-hand lead. And this is another really impressive round from Jack Rafati. He, on my card now, is 5-1 ahead, and he's almost taking him out here in the last few seconds. And McMillan sank back onto the ropes. The referee was poised to intervene, and the bell did not come a moment too soon, Gareth.
No, it didn't, and you said the corner were screaming instructions. I wondered if that towel was being prepared. The plosive power of Rafati, where he's exploding, you can hear him when he's close to us here on the ring apron on this side. The body shots and the left hooks in that round really did break McMillan down. I don't think he's got more than a round left in him.
Well, let's quickly listen into the right, to the red corner. This is the McMillan corner.
Come back with a right hand left hook after that jab, all right? Just throwing single shots, that's all he's doing, and he's teeing up on you, all right? He's pushing you back with a jab, get closer to him. Don't show me the finish round, I'm honestly, all right?
There you go.
Yeah, you're right there, Gareth. We heard it there, and if he doesn't do more, they're going to pull him out of there as we move into the second half of the fight, into the 7th round. And Jack Rafati, Spencer, is clearly poised for victory. Great body shot, left hand, his first scoring shot of the round, and another one, thuds into the solar plexus.
Yeah, McMillan in desperate trouble here, and guess what? The corner may not get the chance to pull him out because the referee may stop this one. Double jab goes in, right hand as well. A weary look around McMillan as he tries to roll the dice. One more last time, you just sense, but a big left hook again there from Rafati. You just sense, John, we could be moments from the end here.
Good body shot in there from Rafati as you were speaking, Spencer Oliver, former European champion, who is a familiar voice, of course, on talkSPORT. Here we are on talkSPORT 2. Our main event coming up later is the final performance from Derek Chisora up against Otto Wallin. Final performance in a British ring, we're told. And now here comes the champion again, Jack Rafati, on his major TV debut. And first time you've heard him boxing as well on talkSPORT. Another great body shot, and you could hear that thud home. And McMillan gave ground, and he's taking an absolute shellacking on the far side of the ring now. He's bravely trying to rally, trying to come back, but it's all one-way traffic now. The tide will not be turned at this stage in the fight. Big right hand, and he's waved the white towel. The cornermen have stopped it. The fight is over. The referee, I think, should have stopped it anyway, but Rhys McMillan, stopped by his cornerman Bob Howard, who lobbed in the white towel and said, enough is enough. And I tell you what, absolutely right, because Jack Rafati was doing an absolute number on him there, unloaded massive shots, and he has taken a very impressive victory. And that's a big performance for Manchester, big performance for Lancashire, and a big performance for the promoter Frank Warren up here, but above all, a big performance for Jack Rafati.
Yeah, brilliantly. Yeah, dominant performance there, John. Really was slowly, systematically broke Rhys McMillan down. The body shots were the key factor there. Now, Jack Rafati knocked out Jack Turner in the 9th round to win the British title, and he'd done that with the body shots, very similar to the way that he won there. Very, very impressive. Slowly took his time and broke his opponent down. Keep your eye on this young man. Very decent fighter, British and Commonwealth champion, now WBC international champion as well. John, is going to be a tough one to beat.
Well, you can guarantee that, I mean, they're coming thick and fast, these fights now. But if there is a chance to speak to Frank Warren about what the future holds for Jack Rafati, I'm absolutely certain that Frank will be taking a good look at the likes of Dalton Smith, Adam Azim, Jack Catterall, thinking Jack Rafati is in the next year or so, maybe not now, but very soon he's going to be moving up to that sort of level and able to be a real contender.
Listen, there's a new kid on the block, you know, it's all about putting bums on seats, all about being TV friendly. He's just got his 25th win and he's 16th by KO. I like the kid, he's exciting. We saw him at the weigh-in yesterday. Great crowd turned out for him. Look at us here in the Co-op Live Arena. They're absolutely loving it. What a performance there from Jack Rafati. Remember the name, because this guy, I believe, will be in the mix with all the other big super lightweights in this country right now. What a time to be a super lightweight.
He's loving it as well, isn't he? He's conducting his fans, shouting out into the auditorium. And now this will be music to his ears.
Ladies and gentlemen, here is the official time. 1 minute 37 seconds of round number 7. The red corner retires their fighter, and our referee in charge, Mark Bates, accepts their retirement. Therefore, your winner by way of technical knockout and still British Commonwealth and WBC International Silver Super Lightweight Champion, Jack Demolition Man Rafati.
Solid performance from Jack Rafati getting the job done. You're listening to Fight Night Live at the Court Live Arena here in Manchester in partnership with USN. Prepare, perform and recover faster with USN Sport Supplements. Lots still to come, including the last dance from Derek Chisora. Next, we're taking you to the Potteries. That's right, we'll be singing Delilah with Nathan Heaney on talkSPORT. Say again?
I like him, yeah, I like him. I like him a lot. He's going to be hard to beat, he's strong, isn't he? Ring wall.
We're at the Co-op Live in Manchester for Fight Night Live on talkSPORT. It's going to be Derek Chisora versus Otto Wallin. We're also going to be bringing you a bit of Nathan Heaney action in a moment or two. But right now, Gareth Davies is ringside as Roberto Duran is just addressing the crowd in the centre of the ring. Gareth Davies is ringside with Frank Warren. Over to you, mate.
I am. I'm just to your left with Frank. Let's celebrate Roberto Duran for a minute, hey? 33 years he boxed for. It's unbelievable. He's in great shape at 71, isn't he?
He is. He's actually over here coaching a couple of fighters.
What, with Joe Gallagher in Manchester, is he?
Yeah. He's working with a couple of fighters, which is brilliant.
I was saying there's 11,000 in here. You pulled me up saying, no, it's 14, by the way.
Yeah. That was as of this morning. I don't know what the walk-up is.
Talk to us for a moment about Derek, and then I'll ask you about everything else that's going on Monday. This is a special night for British boxing, you and Derek. You're his long-term promoter. I know he's flirted with the other side every now and again, but what a journey, Frank.
He's had a great journey. I didn't realise it's 18 years this month that he turned professional with me, and he's, as you say, he's fought everybody there is to fight. He's one of those fighters, when he gets out of the ring, he's got nothing. He's left it all in there. Been in some really good quality fights, some close fights, give a lot of fighters a lot of trouble, lost a few fights, won a lot, lost a few, but kept going, and here we are now, 49 fights.
Timing's everything in life and in boxing, and it's good that this event's tonight. And he can have the spotlight tonight that's on us right now, by the way, before all these big announcements on Monday that he might have got swallowed up in.
They might get, sorry, I couldn't hear that. So,
it's good that he's got his time tonight before all these massive announcements.
Of course it is, but you know, if he comes through tonight, he's got his 50th fight, he's going to have to fight one of these guys.
Oh, it's going to be a big fight then?
That's if he goes to 50 fights. He's in a tough fight tonight.
Yeah, an awkward fight. And Wallin hasn't played the game all week, has he?
No. He's a good professional, Wallin. Listen, what's he had? 27 fights, I think. And he's only lost 2, and they're to 2 world champions, Tyson Fury and AJ.
Thanks for having us here as always, and thanks for your time, Frank.
It's a pleasure. Thank you again, talkSPORT, for supporting us.
Welcome to the ring, Nathan the Hitman Heaney.
Just pause for a second there as Frank Warren was just finishing off with Gareth Davies, because I wanted Thomas Triber to give you this announcement. Here he is, Nathan Heaney. Last time out against Brad Pauls, he fell short. The time before that, he had that controversial draw. He hasn't won for a period of time, but I tell you what, the fandom hasn't stopped coming out for him. He sells out every single time. The people from Stoke have travelled up to Manchester, and here is Stoke's favourite son at the top of the ramp right now, doing what he does best, entertaining. Yes, he's eking out every single sinew that he has when he steps through the ropes. He became British champion in sensational fashion in this very city against Denzel Bentley, and tonight he makes his comeback against Sufyan Carty, but he's on his way to the ring, serenaded by Tom Jones. I tell you what, he milks it every single time, and this lot just respond.
Down the ramp, back up the ramp.
He's honestly, it's like,
probably wonder what's going on here.
Gareth, it's like I'm on a stag doing Benidorm, mate. He is milking the living daylights out of this lot. He's playing them all like a master puppeteer. He's got them all in the palm of his hand. Nathan Heaney, donning that very 1970s adult film moustache. He's looking tremendous. Here we go again.
When you've got the X Factor, you've got it. He looks in fantastic shape as well. Loving the dance. It's like Freddie Mercury singing his way in, isn't it?
Listen, it's a big night for him tonight, because last time out it didn't go his way against Brad Pauls. First time he suffered defeat in his career. Tonight's a big night for Nathan Heaney. Can he step up to the plate and do it again? He's still not in the ring yet. Milking the living daylights out of this thing. Singing away with a gum shield in his mouth. And that top lip done by that incredible moustache. He's in the ring now. And the crowd are going to let you know about it. Well, well, well. The decibel levels have just gone up a touch. Nathan Heaney's in the place, ladies and gentlemen, just in case you didn't know. It's a big night tonight here in Manchester because it's the last dance for Derek Chisora, but right now, it's about the super middleweights.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bout is scheduled for 10 rounds, and it will be for the vacant WBA Continental Middleweight Championship. Brought to you by Frank Warren on behalf of Queensberry Promotions, along with their great sponsors. Riyadh Season, 32 Red, That Prize Guy, and Unibet. It is sanctioned by the British Boxing Board of Control, steward in charge, Suzanne Potts, along with the World Boxing Association. President, Gilberto Mendoza Jr., Supervisor, Justin Jensen, Timekeeper, Chris O'Connor. Our 3 judges assigned will be Bence Kovac of Hungary, Sean Latham of England, and Olena Pobivailo of Belgium. Our referee in charge, third man in the ring, will be Bob Williams. Introducing to first, fighting tonight out of the red corner. He comes to the ring wearing white with blue and weighed in officially at 11 stone, 5 pounds. Coming to us from Nevers, France, he brings a professional record of 17 wins, 5 defeats, 6 wins, coming by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the current French middleweight champion, Sofiane Kati. And his opponent across the ring, fighting tonight out of the blue corner. He comes to the ring wearing black with red and white and weighed in officially at 11 stone, 5 pounds. Hailing from and proudly representing Stoke-on-Trent, Staffordshire, England. He has a professional record consisting of 18 wins, just 1 defeat, 1 draw, 6 wins. Coming by way of knockout, ladies and gentlemen, here is the very popular former British middleweight champion, Nathan the Hitman Heaney.
Whilst there's a little bit of a lull in the action, there's going to be a delay to the start of this fight because Nathan Heaney is changing his gloves in the corner.
Only one.
He's changing one of the gloves. There was a problem, I think, with the taping of one of his gloves, and it has now been rectified. He's just been strapped up again in the blue corner right now.
The inspector, Adam, wanted to look at that one glove very closely as well, by the way. And once he'd had a look...
But it's a different glove that's come back.
I don't think it is.
No, it is, because
it's definitely a different glove.
Because it's black. They've brought a different glove back in.
How bizarre is that? Only in our sport does this happen, where he gets to the ring for the actual fight and he has to remove a glove.
Yeah, it could be for a number of reasons. There could have been a slight tear in the glove.
The tape or something.
And a bit of tape, yeah. It more than likely was a tear in the glove,
yeah.
And the referee wasn't happy with that because around the stitching in those gloves, they can come loose. Where the seams are, they can come loose, and I think that's what's happened here. When he's warming up and hitting them pads, the seams can come loose. Referee spotted it. Great spot, by the way, and they've made him change the glove. So he's just now got to stay composed and stay focused.
And stay warm, of course. Just the finishing touches. Now they're going to go to, obviously, the commission to just check that glove. He's now got 2 different coloured gloves on. So he's got 1 black glove, 1 multicoloured glove, draped in the colours of his beloved Stoke City. So here we go. Here's the final announcements from the referee.
OK, gentlemen, obey my commands. In the event of a knockdown, the fighter standing will go to the furthest neutral corner and stay there. Protect yourself at all times. Touch gloves, please.
So there we go. The adjustment with the gloves has been made. Nathan Heaney 2 different gloves on. Same make, just 2 different colours. He's ready to rock and roll in the blue corner. Sofian is ready to go in the red corner. In the middleweight division, calling you through this fight, it's Spencer Oliver and John Rawlin.
Nathan Heaney, the taller man, stands 6'1" against Carty, who's exactly 6 foot. Heaney, former British middleweight champion, looking to get himself back into title contention. He's sold a huge number of tickets as ever for this fight tonight, and I think there's almost as many here as there must have been earlier on this afternoon watching Stoke City go out of the FA Cup against Cardiff, because he got an absolutely tumultuous welcome.
Yeah, he certainly did. I think he sold over 1,000 tickets for this show. You can hear they've turned out for him, as they always do for Nathan Heaney. You heard the Delilah song come out. You saw the great big entrance. Very unusual, by the way, John, that they've only changed one of those gloves. Now one of them's black, one of them's gold. Very, very unusual that. The referee would normally make him change both gloves.
Well, I'm sure there's a reason for that, and referee Bob Williams, he takes a good right hand at Carty. Good work from Heeney, stepped in and really landed a powerful right hand. Carty, though, takes it well and is still very much in there. The French champion, French middleweight champion, who had a victory last year, I noticed, over Gary Spike O'Sullivan, who's been around forever.
Yeah, Carty's a very composed, very decent fighter as he walks onto a big right hand there, but quite an aggressive type, likes to come forward, hands held high, and he will force the pace, he will make Nathan Heaney work, but Heaney, a tall figure of a man as well, standing 6'1", is going to use that height, that reach, as he tries to let those shots go.
Heaney, who had a draw and a loss against Brad Pauls. He'll be looking to get himself back into really the elite level of this middleweight division. He still yearns a major title fight at the Stoke City football ground. I'd love to see that one. He took a couple of right hands on the far side of the ring as there was a slightly untidy sort of clinch. He started really well here, and he's landed the bigger punches in this round, but enough success for Carty to believe that he's very much in here with a chance here, and his cornermen right in front of where we're commentating are bellowing their support for him.
Big right hand there from Heeney as well. Carty takes it well, comes back with a shot of his own, hands held high. Heeney carrying that left hand out quite far and quite low. Got to be careful he doesn't get counterpunched with the long right hand here, but a good start from Heeney.
Last 20 seconds of the opening round, left hand, right hand from Heeney again, and he's trying to trap the Frenchman in his own corner. Can't find the big punch as he does so, and was caught by a counter punch from Carty as he came in, and Carty on the front foot, looking to land solid right hands in the closing seconds of the opener, and an interesting opener. Well, there's no shortage of talking points, Gareth.
Yeah, I've been over to speak to the board officials, and the steward tonight told me that when they got in the ring, Bob Williams noticed straight away, as you pointed out, Spencer, that the thumb part of the glove had come detached. And if people don't know this, at the fighter meetings on a Friday, there's always 2 sets of gloves for each boxer, and they're kept ringside. So what they did was he had the black pair and he had the all-Union Jack pair, so they produced a left-hand glove. I thought the work there to get it done, we weren't waiting 15 minutes, they got on with it. So that clears up what happened, because it's dangerous otherwise.
Yeah, it certainly is when that thumb detaches. Now, they used to have that in the old days, John, with the old fights, the thumb used to be detached, and there was a regular occurrence of thumbs going in the eye. You see the eye swelling up, so with the new modern-day glove, they attached the thumb to the side of the glove.
We go now to the second round. I thought Heeney won that opening round, but not by a huge amount.
Yeah, I agree with you, but Carty looked very, very dangerous there, especially with that right hand. Heeney, tall figure of a man, but carries that left hand out quite low, and he's got to be careful when he flicks out the jab. He brings it back low, and he's open to the right hand counter. But a Heeney round.
Neither of these guys, though, particularly big punches, and if you were kind of looking for a prediction, you'd think that in all probability this fight could well go the distance. Carty tried to land a huge right hand then and whistled through thin air, missed Heeney by a distance, perhaps just as well, because it certainly wouldn't have done him any good if it had landed. There is a right hand though from Carty, who's just scored a glancing connection with the Heeney chin. Heeney, who stands fairly upright, and certainly on first vision you'd think he's not too hard to hit, but it works. His style works for him.
Yeah, it's unpredictable, but Carty looks very capable himself, very decent. Listen, current French champion, so he's going to have some sort of boxing ability, and he's showing that here. He's not been fazed by this crowd, he's not been intimidated by this crowd, and Heeney has got a huge crowd in here, but quite an even competitive fight here in this second round.
Carty defended his French title in December with a 4th round TKO of Noel Lafargue. Heeney, well, he's back in action here, looking to get an impressive victory, to thrill his terrific supporter. You can hear singing in the background behind our commentary, and Heeney right in front of us in the Frenchman's corner, trying to find a big right hand. Carty comes back with a right of his own. Heeney, gloves held high. Carty tries to jab through there, both acting out of the orthodox stance. Heeney, the slightly taller man, stands around about 6'1" in black shorts, blue and white shorts of Sofiane Carty. Carty lands with a left-hand lead to the body as we move into the 3rd minute of this second round. Yeah, good work from Heeney, good left hand.
Much better work there from Heeney, a 1-2 left hook, the body shot goes in as well, but Carty, the French champion, doesn't look phased as he's pinned in the corner. Jab there from Nathan Heaney as well. Better work this from Heeney, but there's a dangerous look around Carty right now.
Carty fancies his chances of getting to the chin of Heeney with that right hand. I said Heeney's a very upright sort of fighter, and the chin he'd think was a tempting target, but there's a decent right hand from Heeney, catches Carty off balance, and he lands another one. Good little flurry from Heeney, nice attack, but Carty trying to come back in the last 10 seconds of the round. Heeney ties him up, Carty gets him with a right to the chin. Referee Bob Williams watching on closely to make sure everything above board, and for me, another round for Heeney.
Yep, I'm with you, John, another good round there from Nathan Heaney, standing there trying to force the pace, push the pace on the front foot. But Sofiane Carty looks very, very decent and capable. Dangerous for the right hand as well, as Heaney's coming in, left hand held quite low. He's coming in quite static, walking forward in straight lines. I would just like to see a little more lateral movement coming off the line, because the French champ looks dangerous for that right. But another good round there for Nathan Heaney.
Don't forget, you can watch along with us this evening. Head over to the talkSPORT Boxing YouTube channel or the talkSPORT app on your smart TV right now to join us ringside here at the Co-op Live Arena here in Manchester. And be sure not to miss our main event, the final British appearance of Derek Chisora against the American-based Swede Otto Wallin. We move now here into the 3rd round of Nathan Heaney against Sofiane Carty, and we've got Heaney a couple of rounds clear.
Yep, Heaney at the moment just been dominating those opening 2 rounds. He's took centre of the ring, working everything behind that jab. Tall style there of Nathan Heaney, going through with the right hands as well. Been caught a few times with the right hands, but Heaney at the moment in control.
And boxing very nicely. Carty tries to throw a left hand towards the body of Heaney. Heaney able to parry it away easily. 2 of them standing without throwing too much leather at the moment. Left hand, right hand from Heaney. Carty looking for the right hand all the time. That's the one that he thinks is going to provide the biggest danger to Heaney. Heaney again, left hand, right hand. The mustachioed, tall man from the Potteries. Proud man of Stoke.
Yep, he really is a proud man. He brings a great crowd with him as well. Tremendously supported is Nathan Heaney, and he's looking for victory here, coming off that loss to Brad Pauls. He wants to get back into title contention, and he has to do it by beating the French champ tonight in Carty, who looks very decent, very capable as he boxes out that peekaboo type style.
He has the walk-in to perfection with the Delilah song, but he was enjoying it so much that he only just managed to get through the ropes when Tom Jones was hitting that final top note. Heaney on the back foot now, waiting for Carty to commit himself, maybe. Carty, 32 years old by 3 years, the younger man. There goes Heeney, right hand, left hand, but Carty saw it coming, was able to ride the impact of the punches, tried to counter with a big right hand, left hand, and both whistled through thin air. Heeney, good body shot, good solid right hand, which you probably heard thwack into the body of Carty.
Yeah, he slammed that shot into the rib cage there of Carty, followed up with a good 1-2 as well. Good little spell this from Nathan Heaney, who stayed focused. Big right hand goes in as well, but Johnny's looking very focused here, and he has to be against this dangerous man.
Yep, he does indeed. Less than 40 seconds to go in this third round, and we'll go into the Heeney corner at the end of this round and hear how they're seeing it, because the pattern of the fight is kind of starting to be established here. Good work from Carty, though, through a left hand and a right hand, which got huge shouts of encouragement from the Gallic corner, the French corner. Two of them land simultaneously with jabs, and then the right hand from Carty. Back comes Heeney, left hand, right hand of his own, and another one. But Carty looks as though he's just growing in confidence a little bit in the closing seconds of this round, and Heeney cannot allow this French man to get into a rhythm, and it might be that he did enough to win that round. It was a close one, but certainly he was right in there. Let's go into the Heeney corner and listen in.
Relax. You're going to be fast if you're more relaxed. But keep the hands tight, Nathan. Okay?
One more time.
Listen, he's wild, he jumps in. Don't be giving him any gaps. No. Okay? Use that jab, stay more tight. When you've gone with the reverse, let him walk onto the right hand. Don't go in with it first. Okay? When he walks on, hit him with the reverse. Okay? Feint more. And just keep bang the jab, bang. You're winning on the jab. Again. Don't complicate it. Yeah. Okay? Win on the jab, keep shifting your feet. Hit the nice twos, shift again.
I think that's spot on, Spencer, but I don't think he won that last round. I think it might be that Carty took that. You'd like to hear a bit of Doris Day, eh? Chisora.
Absolutely, and the atmosphere here is absolutely bouncing right now. Heeney's brought a big crowd, but we're looking forward to the big one. Derek Chisora versus Otto Wallin coming very, very soon. Here, Nathan Heaney doing well, taking all 3 rounds on my scorecard. You could argue, John, and you could be right there, the last round was close, but most importantly, Carty, in the last 30 seconds, looked like there was an air of confidence. He was oozing confidence. That might be a problem for Heeney.
Yeah, he's really starting to fancy it, and he's landing a couple of headshots as you were speaking there, and one of his cornermen banged the canvas in the corner in support to say, yes, you got him there. And Heeney's work rate just starting to drop a bit as Carty lands a right hand to the body. Heeney trying to work off the jab, as his corner told him to, but there's a right hand off the ropes from Carty, who's now allowing Heeney to dictate the pace. Two of them land simultaneously with jabs, and there's a good right hand in there from Carty, which again inspires the French corner, who think their man is right in this fight and is starting to do better.
He certainly is starting to do better. Best round so far from Carty. He's starting to land with that right hand now. It went thudding in the side of the head there of Heeney, and this is a good spell from the Frenchman.
And there's blood from the nose of Heeney. One of those punches landed flush there, and there's now blood oozing down through that thick Freddie Mercury-style moustache, and he's caught again, and he's taking some big shots, and Carty is really starting to fancy it here. Left hand again, and Heeney wants to hold on and buy 1 or 2 seconds. There's a good shot to the body from Heeney, but this is perhaps the best spell of the fight so far for Sofiane Carty.
Yeah, it was a massive left hook went in. It was a delayed reaction, and Heeney really felt the weight of that shot. There's a change in the tide here, a slight change in the pattern of this contest. Carty having a really good spell. Heeney needs to get back behind the jab. He needs to start doing something, because at the moment the Frenchman is growing in confidence. Big right hand goes in again from Carty.
There's nothing flash about what he's doing. That was just the straight left jab, followed by the right over the left-hand lead of Heeney, and it thudded into Heeney's face. And Carty can see the damage that he's caused to Heeney, and he's inspired. Left hand, right hand again from the Frenchman. Heeney throwing out his jab, but there's no great authority in it now. He's pawing with it and not throwing it with anything like the authority that he did in the early stages.
Yep, he's starting to blow now, is Heeney. Mouth just starting to come open, nose bleeding from, blood coming down from the nose here. He's starting to build a pace a little bit, John.
And no question, that is a Sofiane Carty round, and the fight may well be level now. Let's hear it from Adam and Gareth.
Well, I thought what was really impressive about Carty at the beginning of that round, the man from Nevers on France, what he did, he went back to his footwork at the very beginning of the round. His cornerman had reminded him he has got great footwork. Don't stand in front of Nathan Heaney and just have a wall, which is what Nathan wants. And he just made Heeney through that round, and he created space for himself to do some fantastic work. Heeney's in trouble right now.
He needs to get his feet going, he needs to get his boxing going, because he's looking for the one-hitter quitters, is Nathan Heaney. To all our listeners on talkSPORT 2, thank you very much for joining us throughout the whole course of the evening. You can stay there if you want, or you can cross over and join a new set of people listening to us on talkSPORT. Welcome to the Co-op Live here in Manchester. Derek Chisora against Otto Wallin still to come, but right now we're in the middle of Nathan Heaney and Sofiane Carty in the middleweight division. We are entering round number 5. Spencer Oliver and John Rowling are calling you through the fight.
And it's a 10-rounder, so it goes without saying, after losing that last round and losing it quite emphatically, Heeney needs to halt the slide, needs to get back to his boxing, and needs to have a dominant spell just to discourage Carty, whose belief is palpable. Another good right hand from the Frenchman.
Yeah, there's a change in the pattern of this contest now as Carty stalks forward, hands held high, slams in the jab at the face of Heeney as well, and Heeney's timing seems to have gone, and I tell you what, John, a little bit of confidence seems to have gone as well. He's holding back now, a little more hesitant, and the Frenchman is certainly growing here.
Well, the crowd could do with inspiring him. He's got a lot of fans here, and there's a look of discomfort on the face of Heeney as he comes forward with a bit of desperation. The head of Carty was going in there, and Heeney protests to referee Bob Williams, who just pushes him away and says, get on with it. Fight continues, and Heeney, no punches thrown at this stage, just waiting for Carty, who tries to throw a left-hand lead. Heeney throws a jab of his own, but there's no real authority in that jab now.
No, there's no confidence in what he's doing at the moment. He's throwing the shots, but not stepping in with them, and because of that, he's leaving himself open to that right-hand counter. Better work here, though, from Heeney as he tries to get himself back into this contest.
Yeah, he's got to sustain it midway through this 5th round, and you sense that he really needs to win this round because the tide has quite obviously turned. Big left hand from Carty, and another one. Heeney almost looked as though he was going for a moment, supported by the ropes, and now comes forward and clings onto Carty. He was in big trouble there, Heeney, and he looks a bit unsteady, and Carty will know it. Heeney biting down on that gum shield, trying to come forward. The corner is imploring him to go at Heeney because they know that he's got the Englishman going, and there's a cut around Heeney's left eye.
Yet the legs are totally gone here of Heeney. There's no coordination with them at all as Carty stalks forward, hand held high, looking for that big shot, and you just sense here one big shot and he could be in desperate trouble.
Heeney's famed competitive spirit, which saw him home against Denzel Bentley, he's going to need to find that again here because Carty is going looking for him now. He's trying to target him with headshots all the way. Heeney's head seems to have cleared, but we'll go into that Heeney corner, assuming he gets to the bell to end this round, to hear what they're telling him, because this fight is in danger of slipping away from him, and his career will not be in a good place if he loses this one against the French champion. That's a Carty round. Back to the Heeney corner now, and we listen in to how they make it.
You've got to get this together now. Listen, you've got to keep it simple, Nathan. He hit you with 2 great left hooks there, simply because your hands were not in position. Relax, please, suck it up. Get back to it. over like
Come on, let's go.
Come on, relax.
Breathe.
Relax sharp with them punches. Keep your feet alive. Hands up. Okay? Keep it simple. Don't let him in it now by just being swinging and wild. On the head. If you drop them hands and hold your feet in range, let him jump in with them wild punches. I guarantee he's going to clip you. And you're letting him win the round. You've got to get it together, son. Get on that jab. And keep your fucking hands at the side of your head, son. Come on, we've been in this game too long for that. Come on.
Sorry about the language in the corner. Nathan Heaney given the riot act, and rightly so, because on my card he's now lost 3 on the spin, Spanny.
Yep, totally agree with that, John, and he's got to be educated in what he does here, Heaney, because he's had the rollicking in the corner from his in the corner, and that could change what he does here, and he can't go out and just roll the kitchen sink. There's got to be educated pressure here, because Carty is very, very good himself. He's waiting now, looking for that counter punch.
Carty, the French champion, good right hand from Heeney, trying to dominate from centre ring, trying to do what his corner said and work in an orthodox manner behind the jab. Don't do anything flash, don't do anything complicated was the message. There's a right hand from Carty, and just for a moment again it looked as though Heeney's legs stiffened slightly when that found the target, and here comes Carty again. He's trying to pile on the pressure, and in that last round, that second big left hook to the head almost put Heeney down. We saw a replay between rounds and he was in desperate trouble. He's recovered well though now from that attack and from that right hand in this round. Good jab from Heeney, good shot indeed. Misses with the right hand over the top. Carty trying to work to the body with the left hand, looking for the gloves to drop so he can throw that big right hand. Left hook to the body from Carty. Misses with a left hook aimed at the head.
Yep, Carty trying to set the traps here at the moment, pretending to fade to the body. Went with a wild left hook to the head. He knows that he can hurt Heeney, and that's giving him more confidence. Now covering up, trying to draw Heeney in. Interesting one, this one. Real game of chess. One false move here, and it's checkmate.
This is a 10-rounder. Nathan Heaney against the French champion, Sofiane Carty. Good body shot from Heaney. Really bent his knees in and dug in behind the left hand to the body. Great shot. But Carty takes it well and comes back looking for a right to the Heaney head, which is now once again has blood coming from the damaged left eye and also from the nose. Carty, though, perhaps just being outworked in this 6th round. This is such an important round. You sense for Heeney needed to stop the big attacks coming from the Frenchman, and he's doing so.
Yep, he certainly is. He's taking him to the ring now. He's standing in front of his opponent, and he's making it hard for Carty in there, and Heeney needed that. He needed to turn the screw and change the pattern of this contest, because Carty was growing in confidence. As I say that, Heeney throws a combination again.
And he's finishing on the front foot, looking dominant. Carty jigging this way and that, showing that he's still got plenty of spring in his footsteps. The last 10 seconds of the round, and for me it's been a Heeney round, and he sways back and makes Carty miss with an attempted big right hook. Good round that for Heeney, and we'll go now and, well, you've heard enough from us for the moment. Let's hear from Adam and Gareth.
Never heard too much of you two, let me tell you. Yeah, I think Nathan did re-establish himself slightly in that. I can't decide whether it was because of the good work Nathan Heaney did or whether Sofiane just took his foot off the gas and let him have a little bit of a look at it. It's going to be interesting to see how they play here, because for me, the guy that's in the ascendancy and having a lot more of the success with a cleaner and effective work is the Frenchman. Nathan's got to get back on his boxing, stop trying to do the one-hitter quitters, box, get the feet going, multiple shots, Gareth.
Well, I think you're right, but I think Sofiane Carty is the better boxer. It's as simple as that. His footwork's much better. That's what's winning him the fight. He's picking his punches very well. He settled back a little bit in that round. What I love about Nathan Heaney, no quitting him, physicality of the man, and Carty's going to have to nail him in the canvas, to the canvas to stop him.
Yeah, he certainly is. Tough contest, this one. And just as I look down the end of the table and see how engineer Adam Reed, with blood now on his shirt, it explains exactly how this title is. It's a very, very tough one, grueling one. And Heaney's in desperate trouble.
Took a big shot, and now Carty's looking to take him out. Heaney goes down. Heaney's down. sure he is. Bob Williams having a look. And he wants to be absolutely sure the gum shield has come out for Heeney, and he's done that to buy some extra time. That's the old pros trick. The French corner is protesting, and I have to say, they're protesting with some justification. Heeney back in that corner now. They're taking forever to wash the gum shield. Carty can't believe that he's not being allowed to continue here, and he's going in there now, looking to knock Nathan Heaney out. Big left hand, almost puts him down again, and the right hand. Bravely, Heaney comes back off the ropes, and just listen to the crowd roaring him on. Carty, another big right hand, and another. The referee's watching closely. He'll be stopping it if Heaney's not able to respond. If he thinks he's gone, another right hand from Carty, and there's still 2 minutes to go in this 7th round, which has been a huge round for the Frenchman, and he stopped it. The referee steps between them, he stopped it, and the French champion, Sofiane Carty, is being chaired aloft by its cornerman, and he stopped Nathan Heaney here in the 7th round. And a terrific performance, you have to say. Heaney started this fight so well, but he kind of ran out of ideas, and Carty showed that he had boxing skills and the power to trouble Heeney. He had him in trouble in previous rounds, and then in this round, when the chance came, well, Heeney tried to buy time by spitting out the gum shield. It took forever to get it back in, but once the action restarted, Carty just stepped in there and took him out.
Yeah, John, you're right in what you say. Nathan Heaney started the contest very, very well, but I said, didn't I, that he was standing in front of him, going forward in straight lines, holding that left hand out low, and when he was throwing the jab, he was bringing it down low. The Frenchman, an experienced guy that's been there, seen it, done it, sensed that, saw it, set the trap, let the right hands go, and the big problem started when he landed the right hand and come through with a big left hook. The legs went of Heeney. He rightly spat the gum shield out, bought himself a bit of time. The referee, Bob Williams, by the way, give him plenty of time, done him a huge, huge favour. The French corner were fuming with that. We're right in that corner now. The action continued, the action went back underway, and the Frenchman, Carty, got the job done.
Bob Williams was absolutely spot on, ending the fight. And Nathan Heaney, you wonder now, with another bad defeat, you wonder where his career goes from here. 35 years old, and he's had some tough fights, and now with 2 defeats against Brad Pauls and now against Sofiane Carty, you kind of think with some justification, where now, Nathan, if at all?
Yep, it's a tough one, isn't it? You know, he's got a great, huge following that will follow him anywhere. You can hear the crowd in here, they absolutely love that. They love their man from Stoke-on-Trent, Nathan Heaney, who always gives him value for money. But I'm with you, John. Where did he go at this stage of his career? He's coming off back-to-back losses, where he lost his British and Commonwealth titles to Brad Pauls. He's lost now to the French champion. It's going to be a long, hard, dark road back for Nathan Heaney. He's going to have to go soul-searching.
Well, you know, I mean, he's a bright guy, isn't he? He's been a teacher in the past, and he's clearly got a life possible outside of boxing. And he was taking, at what was there, a very significant defeat. We'll get confirmation in a moment. I know Gareth is champing at the bit to get in there.
I just think the difficulty with Nathan Heaney right now is he's lost to a guy who's not renowned as a puncher as well. They got outboxed. He got comprehensively beaten there tonight.
Here's the results.
Ladies and gentlemen, here is the official time. 1 minute 8 seconds of round number 7. Our referee in charge, Bob Williams, steps in to stop the contest. Therefore, your winner by way of technical knockout, and now the WBA Continental Middleweight Champion, Sofiane Carty.
Sofiane Carty takes out Nathan Heaney at the end of the 6th round. Listen, Nathan still doesn't look steady on his feet, if we're dead honest about it. The way that he's stumbling around the ring right now, I think he needs to get back into his dressing room and be well assessed there by the medical officials. There's a young, I say a young man, as John was just pointing out, 35 years of age. He has climbed the mountain, becoming a British champion, probably exceeded a lot of people's expectations of Nathan Heaney. I think he needs to take some time, have a little bit of a look, but most importantly, right now, get backstage and get looked after, because he doesn't look steady, because that looked a brutal knockout. Do stick with us. You are listening to Fight Night on talkSPORT. Derek Chisora, Otto Wallin. Still to come tonight, One Last Dance. Yeah. Don't mean anything anyway. Yeah, but probably the best thing he's ever going to win. Do you know what I mean? And when I heard ones off my shoulders, how can I heard one holding you? One touching one, reaching out, touching me. Okay.
There's no better place in England. Muchos años ya, si fueres peleando ahora, hubieras haber peleado en Inglaterra. Would you have fought in England if you've been fighting now?
Yeah, why now? It's good. Claro que sí, me gustaría pelear en Inglaterra por la emoción y todo. Tal vez a última hora me hubiera quedado por acá.
So, of course, I would have fought here just for the atmosphere alone. Obviously, this is a man who fought for 33 years as a pro, 33 años como profesional, creo, ¿no? 33 years.
No más. Okay, 33.
33, exactly. But finally, tonight, when someone, Derek Chisora, is similar to you for us. He's not at that level that he won world championships in lots of divisions, but he's a folk figure like you in your country. You're a folk figure. Eres un carácter folclórico en tu país. Derek Chisora es lo mismo para nosotros aquí. Sin título profesional como campeón del mundo, but he's still loved by everybody. ¿Qué es más importante? What's most important? El amor de los aficionados o los títulos? The fights and the fighters and the fans, what's most important? Love of the people or the titles?
Lo más importante es el amor de los aficionados. El título tú lo puedes regalar, pero el amor del aficionado nunca lo puedes perder.
Thank you, legend. Yes, he's saying the most important thing, obviously, is the love of the fans, because that's what endures. Muchas gracias, leyenda. Thank you.
It does not get better than that. If you were watching along on our YouTube stream, Gareth A. Davis rocking and rolling with Hands of Stone, Roberto Duran in Spanish. Eh?
Oh, but he doesn't get better than that. Come on.
Muchos gracias. Dos cervezas. That's all I've got. That's all I've got. That's, I think, all you need, really, isn't it? That's all you need. Otto Wallin is in front of me. He's in the red corner. He has made his walk to the ring. AC/DC thundering around this fantastic arena right now as we prepare for the final ring walk of Derek Chisora. Spence, the atmosphere in here is absolutely incredible.
Look at the turnout here. There is not a seat in this place. They said 12,000, they said 14,000. I tell you what, they've had a lot of walk-ups today because it is absolutely bouncing in here for a British superstar in Derek Chisora. You got to respect what the guy does.
Here he comes for the last time on UK soil, Derek War Chisora. And it's that tune. Of Derek Chisora blazoned on the monitors above my head as he makes his way from his dressing room to the top of the ramp. Eagles, Hotel California, synonymous with the Derek Chisora ring walk now of recent times. In a moment or two, this arena are going to get the opportunity to see him. Black cowboy hat, black robes, Union Jack, bandana around his mouth, covering his face. On the eyes we can see right now. Can't tell quite yet just how emotional Derek Chisora is, but as he made his way into the arena this evening, he did break down in tears as he entered his dressing room before he got changed. Tonight's an emotional night for him. Ring walk 49 as a professional. 3 times with Fury, 1 with Vitaly Klitschko, 1 with David Hay, 2 with Pulev, 2 with Dillian White, 1 with Kabayel, 1 with Usyk, 2 with Parker, 1 with Joe Joyce. The list goes on and on and on. He has been in with the very best of his generation, the last generation, and the future generations with the likes of Ajit Kabayel. We still are yet to see him in the arena as he makes that long walk from his dressing room. He hasn't appeared yet. Otto Wallin's been in the ring for about 5 minutes. He's going to have to do a bit of shadow boxing to keep himself warm. But Derek Chisora is absolutely milking every single moment of this as he makes his way to the top of the ramps and the pyrotechnics goes off. There you go. Number 49 blazing on the back of his robe, and Derek Chisora is just drinking in every single moment of this atmosphere. A folk hero of boxing. He might not have become a world champion, but as Frank Warren said a little earlier on in our broadcast this evening, he's a fighter that every single time went into the ring, he left every single sinew inside it. He's given his life to this sport, and for the final time in front of his British fans, Derek Chisora makes a ring walk. How fitting that it is here in Manchester as he trips. Oof. He's just tripped on the stairs as he was making his way into the ring. He's on the ring apron right now, raising his fist, and the crowd respond. As he moves the security guard out of the way, he wants to address all four corners of the Co-op Arena. He's about to step through the ropes, asking his cornerman to make sure there's enough gap for Derek to get through. And he's now in the ring, Gareth.
I love the cowboy theme, the hustler, the Lone Ranger, the guy is going to saddle up and leave town tonight after putting everything right. The script's written for him. Can he produce it? He's done it so many times before. As you say in that long list of who's who, he knows how to milk a crowd. As Roberto Duran told us on the show not 10 minutes ago, the love of the fans is more important than the world title. And this is a room full of love for War Chisora tonight. Everyone's eyes and energy is trained on him.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time for our featured bout. It is scheduled for 12 rounds, and it is a eliminator for the IBF World Heavyweight Championship. Brought to you by Frank Warren on behalf of Queensberry Promotions, along with their great sponsors. Riyadh Season, 32 Red, That Prize Guy, and Unibet. It is sanctioned by the British Boxing Board of Control, steward in charge, Suzanne Potts, along with the International Boxing Federation. President Daryl Peoples, Supervisor Massimiliano Bianco, Timekeeper Chris O'Connor. Our 3 judges assigned, scoring on a 10-point must system will be Bence Kovac of Hungary, Bob Williams of England, and Olena Pobivaililo of Belgium. Our referee in charge will be John Latham of England. And now, boxing fans joining us live worldwide, and boxing fans here in Manchester, England. The time has arrived for the main event of the evening. Introducing to you first, fighting tonight out of the red corner, he comes to the ring wearing black with blue and weighed in officially at 17 stone 1 pound. A native of Sundsvall, Sweden, he is now fighting out of New York, USA, and brings a professional record consisting of 27 wins, 2 defeats, 1 no contest, with 15 of those 27 wins coming by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the former EBU European Champion and the former WBA Continental Heavyweight Champion, Otto Wallin. And his opponent across the ring in this main event, fighting tonight out of the blue corner, he comes to the ring wearing black trunks and weighed in officially at 18 stone 7 pounds. Hailing from Finchley, London, England, this 18-year veteran now has a professional record of 35 wins, 13 defeats, 23 of his 35 wins coming by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, here is the captivating and unforgettable former British, Commonwealth, European, and 2-time world title challenger, known as the Del Boy, Derek War Chisora.
Both your obeying instructions at all times. When I tell you to break, you're both breaking in. Defend yourselves at all times. Touch gloves.
Wow, the atmosphere in here is electric. Is this it? You never really know with Derek Chisora. For what he's advertised as the last dance of a very colourful career, can Del Boy deliver a moment for his loving public? We're about to find out. Calling you through Chisora versus Wallin, live on talkSPORT, the talkSPORT app, on your smart TV and YouTube. It's Spencer Oliver and John Rawling.
This is the one that's been talked about so much, the one they've been waiting for. And is Derek Chisora going to be able to keep his emotions in check? Because I think that is a significant part of this. Starting interestingly, out of a southpaw stance. A couple of jabs, and now he's right where we expect him to be, in the face of Otto Wallin, trying to thud home body shots. One gets through, good right hand. Noticeably the bigger man Chisora, although Wallin stands some 3 or 4 inches taller at 6'5.5". But Chisora so strong, 18 stone 7, and how he wants to produce one great grandstand finish for his British fans.
Yeah, well, John, you hit the nail on the head there. How does he control those emotions? Can he feed off them? He's got a massive turnout here tonight in Manchester. He said he's bringing more. This is a fight. This is not a boxing match. This is a fight. He's going to make it rough, tough, and that's exactly how he started here. Good left hand through the middle there from Wallin.
Yeah, Wallin, good jab, good reach advantage, of course. And now here comes Chisora right in his face again, trying to thud home hooks as one on the blind side of the referee went in low. Is he going to say anything about it? No, because he didn't see it. The referee has to split them, the smaller figure of John Latham. Chisora bobs this way and that, throws a couple of hooks, big ones, 2 big body shots, and then switch the attack to the head. Right hand, which Wallin took fairly comfortably, I think. It's been a quiet opening from the Swede. Pitter-pat jab there. He's had one eye-catching left hand through the middle, but for the most part it's been Chisora doing what he's doing now, swarming into Wallin and trying to land powerful body shots.
Yeah, Chisora coming forward. Joe Fraser-like with his hands crossed, trying to roll under the shots. It's a big left hand go over the top. You can listen to the atmosphere in here. You've got probably 15,000 people all here to see Derek Chisora, and he started this one quite well.
Yeah, it's been a good opening round so far. Just over 30 seconds to go in the opener, and Chisora, the older man by some 7 years, he's right in front of us, hammering in body shots again into the midriff of Wallin, and the crowd respond to that. He's not to leave anything unspent here in Manchester tonight, Chisora. He'll do everything he can to leave this ring as a victor, and I tell you what, I wonder if Wallin expected him to be switch hitting, because that's what he's doing in here. There's been quite a lot of leading off behind the right hand with Derek Chisora, and there's the bell to end an opening round, which he's won comfortably, Spencer.
Yeah, a great start there from Derek Chisora, who's notoriously a slow starter, but he come out there and he started very, very fast. Surprisingly, started switching into the southpaw stance as well. Had a little success of that. Otto Wallin was quite surprised at that. Now these two know each other a little bit. They've sparred a bit in the past, so Wallin knows what he's coming into here. But can he deal with the pressure? Can he deal with a 15,000 strong crowd that Derek Chisora has got behind him? Everyone loving it here. Music pumping, people up on their feet, dancing. The atmosphere is carnival-like. Great start there from Derek Chisora.
Really was, and you're listening to the main event here in Manchester. Derek Chisora against Otto Wallin, a 12-round heavyweight contest, and Chisora, really good opener. He's starting to sweat quite profusely now, but he took that opening round by a distance. Now, how is Wallin going to be able to respond? Again, he starts off working behind the right-hand lead, Chisora, and I wonder if Wallin is being a little bit flummoxed by that.
Well, Wallin would definitely not be expecting that, but lands a couple of good left hands of his own. Wallin, a tall figure of a man that boxes out of the southpaw stance as well. The southpaw stance, obviously, right hand first, left hand, backhand, and Chisora is trying to match him for that. No one expected this. I didn't expect it, John, and I don't think you did either.
I certainly didn't. I've seen it employed against Chisora in the past, notably by Tyson Fury. But he's now reverted back to orthodox, leading with the left-hand lead. and there's not too much being exchanged at the moment. Big maul in front of us. John Latham just has a word with Chisora, saying let's keep it clean. A couple of jabs from Chisora, then forward he comes with body shots, tries to switch the attack to the head with the left hand. Wallin turns him and pushes him back onto the ropes, onto the far side.
Yeah, Chisora, it may not be pretty, but he said exactly that's what it was going to be. He's going to turn it into what he said would be a street fight, and that's exactly what he's doing, coming forward, rolling, slipping, letting the shots go out in the southpaw stance, orthodox stance, and we've not seen too much from Wallin as Chisora lands a couple of big left hooks.
He's such a strong man and so committed tonight. He might be 41 years old, but he is desperate to show, as he showed against Joe Joyce, that he still very much has a lot of fight left in him, and maybe he's still got one more big one financed by the Saudi money for a world title. You heard Frank Warren earlier on saying if he comes through this and comes through it well, then that's the plan. And he comes forward now, and just a couple of jabs from Wallin out of the southpaw stance. Back comes Chisora leaning on, trying to bully Wallin. Wallin pushes him back off the ropes, and the referee has a word with Chisora about use of the head.
Yeah, Wallin had a good little spell 10-15 seconds ago, landed a couple of southpaw jabs, and left hand went through as well. Wallin trying to box on the inside, very, very short. Chisora rolling forward, trying to get close, loading up with shots to the body and head. Another good round this from Derek Chisora.
Yeah, he's really fast, started at a fast rate. Whether he can keep this going for 12 rounds, of course, is another question. Two more solid body shots. There's a good little left-hand counter in there from Wallin. It was a hook to the head, but Chisora again takes it well, and he's going to be 2 rounds to the good after this, because he clearly won the opening round, and he's winning this one as well. Big right hand from Chisora, last scoring shot of the fight. Wallin takes it and takes it well, but it was a heavy punch. Let's hear from Adam and Gareth.
I think this is really clever from Chisora, because Wallin has got a really good jab. He can keep you nice and long, and when southpaws and orthodox fighters meet up, if you've got a good jab from the southpaw stance, you can keep it nice and long. What Chisora's doing is catch-up shifting his feet, so therefore he's dipping underneath the lead jab, switching into a southpaw stance, jabbing at the same time at the stomach, and then just winging away. Really clever stuff.
It's Chisora's fight so far. He didn't want to be popped on the end of a long jab by Wallin. Wallin knows he's in a war. What I love about Derek is the zombie in him is now rising. He doesn't have a bad round. He always keeps coming. And he's got a great engine, as we've seen. He just needs to go like this for 3, 4, 5 rounds, and Wallin will start to get desperate.
He's intelligent, he's getting on the inside, and he's winging away, he's doing the work. Good stuff so far.
2 rounds then so far to Derek Chisora. You're listening to Chisora against Wallin here on Fight Night Live at the Co-op Live Arena here in Manchester, in partnership with USN. Prepare, perform and recover faster with USN Sports Supplements. Here we are now in the 3rd round of this fascinating 12-rounder, and it's been a really good start to Derek Chisora. Wherever you are, you're maybe listening to a little bit of boxing history here. Chisora coming in with the 49 and blazoned on his shorts and on his gown. 49 fights he's had. He'd like to have 50. He wants to have a win here tonight against Wallin, and the referee splits them and tells Chisora off about pulling his man on around the back of the head, and John Latham telling Chisora in no uncertain terms that he won't stand for it.
Yeah, he's just trying to take a hold of this, as you have to do with someone like Derek Chisora. You've got to keep him under control. Chisora trying to roll forward, trying to come in low. Otto Wallin trying to keep him at bay with the jab, but Chisora at the moment doing a great job of closing that space, controlling that space, and that's why he's winning this round.
And now it's Wallin who pushes Chisora back onto the ropes. The referee splits them and the action underway again. Chisora bobbing this way and that, rolling and bobbing and weaving, trying to get himself into range to land big hooks, but he tried to land the left hand. It was blocked by Wallin, who again walks him back, this time into his own corner. And Wallin showing Chisora, yeah, you may be strong, you may be heavier, but I'm a strong man as well.
Yeah, we always knew this was going to be rough and it was tough, and it's already going to happen like that, isn't it? Chisora just pounding forward, no real finesse about what he's doing, and Wallin is going to have to match him here.
Good right hand from Chisora. Took it well though, Wallin. Chisora nearly caught him though, and he's trying to follow it up. He's walking down towards Wallin, and he landed a really big right hand there. Fair play to Wallin, took it well. Chisora going forward, can't find the big follow-up punch that he hoped he would be able to. Here he comes again. Wallin on the back foot, spearing him with the right hand jab. Got big right hand again from Chisora. Wallin takes it. Chisora, it was a big swinging right hand into the side of the head of Wallin, who understandably stopped throwing punches for a second or two. He wasn't really wobbled by it, but it was a big punch from Chisora, and it landed flush again.
Yeah, huge flush punch there from Chisora, who's doing a great job of closing the space, getting in range, and really winging those shots over. Wallin standing tall with his hands held high. He's just there to be hit. Another great round here from Derek Chisora.
Well, he's landed two good punches, two big punches, and that's maybe the decisive factor. That back comes Wallin with a good left hand right on the bell. That was actually a closer round, but it was a round nevertheless for Derek Chisora, and it may be certainly on our cards that he's 3 rounds to 0 ahead.
Yeah, brilliant round there again from Derek for me. The eye-catching punches, he was doing so well at coming in low. Wallin a little bit hesitant to let those shots go. He's not letting his hands go enough. He's allowing Chisora to get in range, and when he gets in range, he's really loading up, winging them from the left and from the right. He really pushed the head back there of Otto Wallin. One solid shot, right thudded in the side of his head. We heard it, we felt it down here at ringside. The crowd are absolutely loving this. Brilliant start from Derek Chisora. Notoriously a slow starter, but tonight he's gone out there and he's doing it from round 1.
This is our main event here in Manchester at the Co-op Live Arena. Derek Chisora against Otto Wallin, and Chisora is surely ahead. Probably taken all 3 rounds so far, and we're now into the 4th of this 12-rounder. What can Wallin do to perhaps box his way and work his way back into this fight? It is Chisora who's on the front foot, bobbing and weaving and trying to come in close. Wallin trying to spear him as he comes in, tried to throw a left hook as a counter, but he's not able to land anything of any note. There's just a pitter-pat look about his work.
Yeah, I tell you what Wallin can do, John, and that's let his hands go, because at the moment he's allowing Chisora to close that space. He can't control the fact that Derek's coming in very, very low, rolling from left to right, and when he's getting in range, he's letting the shots go. Wallin's taking too much time to get off his shots. Chisora's in control of this fight at the moment because he's controlling the pace.
Good body shots again from Chisora this time. It's Wallin who ties him up. Any big fighter, you know, I mean, talk to them over the years, they will tell you it's not easy to fight a small man. Look at the success of Mike Tyson, who stood round about 5'10", and yet was one of the great heavyweights of all time. Chisora is fighting slow and fighting small. 2 good right hands, though, from Wallin as Chisora comes forward. He was nailed by those. Chisora caught again and staggers back, and he almost looked as though he'd turned an ankle there, but he's still on the front foot, still carrying the fight to Wallin. But this is better work, or has been better work by Wallin.
Yeah, Wallin getting off with the shots there, and he's starting to get some success. He's leading with that southpaw jab, ramming it in the face of Chisora, and Chisora was a little unsteady on his legs there, a stumble forward there as well. Good left hand on the backhand there, again from Wallin, and Chisora now biting down on his gum shield.
He's taken 3 big left hands to the head in this round, and this is by some distance the best that Wallin's produced so far in the contest. The referee splits them, and this time Chisora's a bit more reticent about coming charging in, and Wallin knows that he can reach him with that left hand. That's his power shot, that's his danger shot, and Chisora's work rate just slowing a little, and Wallin catches him with a right hand on the way in this time. But Chisora's right in his face, looking to throw an uppercut in there. After that great start, is Chisora going to be able to maintain it here in the 4th round? Signs that Wallin is very much in it and starting to get right back into the fight.
Yeah, Wallin just starting to get into a rhythm now, isn't he? We said that if he gets into a rhythm, it's very difficult to beat. And this round, he started letting his hands go. He's had success with that left hand, the backhand, and Chisora's looked a little unsteady a couple of times. Lands a big left hook on the bell there, Chisora.
We'll go into the Chisora corner now, where they shower him with water as he goes back and sits down on his stool. Let's have a listen to what they're telling him there.
That was a great round. That was a great round. Control breathing. Okay, control breathing. Take a deep breath and hold it, please. Okay. Listen. Get to that body a little bit with both hands. Left and right hand, get to the body a little bit, okay? And then you're going to come up to the head a little bit, okay? Now you've got to get that jab working a little bit, right? All he's doing is holding in the clinch. So you've got to work early in the clinch, you understand? Understand? Okay. Derek, you're fantastic. Every round. Do me a favour.
Well, telling him that it was a good round, Spencer, but I thought that Wallin took that one, first one that he's won.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, John. I think that's the first round that actually Derek Chisora lost. He had an incredible start, but Wallin started to get into a rhythm. Derek now needs to take that play away from him again when he gets up close. Let those hands go, Del Boy.
4 rounds gone, and we've got it 3 rounds to 1 in Chisora's favour. And Wallin is now clearly growing in confidence. Lands a jab as Chisora comes in close, and another one. Chisora trying to work in and land those power hooks, but he's not able to do so, and is caught as he came into range. Wallin backpedaling, showing good mobility, working off the ropes, and now they clinch, hold on, and referee John Latham has to split them.
Yep, Chisora trying to get in range to wing those shots over. He's looking for an early night here. He's really loading up with those shots. But Wallin now starting to look better with this. Coming over the left-hand lead of Chisora there with his own jab. That's good tactical stuff, that from Wallin.
Chisora in close, thuds in another couple of body shots and clings on, trying to turn this into a street fight, trying to rough Wallin up. Referee won't have it though and pushes Wallin back, pushes Chisora back, and the boxing match begins, at least a boxing match for now, as Wallin lands again with a right-hand lead. Chisora into range, the crowd sense it, and they want to see him let his hands go now, left over the top into the side of Wallin's head, partially blocked. Wallin back up, standing tall, couple of jabs, and forward comes Chisora with a big swinging right hand, best punch of the round. But Wallin again takes it well. He's still clear-eyed, but another right hand thuds into the side of Wallin's head. Tremendous effort again here from Derek Chisora with 1:15 to go in the 5th round.
Yeah, Chisora throwing them shots with real venom, putting everything into them. Caught one funded on the side of Wallin's head there. Wallin, to his credit, took it well. The crowd now going wild for Chisora.
But it's just 2 big shots. Is it enough to take it over Wallin's more consistent work? That's going to be the judgment of the 3 men sitting at ringside scoring this fight. Couple of jabs now from Wallin, and the left cross taken easily by Chisora, whose face is just reddening slightly from those jabs that he's having to absorb to getting close. Here he comes again, looking for big swinging hooks, but he's taking 1, 2, 3 right hands into the head as he does so. There's another left from Chisora, but Wallin certainly landing more punches in this round. Big cheers again from the crowd as a right hand thuds home. Chisora's face is reddening, his nose is starting to look red, his right eye as well is starting to mark up a little, starting to be little badges of conflict there, and for almost the first time Chisora gives ground and hops away into a neutral corner, and the bell goes to end that round. Let's hear from Adam and Gareth.
As you've been pointing out in the build-up towards this, Gareth, he's 42 this year, is Derek Chisora. Can he keep the gas tank going till the end of the fight? Because that's going to be the key thing. He's fighting a much younger man. 3
3 rounds to 2 for Derek for me right now. Wallin's come back into it. He's worked out Derek's attacks. He's very good when Derek comes in the southpaw stance now, and Derek's switching between southpaw and orthodox. I think the key for Derek is just to keep doing what he's doing. Loads of eye-catching punches. We know what he's capable of doing, but he's just got to change it a little bit, because I think Valin's reading him a little bit more now.
Listen, he's been able to pop off his jab, he's getting his lovely backhand going, Wallin, and at range he's looking all right. But is he having the effect? Is he having the effect on Derek?
Wallin's never looked hurt, so either.
Derek Chisora's marked up. They've had to work on a cut around his right eye, and there's swelling there as well, and his nose also. He's the one who's marking up, and Wallin, for me, has won the last 2 rounds. He's standing tall, fighting out of a southpaw stance. He's got Chisora right in front of him and picks him off with a 1-2 as he comes forward, Chisora. Chisora not able to beat him technically. He's got to get into the corner, into the space somehow, get into his chest and land those power shots. And he landed a couple in the last round, but not enough to win the round. There's a right hand which does catch the chin of Wallin, who backs away into the neutral corner.
Yeah, Chisora, that left side of his face, he's marking up now. The eye is starting to swell up as well. He's blinking. The left hand, sorry, the right hand of Wallin out that southpaw is working very well. He's consistent, flicking it out, and that's landing in the face of Chisora, who seems to be struggling in there at the moment, blinking quite hard. I don't know if there's a cut there, John.
Well, there is. It's his right side of his face, actually, which is damaged, and he's pawing at it a little bit uncomfortably. Jab from Wallin again spears him on the way in, and Chisora is really marking up quite badly in this 6th round, and the referee is having a look at Chisora and he's taking him to a neutral corner, and he's asking, I think, for a doctor to come and have a look at the facial damage and the cut around his eye. It's a bit of a mess, and the referee holds him in that neutral corner, and we're waiting for a oh dear me, and the right eye is an absolute mess. There's blood pouring from the right eye, and a judge now, a doctor, is having a look at it and wondering if he's going to be able to continue, Chisora, and the doctor says, okay, get on with it. The crowd's now with him, and they want Chisora to go in there now, and despite the wounds to his face and the pain that he must be feeling, to go in there somehow and find a knockout blow.
I tell you what, John, that's a really bad cut. The blood's flowing into the eye. He's not going to have long left here, Derek Chisora. He's got to do everything. Roll the dice, throw the kitchen sink, because he's on borrowed time here. Wallin boxing well, and there's a new oozing confidence from Wallin here.
Left hand from Wallin as Chisora came in close, and it caught him right on that damaged right-hand side of his face. Chisora is bravely coming forward, lands a right-hand jab, and then a right to the body, but Wallin, using good footwork, works along the ropes and catches Chisora as he does so. Chisora centre ring, absorbs 3-4 more punches, and nothing by way of scoring shot coming back from Chisora. Now he does get into range and doubles up on the right hand, and the crowd respond to him as he bravely comes into the chest of Wallin and tries to throw power hooks. Wallin, though, will not be dissuaded of throwing shots of his own.
Yeah, there's a tired, weary look around Chisora's work now. The legs a little unsteady as he tries to slip and slide under those punches. The blood pouring into the eye of Chisora as well. This is a bad time, bad moments here. 10 seconds left in this 6th round. Chisora needs something big.
This is a big round for Wallin, and at no stage has Chisora looked like he was going to win it. The doctors looked at that eye, and now he gets into the corner, and they're going to have to work away at that damaged right side of his face. We'll listen in.
Okay, listen. On the inside, he's trying to open that cut, you understand? Put your head on the other side so he doesn't get to that cut, do you understand? You understand, yes? Now listen, it's not bad and you're winning. You understand? It ain't bad and you're winning. Get back to the stick, the right hook is available. And go to that body a little bit. Wipe the club, wipe the other side.
raise his spirits as we move into the second half of the fight, and I've got it 3 apiece. Chisora taking the first 3, Wallin taking the next 3. It's actually not been a difficult fight to score, Spencer.
No, they've been quite clear-cut. I'm exactly the same as that, John. Chisora started very well, but as expected, Wallin getting into a rhythm now. Chisora needs to take that driving seat again. He needs to get close and show that same intensity that we saw in those opening 3 rounds. Big left hook there from Chisora, and needed one as well.
Yeah, but I think it was only a glancing blow. He threw it from way back, and Wallin saw it coming. Chisora looking for a big left hook now. Gets into the face of Wallin. Now he does let those hands go. 1, 2, 3. A couple of jabs from Wallin. Chisora winds up a corking right hand. It's taken on the gloves by Wallin. Wallin backpedaling, spearing Chisora with the right hand lead. Chisora is bravely trying to up the ante here in the 7th round. He must know, despite what the corners told him, that the fight's been sliding away from him in the last round or 2. There's another big left hand again from Chisora. This time Wallin wants to hold on and pushes Chisora back onto the ropes right in front of us here in our commentary position.
Yeah, Chisora just defiant in what he's doing here, stalking forward, closing that gap. The will to win is insane here from Derek Chisora. He really wants this. Wallin boxing well behind the jab, marking Derek up all the time, but you always sense if Derek lands one of those big shots, he could turn this on his head.
Well, we know it can happen. Joe Joyce is sitting at ringside, and he was a victim of one of those big shots. And here comes Chisora again. 2 headshots. Wallin manages to tie him up as he looks to follow up on that attack, and the referee speaking to Chisora and telling him to keep his work tidy. A minute to go in the 7th round. Jab from Wallin, taken on the gloves by Chisora, who backpedals again, waiting for Wallin to come to him. And Wallin's not naturally really a front foot sort of fighter. He likes to counter and work orthodox behind that right hand lead. And Wallin working, just peppering Chisora with a couple of jabs. Chisora getting into range, looking to have an opening for the left hook, but Wallin this time is able to tie him up with 30 seconds to go in this 7th.
Yeah, that eye is looking bad again there from Chisora as the blood starts oozing out of that, and Wallin trying to keep him at range, working out the southpaw style, flicks the jab out. You hear it thudding into the head of Chisora. Chisora still trying to push forward. A 1-2 from Wallin again. 10-second clacker goes, round 7.
This is what Chisora says he lives to do. And here's a big attack from Chisora. Last few seconds of the round, and he launches a succession of huge headshots at Wallin, who is puffing hard as he goes back to his corner. And that attack from Chisora might have been enough to give him the round.
Yeah, totally agree with that. He's done enough to win that round, and that's what it means to Derek Chisora. We said, will he fight with those emotions coming into this fight, his last one on British soil? It's been emotional all day, the first time we've seen it actually, all week, and we saw some of those emotions there, John.
Away from boxing, he says he likes gardening, he says he likes cooking, but I tell you what, this is what he does to just frightening degrees of intensity and success.
You can understand when a guy is going to struggle to walk away from this. Take a look around this Co-op Live arena here in Manchester. Everybody, carnival atmosphere. Everybody up on their seat, they're cheering, they're loving this. Derek Chisora giving the fans what they need, what they want again.
Well, that was a massive attack from Chisora in the closing stage of that 7th round, which might have been enough to put him ahead on the judges' cards as we move now into the 8th. Certainly, I've got Chisora leading this fight by 1 point, winning it by 4 rounds to 1. Quiet opening to this 8th. Chisora, he knows that it could have to go 12, and he might have to pace himself. He's up on his toes, showing that he's still got a bit of spring in his step. Comes in behind a right hand, turns it from a jab into a hook, into the side of Wallin's head, but no great power there. Right hand, left hand from Wallin. And a couple of jabs again from the tall Swede who catches Chisora on that damaged right side of his face as he comes in close. And the face, the bleeding, the damage to that eye is getting worse again by the moment. Here comes Chisora, 2 minutes to go in the 8th. Big left hand over the top. Wallin partially parries it and slips it, but Chisora is still dangerous. Oh, great left hand from Chisora, and the crowd springs to its feet, and he's got him in the corner, and he's landing huge shots, and he's trying to take Wallin out. Wallin, is he going to be able to withstand this? He bravely fights back himself off the ropes. Amazing action here in this 8th round. Quite phenomenal. Where is Chisora finding this at the age of 41? Just stunning. And the referee is going to split them. And has the gum shield come out? He's speaking to Chisora. There may have been a low punch in there. Well, whatever it was, I didn't see a problem there. But John Latham, the referee, did. And he interrupted the passage of violence.
That was absolutely insane. Chisora just decided to go for it head down, winging the shots to the body and the head. Credit where credit's due to Otto Wallin because he soaked him up well. And let's hope now Chisora hasn't blown a gasket here because Wallin still got this together. He's still composed. Big shots again from Chisora.
He thinks he can take him out, Chisora. Every time he gets into range, he is really giving it everything. He's trying to knock Wallin out. Wallin on the back foot, spears him a couple of times with that right-hand jab as he comes in close. But now Chisora trying to cut him off into the corner. He has him on the ropes, throws a couple of hooks, big ones, but partially blocked by Wallin. 30 seconds to go in this 8th round. Chisora misses with a huge overhand right, and the camera at ringside is spattered with blood coming from the face of Derek Chisora. 20 seconds to go.
Yeah, this is tough, and this is exactly what Derek said. It was going to be a war, a street fight, as Wallin pins Chisora in the corner. Chisora looking to let that big right hand go. Wallin not taking the bait right now, and he pushes the left hand out. But Chisora's face looking a mess. What a fight we have here. End of round 8.
Well, what a fight indeed. Did Wallin win that round? Did he make it level? Or did Chisora take it? Have you got it, Adam?
I think Derek has finally decided that he's at peace with the consequences of war. He's just having it. He's just having a scrap with him is what he's doing in this particular fight. And if it comes back and he gets chinned the other way, I think he's decided that he's at peace with that. I personally gave that Derek Chisora there. I think he's actually upped the output in the last 2 rounds and maybe snapped on a couple of them and got himself back in front. But it's captivating.
I agree. I thought he stole the 7th and he won that one, trying to knock Wallin into row 10. On the ring apron just in front of us. The assault was amazing. I didn't see a particularly low blow myself, but I thought he was bringing him to the corner to have his eye looked at. The biggest concern, you can see Ross Amber in there working on it. He's one of the best cut men in the world. My concern, guys, commentary team, is the eye.
You're listening to Chisora against Wallin here on Fight Night Live at the Co-op Live Arena here in Manchester in partnership with USN. Perform, prepare and recover faster with USN Sports Supplements. We're in now the 9th round of 12. Is Chisora going to be able to maintain this astonishing effort to leave this ring tonight as a winner for the last time in front of an adoring British public?
Yeah, this is not a physical battle now. This is all a psychological battle, a mental battle, and Derek Chisora, we know, has that in him. Otto Wallin also is that guy. Big right hand!
Oh, he's put him down! He's gone down! Right hand! He was backpedaling, and Wallin trying to get to his feet. He's on his feet. The count's at 7, 8, and now the referee's going to look at him and see if he's going to allow him to carry on. And now Chisora, he's looking for the knockout blow. It was an astonishing right hand, and another one goes in, and another, and a big left hand as well from Chisora. And he's throwing everything at Wallin here in the 9th round, trying to take the big Swede out. Remember Wallin, such a good fighter over the years. He's only lost 2 contests against Tyson Fury and against Anthony Joshua, and now looking to avoid a 3rd defeat at the hands of Chisora, who's right in his face, giving it everything, and Wallin's just hanging on in position.
Yeah, he's hanging on for dear life in there at the moment, Wallin. The legs are still unsteady. The eye of Derek Chisora is bleeding heavily, but he's coming forward, winging the shots in to body and head. Wallin can do nothing but cover up here. What action we've got here in this 9th round.
Wallin is trying to stay away from these huge hooks that Chisora's putting in. He lands a left and a right, and now Wallin manages to tie him up. But this is going to be a 10-8 round for Derek Chisora. I'm almost certain of that, unless Wallin can find something maybe to put Chisora down in the remaining seconds of this round. Chisora's gambled and put a huge effort into this round, and now he's in the corner in front of us, and he's just trying to cover up, and Wallin trying to judge whether or not he can launch some big left hands at Chisora. He decides against it. Chisora comes in with a right hook this time, and then a right jab. Wallin has to backpedal. The referee looking very closely at Chisora and the damaged right-hand side of his face. Surely that's not going to be an issue now. Surely.
Chisora's now looking desperately tired. He's put a big effort in there in the first 2.5 minutes of that round, and he is desperately tired. And guess what? Otto Wallin sensed it. There's a turning of the tide again. Another twist in the tail.
Chisora feinting to throw a big right hand, but doesn't. He goes back to his corner, but with the knockdown, that's going to be a 10-8. Let's listen into the Wallin corner, because it's a crisis time there.
Doing your best, I understand it. But you can knock this guy out. That's what it's coming down to. This is it. You can finish him, all right? Yes, you got to watch for his feints trying to trick you. But have your hands up and let him go. He can't touch you that way. This is your fight. Don't let him get any breaks. Let your hands go. Stay off those ropes.
What round is it?
Well, last round, right? Round 12.
Otto, this is your fight.
What round is it?
Let your hands go.
Well, we move now into the 10th round. Thought for a moment they were saying to Wallin, this is the last round. Well, it's not that we understand. This is a 12-round fight, but with that 10-8, Derek Chisora is now surely beyond doubt ahead on the scorecard.
Yeah, he's a clear leader on my scorecards. 4 points up at the moment. What a war we've had here. The action really swinging one way, then the other. Chisora had a massive round there in round 9, but in the last 30 seconds, Otto Wallin, he sort of recovered. He started coming back, and it was Chisora's turn to look tired.
Well, I think they've told him that he's got to knock him out. I think they know that now. Chisora is looking dog-tired, he's damaged, and every time Wallin lands, there's a sense of dread that Chisora might take one too many and go down, but he's still in there, bobbing and weaving as he tries to trap Wallin in the corner on the far side of the ring. In Chisora's own corner, lands a couple of right-hand leads and a left hook, and just listen to the response of the crowd as soon as anything meaningful lands.
They love him, don't they? They absolutely love him. Value for money. What a night we're having here. What a fight we've got right now. IBF title eliminator, number 2 spot up for grabs, and Chisora 4 points up on my scorecard.
Wallin lands a good combination, but then Chisora, a huge swinging right hand into the head of Wallin, who takes it and then clasps hold tight to Chisora. Midway stage of the 10th round, Wallin has landed the more punches in this round. The power shot has been from Chisora. Many of the rounds have been like that. A couple of pitter-pat jabs from Wallin. Chisora gestures to him as much as to say that does nothing, and he waves to his crowd. He wants the support, and he gets it as well. They're giving him massive support all around. People are standing and cheering for Derek Chisora. Chisora on the ropes, bobbing this way and that. Wallin not committing himself. He knows Chisora's ready with the big right hand. That's the one he's waiting for and looking for. Wallin misses with a right-hand jab, and 40 seconds to go in the 10th round.
Yeah, a desperately tired look around Derek Chisora as he goes from corner to corner, playing rope-a-dope a little bit there, trying to draw Wallin in, but Wallin not taking the bait. Wallin with a couple of big left hands. Chisora's turn to look unsteady here.
He was walking him down, and he wanted to give his trademark big onslaught in the closing seconds, Chisora, but as he did so, he's caught by a left hand, and he is again, misses with a big left hook. Last 15 seconds, and this has been an Otto Wallin round, no question about that. There's not been a lot from Chisora in this round, and Wallin goes after him, looking for one big left hand maybe, and thinks better of it, doesn't throw it. Last few seconds, and that's a round for the Swede, Otto Wallin, and here is Adam and Gareth.
He looks cooked, doesn't it? Does Derek? He just needs to navigate the next 6 minutes of this fight, because I've got him well up, like what Spencer was saying there, but you can tell that this has taken its toll on him.
But how many times have we said that Derek's cooked? We said it against Joe Joyce.
Yeah.
We said it against Dillian White.
I said it against Carlos
Joseph
Tucker.
I said it against Carlos Tucker. We knocked him out with a massive left hook. There's a mean monster that goes to war in Derek Chisora. He's still here. He's cleverly taking moments off in the fight where he needs the rest. Yes, he's fatigued. If he gets through these 2 rounds, even if he loses them and doesn't go down, he's won by a point for me.
I agree with that, Gareth. That's how I've got it. I was just totting up, as you said, with the knockdown. That makes it more emphatic, and I've got it by 3 points to Derek Chisora at this point, with 2 rounds to go. How much has he got left, Spenny?
Well, this is it. We've seen Derek in this position before, and he knows how to bite down on his gum shield. He's got that experience. He's tough, man. He's mentally strong, and he will see it through to the final bell. But Otto Wallin, there's a new sense of energy around his work right here. But Chisora again on that front foot, bobbing, weaving, looking to land that big shot.
And now with 30 seconds gone in the 11th round, Chisora, who had his man down in the 9th, here we are in the 11th. Our main event here, Chisora Wallin on talkSPORT, and what drama the old warrior has brought once more into a boxing ring here in Britain. Good left hand from Wallin, but it's taken well by Chisora, who gets into Wallin's face. Head goes in there, and the referee might have something to say to Chisora about that. No, he just splits them. There was also a scoring punch in there from Chisora. Wallin backpedaling, just looking to spear Chisora. I'm not sure it is the right policy for Wallin, because I don't think just boxing his way to 2 rounds at this stage of the fight is going to win it for him.
No, John, he's got to roll the dice a little bit here. He must realise he's behind on those scorecards. I'm with you boys, 3 points in front at the moment. Chisora, it's one of those fights that's gone back and forth. Wallin's had his moments, but the extra pressure from Derek Chisora and those big shots that have landed, the knockdown has got him in front here. Wallin needs something big in these last 2 rounds.
There's only a round and a half remaining. We'll go into the Chisora corner at the end of this round and try and see how they try and rouse their man. Chisora right in the face of Wallin. Couple of hooks, right hand and a left hand, both scoring punches. And a good right hand from Chisora, straight right, and then tries to follow up with a left hook. Here comes a big attack from Chisora. Right hand under left hand, and now Wallin holds on and pulls Chisora towards him, and the referee has to split them.
Yeah, Chisora's face is looking a mess in there at the moment, bleeding heavily from the right eye. I think there might be a cut over the left eye as well now. He's really looking marked up. He's giving everything here, Chisora. Wallin, again, new sense of energy around his work here as Chisora loops a right hand over like he's bowling a cricket ball.
Well, to say Derek Chisora has given everything in this fight would be a massive understatement. We're coming now into the last 20 seconds of the penultimate round, and Wallin is stalking Chisora. Chisora misses with a massive roundhouse right hand, but now does get in with a right and a left. Chisora looking to spear that blooded face, which is an absolute mask of damaged tissue and blood. Derek Chisora is like something out of a horror movie right now. And a right hand from Chisora right on the bell. But that was a Wallin round. And we go now into the Chisora corner, where they're going to have to work on those wounds and at the same time make their man believe that he can win.
Okay, my son, how bad do you want it? Look at these motherfuckers, how bad do you want it? Get your jab on and box smart, don't go in corners. You can clinch him by all means, but put him on his back foot and clinch him. Put him back on his back foot and then you can clinch him, okay? You can let the overhand undercard, but go forward. Wide feet. Keep your balance, right? Yeah, you got it. You got to move back foot.
We're losing.
3 minutes, brother. 3 minutes.
No. You're doing great. You're doing great.
Well, you heard it. That's what they were saying to him there, trying to make him believe. Does he believe, Gareth?
He does believe. They didn't tell him he's winning, but they should have.
Well, apologies for some of the language in the corner. Richie Woodall has got Derek Chisora well in front. We've got it rather closer, but we've still got Chisora in front. Wallin needs a big last round, most definitely. Here in the 12th, you heard them say he's got to give it everything. How much do you want it? Well, now we're about to find out.
Yeah, it's time for Wallin to roll the dice here, throw that kitchen sink, because otherwise he loses for me. Chisora around 2 rounds in front, 3 rounds maybe in front. He's definitely winning the fight. It's been entertaining. Wallin's played his part, but now he has to go for it.
Chisora's on the front foot. Wallin standing tall, trying to walk him down. Good right-hand jab, and another one, and another. And Chisora has to take them all. He's got to get close, got to be able to land some hooks. But in so doing, it's a high-risk strategy. He now gets in with the left hand, and Wallin sinks onto the ropes in front of us. But it was just a single shot. But certainly Wallin felt the power of it. Chisora jabs twice with the left hand, then switches to southpaw, looking to create space for big scoring hooks. Wallin up on his toes, catches Chisora on the way in, and the crowd is bellowing their support.
Yeah, they're trying to get their man over the line. Wallin doing well here, landing some good shots, flicking out that right hand. Left hand's going in as well. Chisora winds up with a big hooks. What a final round here. Listen, just listen to this atmosphere in the Co-op Arena here in Manchester.
It is stunning, quite stunning. They've turned out in their thousands for Chisora, who's got his man in the corner right in front of us, lands a couple of headshots and looks across to us, penny for his thoughts. I wonder if he's for a moment just thinking, how's everybody seeing it? He's finding it difficult to see anything through that mask of blood which has been cascading into his right eye, particularly since an early stage of the fight. And Wallin comes forward now, trying to throw big headshots of his own.
Yeah, Wallin now trying to get this one done. Derek Chisora desperately tired. The legs are not with him. He's rolling, trying to slip under the shots. The face, a mask of blood there. He's desperately tired.
Last 30 seconds of what is supposedly going to be the last appearance in this country of this great warrior, Derek Chisora. And as so often over the years, he's given absolutely everything. Misses with a big right hook, but then gets in with a left hook and a right hook. And Wallin wants to hold on. Chisora down again. Oh, I don't believe it. He's put him down with another massive right hand in the closing seconds of the final round. And with that right hand, he has surely won the fight. The fight is over, and Derek Chisora, how did he find that punch? Where did that come from? And I tell you what, holding this microphone here at ringside, I can feel the emotion. For a moment, I thought I was going to go there. I thought I was going to disintegrate under a massive tear outburst, but I managed to keep it together just. But Derek in there now, what is he feeling? Because he was just extraordinary tonight.
John, do you know what? That performance summed up Derek Chisora's career. Right from 18 years ago, when he made his professional debut, he's given this crowd entertainment, he's given the public entertainment inside the ring, outside the ring. He's up there in our top 5 best, most entertaining British fighters of all time, and that's the reason why, right to the final bell, he never give up hope, never stopped punching. He's sitting down now in his corner. They're attending to those cuts. What a performance, what a fight. Credit to Otto Wallin as well, who played his part in a brilliant contest.
But to come out in that last round and do what Chisora did, putting his man down again, within the last 10 seconds of the round. Just extraordinary. 2 left hands, a right hand, then another left hand, and finally it was a right hand which put Otto Wallin down. Derek Chisora tonight was extraordinary. He would not be denied. He's still getting treatment in there. And fair play to Otto Wallin. He gave it a great effort. And Frank Warren's gone across to the Wallin corner and saying well done, because they gave it everything themselves. But Chisora getting that medical treatment there, he's going to be, I think, almost in disbelief when he views that back. He says he doesn't watch his fights, you know. I was there. I don't watch them back. Well, he wants to watch this one.
Well, I tell you something, his family won't be watching it either, because his fights are gruesome, aren't they? You know, he fights with his heart on his sleeve. He gives it absolutely everything. He never loses hope. He never gives up the will to win. That's difficult for a fighter to keep his mindset like that for a fight when it's not going your way, when you have to come through those tough times. And how he gets that spirit, how he gets that energy, is from this lot in here, this whole 15,000. He loves the fans, he loves the crowd, and more importantly, he loves entertaining. Guess what? He entertained tonight. 49th fight. What a fight, what a performance. And for me, another victory for Del Boy.
He had a knockdown in the 9th round. He had a knockdown in the 12th round. And all around this ring, Gareth, there are people who we've known for many, many years who are almost shaking their head in disbelief about what this amazing old warrior has been able to do here.
Listen, he produces every time. That's a fairy tale finish for his career for me. We've said it a dozen times before. If he walks away now, it'll never feel any better. That was almost the perfect end for his career for me. A brilliant performance. He showed all the qualities. He's just congratulating Otto Wallin on a great performance as well in Wallin's corner. It doesn't get better than being the people's champion, and that's what he is here tonight. He's the people's champion. We are celebrating him. Every single thing we know about Derek, he showed in those 12 rounds tonight. Resilience, heart, the ability to knock opponents down, the ability to fluster them, and he's down to his smalls. I think he's leaving his gear in the ring.
12 rounds of boxing. We go to the judges' scorecards. Judge Bob Williams scores it 117 to 109. Judge Bensei Kovac scores it 114 to 112. And Judge Olena Pobivilo scores it 116 to 110. All in favor of your winner by unanimous decision. And the winner of the Eliminator for the IBF World Heavyweight Championship, known as the Del Boy, Derek Chisora.
No surprises. Unanimous decision in favour of Derek Chisora. How apt was that? That was a Derek Chisora fight. From start to finish, he could not have written a better story there, could he?
Mate, it sums up his whole career, man. It goes right back to when he first laced the gloves on. Derek's always been that guy, always been the underdog, always been the one that pulls it off. Let's hear what he's got to say here in the ring.
Manchester! Don't leave here, please don't leave, please don't leave. I want to talk to you guys, please. Those that are leaving, please don't leave. Let me talk to you, please. Don't worry, the pub is not going nowhere, the nightclub is not going nowhere. I just want to say, I want to introduce you to one person in here. John Oliver, where is he, John Oliver? Where's John? Where's John? John, where's John? Sorry. John, come here. John, come here. I got a couple of things to say. Please bear with me. I think I've earned it with 49 fights. I know you're upset with me because you're rushing TV. I don't know. I am TV. Okay, we're going to do an interview, don't worry. Okay, go on. You ready? Yeah, while I wait for John.
Come, we're going to...
Have we lost that microphone? Oh, we've lost the main microphone, which is a shame. Derek Chisora was asking for Spencer's uncle there, John Oliver, and John Oliver now with Spencer has entered the ring.
Otto Wallin was a good fighter. I thought he was going to gas out, but he didn't prove me wrong. He carried on. When I arrived, I said to myself, I won't cry. Oh, bro, I started crying like a baby. You know, I was in tears. I was in tears because I love the sport and I love the fans. I love every promoter. It was a very emotional day for me today. You know, my wife said I was shopping and I don't want you to come back. You know,
if you're listening to us on talkSPORT and the talkSPORT YouTube channel, and obviously on the smart TV and the app, Derek Chisora is just addressing the crowd at the moment. We just lost the microphone for a split second. Fingers crossed we'll be able to get that back. But Derek Chisora, if you're just tuning into talkSPORT, has won via unanimous decision tonight in Manchester. 49th fight, last dance on British soil. He couldn't have ended that in a better way with a knockdown within a split second of the fight, finishing, dropping Otto Wallin with his very final shot.
John Oliver's in the ring, Spencer's with him. They've got the microphone that I normally have to do the interviews. Hopefully we'll get Derek to speak to them, and hopefully Spencer will speak to Derek now as well. What a performance tonight, quite extraordinary.
It's made by the fans, what they like, you know. I think I'll be in the legacy.
It's such a shame that we can't hear what Derek's...
He's talking about his legacy right now. The microphone's breaking up a little bit, but he knows tonight that I think Derek Chisora's got this extraordinary ability to take energy from a crowd, from being the people's champion, from the love. We've talked about him being like a man from a horror movie, a zombie. Otto Wallin experienced that tonight. Incredible.
I need to paint the picture of what's happening. There's quite a lot of people in the ring at the moment, but Derek Chisora, he's taken his gloves off, he's taken his boots off, he's taken his shorts off. He's currently basically in his underpants and his groin guard. That's all he's wearing at the moment. And a pair of socks. I can see that he's got a pair of socks on.
Is this not goodbye from Derek Chisora?
It feels like it.
It feels really like the last dance, like he's saddling up and leaving town.
But that's cool. That's
I agree.
Cool. I don't think you can top what he has just given us. What's he doing now? He's got gifts. He seems like he's got gifts for people. Is he giving? He's giving something to somebody. He's called a few people into the ring.
Opening, there's something in there.
I think it's a present for him.
There's people opening presents now in the ring. I'll have to watch this off the screen. All right, okay.
The crowd. I'm gonna connect. Yeah. Hold down. Hold that for me. Hold down. Hold down. Hold down.
Listen, nobody's going to begrudge Derek Chisora this moment. 49 fights as a professional.
Hold down. Hold down.
Always expect the unexpected in boxing, and that's what we're seeing right now. It's raw, it's theatre, it's drama. It's a moment of celebration with the broadcast gone wrong, and that's fine, because this is boxing and anything can happen.
It would have been nice if this would have been coordinated, because I think a lot of fight fans would have loved
Yeah,
this
but
particular
remember,
moment.
Derek has had a career of the bizarre, and this just fits in with his career.
He's actually touted. Who do you want him to fight next?
So please, so you tell me.
He's asking for number 50. So what is going on at the moment? He's asking the crowd to vote. He's asking the crowd to vote for number 50, and he's asking them, do you want Usyk? Do you want AJ? Who was the third fighter? Is it Daniel Dubois? Daniel Dubois.
Is it him?
Dubois getting a bit of attack there.
You know one person that can help you make this decision? I want to bring in Hall of Fame promoter Frank Warren. Frank, Dell's telling me essentially what he wants. He's got Triple D, he's got Anthony Joshua, and he's got Alexander Usyk. You're the man to make it happen. Which one do we want?
One he wants. We'll make it happen. We'll sit down and we're going to make it happen. Watch. First of all, he's now one of the eliminators.
You'll be able to pick this up, fingers crossed, on talkSPORT as you're listening to us. Frank Warren is now in the ring addressing the crowd.
We'll sit down and we're going
saying that he will sit down with Derek Chisora. And we'll find out what happens next. For me, listen, I've just watched Derek Chisora put his heart and soul into this ring, which kind of epitomises a full career here from Derek Chisora. And Frank's making, listen, he's making an awful lot of sense with what he's saying now. He's pouring out the words, and the crowd are obviously applauding Frank Warren and what he's saying. Derek Chisora now has spotted Spencer's uncle, John Oliver.
And he's in trouble a few times, and gritted his teeth and come back.
Spence, can you hear me?
I've got you, mate. I've got you.
Just paint the picture as to what is going on in the ring, because your uncle now is alongside Derek. Just tell the story for people that don't know about John's involvement in Derek's start in the world of boxing.
So where it all started was way back when, about 22 years ago, Derek Chisora walked into the Finchley ABC boxing gym, and he come in there with no talent, no ability. He was from the streets. He was having a tough time. John took him under his wing, and he said, listen, this kid's going to be a world champion. He called it, no one believed it, and he wanted John at his last fight here in the UK.
So has he shipped him up to there and sorted him out and sorted the seats out and everything?
He got him a chauffeur to bring him up. My Uncle John's old now. He's 81 years of age. He's still, you know, it's not easy for him to get around. He had a driver pick him up, bring him up to Manchester.
Wow.
He's staying in the Dakota. Big room in Dakota as well, by the way. He's looking after him, mate. Derek Chisora, anyone that knows him, he don't like spending the old mullah, but he's looking after him a little bit, and he's showing, you know, he's done what he's done. And John is, you know, been there on that whole journey. I'm going to try and grab a word with him in a minute. I'm going to try and grab a word. In 1 sec, John. Why is this getting you there? Frank, I'll just quick word with you. I'll just get...
Spencer's getting bullied up in the ring at the moment.
Just a quick word with you, Frank. What a moment there from Derek Chisora. What a performance, man.
I mean, what a nice thing he did for your uncle, eh?
Ain't it a beautiful thing?
That is a beautiful thing, and that's to remember where you come from. That's great.
Do you know what?
But what a performance! 49th fight. I swear to God, I told him to retire 2 years ago.
You know what he done, Frank? He rang me up and he said, Spence, it's my last fight on British soil. He FaceTimed me actually. He said, I need your uncle there. Your uncle was there from day one. He was in the gym. He was the one that believed in me. No one gave Derek a hope in hell in that gym. Everyone writ him off, didn't they, John?
Yeah, everybody. They're not going to do anything.
And he went through there and he said it was going to be emotional for him, it was going to be emotional for you. I know I've spoke to you, John, about this a few times, but he said how important it was for you to be there, and he said he started with Frank Warren. Frank Warren's the best promoter, and he wanted to finish with him, and that's where he was at, Frank.
And I'm touched by that, but I'll tell you what, we've had our ups and downs, but in the ring, he does not step out the ring. He steps out the ring with nothing. He leaves everything in the ring. Every fight he has in the ring, he gives everything. He gives all, every time. I mean, there was times in that fight I thought that he was going to stop Otto. Otto actually showed some guts as well in there, but he just keeps going, and you wonder he's going to run out of gas because of his age, but he just keeps going.
The thing with Derek, he's very, very stubborn, as everybody knows. He's very headstrong. I've never had cross-word with him in all those years, ever. And we've just done the job, won the ABA, the Four Nations, and it's terrific.
Yeah, what a beautiful thing that was as Derek just walks past us. Two guys that there at the beginning, my uncle John Oliver and Frank Warren. What a moment this is, Frank. Thanks so much, guys. I'm going to have to throw it back to you because I'm getting in trouble up here, boys.
I can see, Spence. Listen, well done. Fantastic speaking to Frank Warren, obviously your Uncle John there as well, who started this journey off for Derek. There is a ridiculous amount of people in the ring right now. Listen, this is Derek Chisora's night. It's the last one. He's served his time. He's been in with the who's who of the boxing world. There's been ups, there's been downs, there's been roller coasters. He's 42 years of age this year. He's been doing this for the best part of 15 to 20 years. He deserves this moment, especially with the fans and especially with his loved ones. He's got a lot of friends in there, having his pictures taken and what have you. And you can't begrudge this moment. I know that it's a little bit messy and what have you, and not really organised. And obviously, I understand that there's health and safety officers up there who are having a little bit of a panic and what have you. I get that completely. But it's Derek's moment, Gareth.
World class from him tonight in heart and soul, and that's what you can never deny about Derek. 10 years apart, a decade apart, he fought two great modern heavyweight champions in Vitaly Klitschko in 2012, Tyson Fury in 2022. This man is going to go down. For me, he should go into the International Boxing Hall of Fame one day for his achievements. Otto Wallin's a world-class contender. He produced a performance tonight. He knocked Wallin down twice. He fought for 6 rounds with an eye that was closing on him. I think
We've got him. We've got
Okay.
him. Spencer speaking to
finally got
Derek
Spencer.
with John Oliver. Spencer, over to you, mate.
Well, Derek, first of all, congratulations, mate. IBF eliminated. Now IBF number 2 in the world. You're going to get that world title shot. And Del Boy, I wanted to say, mate, where it all started, you asked me to bring John up to this fight. It was going to be emotional for you, and I know it's emotional for him.
Why are you lying saying you brought John? I brought John here.
No, I said you brought John up. You rang me and told me you're bringing him up. I've done all the spiel, mate. You've done the chauffeur Duran thing, top hotel and all that. But how important was it to have him here?
No. John is my man. We didn't speak for a while because I was in my own place. But now, on my way out, I paid tribute to John because me and him, we did a lot together. And John, Joe Smythe, they're not here. You know, your dad as well. You know, Sean Murphy. Other trainers have gone away, have passed away. And I thank them very much for getting that black boy, an African boy in the gym, and showing him to try the first jab, the right hand and stuff like that.
Listen, talk to me about that performance, Del Boy. You was biting down on your gum shield, as you always do. Where do you find it from, man? Like, when you get to like round 6, it seems like you turn the screw and pick it up. Where does that come from?
I tell you what, yeah. In round through 2, my ears went. My ears popped. So I didn't want to show it. I had to carry on and do what I needed to do. But I just carried on grinding. And that was it.
How proud are you of him, John?
I'm very, very proud. To start from nothing, nobody gave him a chance from where he started from. And I'll tell you, the last look, he had a fight out in the O2 with Anthony Joshua. He took me home, took me to his house, and from where he came from, that house where he's got now, when they opened them gates, woo-hoo.
Del Boy, just quickly, mate, just talk to me now. Where do we go from here, mate? It's fight number 50. Where is that going to land? Who do you want it to be?
I think I deserve a blockbuster.
Oh, I believe you do, mate.
Guess what? We're going back to London. I'll sell out Tottenham. So by end of this year, I'm going to do Tottenham.
Give me a name.
I'm going to phone Alexander and see if we're going to do it.
Alexander Usyk.
Alexander Usyk, yeah.
If that doesn't materialise, Del, who would be your number 2 choice?
What do you want to fight him again for?
I think I won that fight.
Do way of any heavyweight in this country. Whether you've lost 13 or 14.
You want me to fight Anthony?
Down to me, is it? It's not down to me.
You know what? We'll see what happens. I see AJ will be fighting end of the year. So right now, we'll see.
Would you put that friendship aside, Del, and go in there with AJ to give the British fans that fight?
Yeah, why not? I'll speak to him first.
Listen,
I want to see it.
Would you want to see it?
I would not want to see AJ and you.
It might not happen. I want Alexander right now.
Listen, on that note, Derek Chisora, mate, congratulations. I'm so proud of you, mate. Your journey's been an insane one, incredible. Well done. Enjoy that moment. Listen, on that note, guys, back over to you.
Derek Chisora there with John Oliver and obviously our very own Spencer Oliver. John Oliver is Spencer Oliver's uncle, who was right there at the start when Derek Chisora started this crazy journey, and he's here tonight for number 49. You just heard from Derek there. I said right at the start of this, didn't I, that they're calling it the last dance. It's the last one in Manchester. He just said they were going back to London.
He's high on adrenaline and being the people's champion right now as the arena fills out. But let me tell you, let's be real about this. Going in against Anthony Joshua is utter stupidity, in my view.
Well, there's no need for it.
It's a horrible fight for him.
No need for him to
and
do it.
Mr. Oliver, Spencer's uncle, said exactly that. You don't want to be going in there. The tease of Alexander Usyk, there's something in it. I think he's docked him as well. I don't want to see Derek Chisora beaten up. What he wants is money. That's what he's talking about. He wants a blockbuster event. Get on the Riyadh season card where they've got loads of money when he's on the undercard of a Daniel Dubois or Alexander Usyk against... I'd see Otto Wallin in him again. I don't want to see Derek Chisora against... Otto Wallin's not a big puncher.
No, he's not.
He doesn't. He cannot
Listen,
go
that
in.
took everything out of Derek tonight. He had to give him everything
He
in order to
gave
get
everything.
He did. There's only so many times you can keep going to that well. What's the point in just trying to take a number off?
His well is so extraordinary. We know that.
I get that.
It's laced. His well has blood, sweat, and tears, and a magic potion in it. That's what's so amazing about him. But let's not overstate it. That was extraordinary tonight.
Yes, it was.
But he shouldn't be fighting people in the top 5, 6, 7, or 8. In my view.
Listen, John Rowland. I don't know where you're at. You've called a lot of Derek Chisora's fights. For me, watching that tonight, that just felt like the perfect rubber stamp. He
And
had
the fairy tale.
The crowd was pumping. They all came out. They sang his name. He had the ring walk. He had the performance. There was jeopardy in there. There was claret on his face. He had to dig deep. He delivered with his final shot, the knockdown. Okay, it's not a stoppage, but the knockdown. He's won conclusively. There's no contentious about it. Right off into
So what are you saying? You'd like to see him go?
I'm saying, listen, man.
Yeah,
right off
I
into the
would.
sunset. I don't think you can better what I've just seen there tonight.
Well, I think if he does go and fight Usyk, there's only going to be one result. He ain't going to beat Alexander Usyk, because Usyk's a better fighter now than he was when he fought Derek first time around.
I agree.
And I'd go along with you, really. You know, it's ego, isn't it? And he wants to have the 50, 60, 70, 80 million pound paycheck for a final vast fight. But to have that huge paycheck, people have got to believe that he's capable of winning it. And to be quite honest, you know, I've watched and commentated on him so many times. He's a 41-year-old fighter. If Wallin could have had a bit more of a dig tonight,
I agree.
if he'd been more of a puncher,
I agree.
that fight would have gone the other way.
In the last 5 minutes, Spence, who's rejoined us, we were just pouring water on him, as your uncle did on him facing an Anthony Joshua right now. That's not right. Even an Alexander Usyk is too much for him. Is he riding high in the fairy tale and the emotion and just the adrenaline, and needs to really think carefully about the next fight?
Do you know how the endorphins that are released from the brain after a victory like that is irreplaceable? That's why Derek Chisora struggles to give up boxing, because of that buzz. That natural buzz is higher than any drug you could ever take. His emotions are running under Usyk at the same time, because that's how he feels. The guy has turned it around at this late age. He's just had a brilliant victory. Forget about him and AJ. They're best mates. They go back right from the beginning.
Yeah, but he can't have that fight.
It would
it's
never
not
happen.
right for him. It's
That's
not
what I
right
just
for
said.
him,
Forget about that. It's this emotions running high and just talk. That will never ever happen. Of course, he'd love Alexander Usyk again. He wants to test himself against the best. Maybe give him that. Usyk won't go there because he'll want the winner of Joyce and Parker, and that's maybe gone. Yeah. We might get Derek Chisora out in Africa against Bacoli. You might get him against... I'll give you one. I'm going to give you one. I've got it. Francis Ngannou. There you go.
I love the Francis Ngannou fight.
There you go.
I love it. That's where we should be going. Francis Ngannou, big fight in Africa, or Riyadh season.
Listen, none of us are in the right position to be retiring a man. He's a grown man, he can make his own decisions. My own personal opinion, though, I look at that and I think, you can't get better than that, mate. Right off into the sunset, that was absolutely fantastic. Superstar stuff, brilliant. I think he's made a ton of cash. He's got a career in the media, probably. He's a personality. People are going to give him work. He's going to be in and around it. He's got a lot to offer other young fighters coming through. Fantastic. I just think this is a dangerous, dangerous game. He had to give everything tonight to get that victory. And there's only so many times you can keep going back to that well.
I'll tell you what it is, boys, as well. I'll tell you what Derek wants, yeah. You know, he said, forget that boxing abroad in my 50th final one. Give me a stadium. Give me a stadium. I deserve that. Let me top the bill at a stadium.
He's been in the stadium.
No, but I'm saying...
He's been in against Fury in the stadium.
Yeah, no, but he wants it on his terms. He wants to be the guy. He went in there against Fury. Let's be right. When he boxed Fury, no one gave him a hope in hell in that. He was a huge underdog. He wants to go in there and possibly... an interim world title or something like that. Give him that at least.
But I'm not critiquing him here, but call it the last dance, and we had the last dance tonight. And then don't say, let's have the last dance again at Spurs, because that's what he's almost calling for, really. And we've had the last dance.
Guys.
And so if he does something, it needs to be a showcase against Ngannou, because he can't fight for the IBF title, surely. That doesn't work for me.
Do you believe that his future fight, his last fight, really could be in the hands of Turkey Al Sheikh, and if he decides
Correct.
he wants to give him that opportunity, that fight will land wherever it is. Derek is just speaking. He's high at the moment, high on life. He's just got that victory against Otto Wallin, impossibly going in there as an underdog. Give the guy his moment, man. He's going to say stuff, but what a performance, what a night.
Absolutely, listen, absolutely. So don't forget, we have loads of live boxing to look forward to here on talkSPORT. February 22nd, we're going to be bringing you that unbelievable night of boxing from Riyadh as Artur Beterbiev and Dimitri Bivol face off for a second time. You can also hear Daniel Dubois versus Joseph Parker on that night as well. That's before we're down in Bournemouth on March the 1st for Ryan Garner defending his European and international super featherweight titles, and we're in Liverpool for Nick Ball headlining that fantastic card, headlining against TJ Heeney on the 15th of March. His WBA World Featherweight title will be on the line. talkSPORT is your home of boxing. Listen, it wasn't pretty, it never is. What it lacks in style, it absolutely makes up for in substance. Anybody, anytime, any place, in any other time, Derek Chisora would be fighting in Roman Colosseums. A proper fighting man. Were you not entertained, Derek? We absolutely were, mate. What a way to sign off a colourful career. You cannot top that, in my opinion. Walk away now, Del Boy. What a ride.
Whether you're screaming from the stands or the sofa, where's your ability?